Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had archived Mimicry Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku had always wanted the best for her son, warm dinners, soft lullabies, and one day, a life where he could chase his dreams, whatever they may be. When the doctor pronounced him quirkless, she had cried, apologizing to him over and over. But she had not given up. Unlike so many in their world who would let a child suffer under the weight of societal rejection, she had reached out beyond the bounds of their reality. She called upon her cousin in another dimension. That cousin was Justine, a powerful mage of fairy tale. At the time, Izuku was still young enough that Bakugo had not yet turned completely against him. Though their friendship had become strained by the widening gap in their abilities, there were still moments of camaraderie. But society's expectations loomed over them, and Izuku could already feel the future shifting. He didn't want to be left behind, nor did he want to be the weak link in Kaken's shadow. His mother had seen it too, the way people looked at him, the way the other parents whispered when they thought she couldn't hear. She wouldn't let her son's dream be crushed, and so that's how she ended up here. The room was quiet, save for the soft hum of the stabilization ring encircling the portal pad. The air shimmered with residual magic, unnatural against the clean lines and sterile lighting of the Hero Public Safety Commission facility. Midoriya sat stiffly in the chair, clutching her hands in her lap. Across from her stood a woman in a fitted charcoal gray suit, her HPSC badge clipped with clinical precision to her collar. Slim glasses framed sharp eyes, and her hair was pulled into a tight twist, efficient, composed. Her ID read, Liaison Officer Delta. He'll be monitored, of course, Delta said, voice calm but not unkind. Magical relay points along the dimensional tether. Communications will be delayed, but stable. Izuku nodded slowly. I understand that. Her voice caught. I'm sending my son to another world. I need to know this isn't just an experiment to you. Delta studied her for a moment, then sat down opposite her, folding her hands neatly. It isn't, she said. We're not looking to use him, Mrs. Midoriya. But we are investing in him. In his potential. Izuku frowned. And what does that mean? Delta didn't hesitate. It means if he survives that world and if he returns stronger, with abilities the system can work with, he'll be fast-tracked into hero certification. Quirk registry, provisional license, school placement. All of it. We'll smooth the path if he brings something back worth integrating. Izuku's throat tightened. So it's conditional. Delta inclined her head. It's realistic. Our world has no place for the powerless. You knew that before you ever contacted us. Silence settled like dust between them. Then Delta continued, softer this time. You're not giving him up, Mrs. Midoriya. You're giving him a chance. Izuku looked toward the portal pad, where her son would soon step through to a world of magic, monsters, and unknowns. She exhaled, voice barely above a whisper. Just make sure he has something to come back to. Delta gave a single nod. We will. A quiet chime sounded. The portal stabilized. So, the answer came in the form of a portal. A shimmering distortion of space, connecting their world to another. A world where strength wasn't defined by quirks, but by will and magic. The decision was not made lightly. Discussions were held in secrecy, with Izuku pleading her case to the Hero Commission. Surprisingly, they did not deny her. Instead, they granted her permission under the condition that Izuku maintain a connection to his homeworld both for educational purposes and for potential diplomatic interest should interdimensional travel ever be explored further. As far as official records were concerned, Izuku Midoriya had been homeschooled for the duration of his absence. And so, with a tearful hug and a promise to return, Izuku swallowed back his fear of the unknown, trying to focus on his hope for something good, and stepped through the portal and into a world unlike anything he had ever known. The moment Izuku emerged in the bustling city of Magnolia, he knew he was somewhere extraordinary. Gone were the towering skyscrapers and neon-lit streets of Japan. Instead, grand stone buildings with intricate carvings lined the streets, magic-infused lamplights casting a warm glow over the cobblestone roads. People moved with a different kind of energy, some walked casually, others zipped through the air with flight magic, and shopkeepers displayed enchanted wares with a confidence that spoke of a culture built upon the extraordinary. But what truly captured his attention was the massive, castle-like structure before him, its banner proudly displaying a blue insignia of a winged creature. Fairy tale. The transition wasn't easy at first. Izuku, still a child, found himself surrounded by people who wielded magic effortlessly. Fire, lightning, wind, and even transformations, things beyond his wildest dreams, were commonplace. And he had nothing. No quirk, no magic, just the same burning determination that had carried him through countless obstacles before. It was Fried who took him in, explaining to the guild his connection to Inko and how he had always wanted to support his cousin's family in any way he could. The guild, chaotic as always, welcomed Izuku with open arms. Makarov, seeing the fire in the boy's eyes, made an exception to allow him into Fairy Tail despite his lack of magic. "You've got a good heart, Shrimp," the old guild master had said, ruffling Izuku's unruly green hair. "Magic isn't just about strength. It's about will. And yours is stronger than most." Under the guidance of some of the guild's strongest mages, Izuku trained relentlessly. He spent days studying different types of magic, experimenting with his own innate energy, and enduring rigorous physical conditioning. He wasn't content with just being a spectator. He wanted to fight alongside his new family. His magic awakened in an unexpected way. One evening, while watching Fried set up a series of rune-based traps, Izuku found himself utterly captivated by the intricacy of the symbols. He traced them into his notebook, studying their structure. And then, when he placed his palm over the page, something clicked. A surge of energy flowed through him, and suddenly, the rune activated under his fingertips. It wasn't a perfect copy. His magic was unstable, flickering like a dying ember. But it was real. It was his. Izuku's copy magic, archive. Copy. Archive copy is a unique form of magic Izuku developed during his time in Fiori. It allows him to analyze, record, and replicate the magical essence of abilities he's observed by converting them into personalized runes encoded with their function. This ability is deeply rooted in his own magical core, enhanced by years of training under Fairy Tail's strongest mages. Rune slots, daily permanent copies. Izuku can select up to 3 abilities per day to engrave into what he calls rune slots, magical runes that appear like glowing tattoos across his chest. These rune slots remain stable for 24 hours and grant him full access to the copied ability, as long as the rune remains active. Once chosen, rune slots cannot be changed until the next cycle. Current examples include: Fried's rune magic enables the use of command glyphs, barriers, and area traps. Gildart's crush magic grants destructive, high-impact kinetic energy manipulation. Happy's era produces wings for flight and enhanced agility. Draft runes, temporary copies. In addition to his rune slots, Izuku stores other observed abilities within a non-physical magical grimoire, a floating, ethereal notebook that exists as part of his soul. To use a temporary copy, he materializes a draft rune, a glowing, floating page of script that hovers in front of his palm before activating. A draft rune allows him to access an ability for up to 10 minutes before fading. Only one draft rune can be active at a time. Activating a new one immediately cancels the previous. The notebook cannot be damaged, destroyed, or stolen. It is not a physical object, and only manifests when Izuku wills it to. Warning: limitations. The strength and stability of any copy rune or draft depend on Izuku's understanding of the original ability. If he lacks theoretical or practical knowledge, the result will be weak or unstable. Complex abilities, e.g., Dragon Slayer magic, transformation-based quirks, can only be partially copied, typically just one feature. Storage or item-based powers, such as Requip or Archive, are incompatible. Any summoned items vanish once the ability deactivates. Draft runes cannot be stacked. Izuku can only use one active ability from his category at a time. It doesn't apply to runslot. Quirk compatibility, theoretical. While Archive copy was developed through magic, it is believed to be capable of replicating quirks as well, treating them like condensed magical blueprints when exposed directly. Though untested, preliminary theory suggests that rune slots could potentially store quirks the same way they store magical abilities. Draft runes might briefly emulate a quirk after direct exposure. However, due to the biological nature of quirks, this application may be more taxing on Izuku's body or require specific calibration. The Soulbound Grimoire is the permanent repository of everything Izuku has successfully copied. Abilities sitting in the grimoire are neither draft runes nor rune slots. They're inert, available, ready to be deployed into either format when he chooses. Izuku's time in Fairy Tail shaped him into something greater than a quirkless boy. He became a fighter, a strategist, and most importantly, a hero in his own right. He fought in guild missions, took part in dangerous battles, and even developed close bonds with his guildmates. Natsu treated him like a little brother, constantly challenging him to push his limits. Urza taught him DSPLN and swordplay, and Lucy introduced him to the finer details of magic theory. Wendy, being close in age, became one of his closest friends, often helping him refine his healing techniques when he copied her magic. Years passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. He grew stronger, faster, more confident. But as much as he loved Fairy Tail, a part of him always remained tethered to his homeworld. His connection to Japan never wavered. He continued studying through magical means, communicating with his mother and keeping tabs on the hero society he had once dreamed of joining. And eventually, the time came for him to return. Makarov, understanding the importance of this journey, sent him off with a smile and a warning: never forget who you are, shrimp, no matter which world you stand in. Fried hugged him tightly before he left. No matter what happens, you'll always be family. And you'll always be a fairy. With that, Izuku Midoriya stepped through the portal once more, ready to face the world of heroes not as a quirkless child, but as a mage from fairy tale. UA awaited. The portal shimmered like liquid glass, humming with residual magic as the air around it crackled softly. And then, he stepped through. Izuku Midoriya, taller, stronger, older, emerged with steady footsteps, boots clicking against polished tile. His green hair was longer, tied back loosely, and faint glowing runes flickered across the edge of his coat like embers. He looked every bit the mage he had become. But to Inko, he was still her boy. She didn't hesitate. Protocol BGMI. The clipboard in the HPSC agent's hands barely had time to register before Inko surged forward, arms open, heart pounding. She reached him in 3 steps. And Izuku was already moving, meeting her halfway. "Mom," he whispered, the word cracking on his tongue. Inko clung to him like she might vanish if she let go. "You're back." "Oh, Izuku, you're back." Tears soaked the shoulder of his cloak as she held him tighter than she had in years. And he held her just as hard, grounding himself in the familiar warmth of home. "I missed so much," she breathed against him, voice trembling. "Your birthdays, your first spell, the day your magic awakened, everything. I should have been there." "You were," Izuku said quietly. "Every letter. Every call. Every rune I wrote down, I did it so I could show you." Inko pulled back slightly to look at him, eyes red, but smiling now through the blur of emotion. "You've grown so much. And I still can't cook," he said, a lopsided grin forming. That made her laugh, a wet, shaky thing that turned into another hug. "I'll make katsudon tonight. Extra sauce." Behind them, a few HPSC agents watched silently, clipboard-wielding analysts frozen in the wake of a moment too human to interrupt. One whispered, "He really came back, with magic," as if they couldn't believe it. But Inko didn't hear them. And Izuku didn't care. Right then, there was only mother and son reunited between worlds. Inko finally pulled away, brushing his bangs aside like she used to when he was little. "You really came back." "I promised," Izuku said, voice thick but steady. Their quiet moment lingered for a breath longer, a throat cleared sharp, deliberate, breaking the moment like glass. A tall woman in a charcoal HPSC suit stepped forward, tablet in hand and expression unreadable behind slim glasses. Her ID badge simply read Delta. "Apologies for the interruption," she said, not sounding sorry at all. "But now that Mr. Midoriya has re-entered Japanese jurisdiction, we need to begin immediate processing." Izuku blinked. "Processing?" "Yes. About that." She scrolled through something on her screen, then looked up, perfectly neutral. "As far as the public is concerned, magic doesn't exist, so your abilities will be registered as a quirk. We'll retrodate your awakening to make it consistent with known patterns. It's not deception, it's integration. You've done something extraordinary, Midoriya, but the world isn't quite ready to call it what it is." She turned to him with a measured, not unkind look. "You kept your end of the agreement. You went, you trained, and you returned stronger. Now we'll do our part to make sure you're where you belong." She gestured for him to follow. "You've got one shot at UA. Let's make sure you hit the ground running." Izuku nodded, resolve already settling behind his eyes. "Right." The hallway was quiet, too quiet. The soft click of boots on tile echoed back at them, swallowed by whitewashed walls and sterile air. Every surface gleamed, unnaturally polished, as if the entire building had been scrubbed of personality. Cool LED lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a blue-white tint that made Izuku feel like he was walking through a memory rendered in grayscale. No laughter. No distant crashes of magic gone wrong. No Natsu yelling about food or happy meowing midair. Just the low thrum of filtered air and the impersonal beep of security panels. He kept pace beside Delta, but couldn't stop glancing around. The energy was all wrong. It wasn't hostile, but it wasn't alive either. This wasn't Magnolia. This wasn't fairy tale. This was procedure. Delta glanced sideways at him, catching the tension in his shoulders. "Bit of a shift from where you've been, I imagine." Izuku gave a thin smile. "Just a little. Back there, I couldn't walk across a hall without getting hit by a stray fireball." "You won't have to worry about that here," she replied smoothly, eyes forward. "People only explode metaphorically in these halls." He let out a soft laugh, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. They passed a wide window overlooking a quiet courtyard. Just as Izuku glanced up, a flicker of red feathers streaked past fast, effortless, untouchable. Hawks? He asked. Delta didn't break stride. Passing through. Intel drop. Oh. A pause. Cool. But the excitement faded quickly, swallowed by the ever-present hum of efficiency. The hallway went on long, white, and far too quiet. The room looked like a fusion of clinic and lab medical tools on one side, holographic diagnostic panels on the other. A kind-faced doctor in a teal lab coat stood waiting, clipboard already in hand. His name badge read Dr. Camera. Midoriya Izuku, the doctor greeted, offering a polite nod. Delta's told me a bit, but I understand you've a lot more to share. Izuku nodded, then took a deep breath and launched straight in. Explaining about his rune slot, draft rune, his limit and how he's trying to up them. Finish with his theories. I've been tracking my usage limits, too, Izuku added eagerly. I'm currently stable at 3 rune slots and 1 draft rune. I've been trying to expand that possibly 4 rune slots if I adjust my magical output correctly, and longer durations for draft runes by rotating energy flow through redundant loops. And I think I could copy quirks too, but, obviously I haven't been able to test this yet, what with being in a whole different world with no quirks and all. Delta raised a brow. That's an extremely advanced explanation. Izuku scratched his cheek. I've been experimenting. Dr. Camera motioned to a simple reclining medical chair. We're going to run a quirk compatibility profile. Even if it's technically magic, the body's energy flow might still resemble a quirk signature on a biological level. That will help us determine if archive copy can interact with quirks the same way it does with magic. You've already done a remarkable amount of self-study, he said, voice warm but measured. Let's see how your magic interacts with quirks on a biological level manually. He tapped the air, and a faint shimmer spread across his hands. His quirk flared to life, delicate threads of golden light, like strands of data, danced from his fingertips and gently wrapped around Izuku's forearms. My quirk is called Insight Trace. I can perceive and map out the energy architecture of a person's quirk. Think of it like visualizing the code behind a program. Izuku's eyes lit up instantly. That's incredible. You can see how quirks are structured? Camera nodded. Temporarily. It's not precise enough to replicate quirks myself, but I can help others understand them. Which, in your case, is exactly what we want. The golden threads pulsed and twisted, weaving around Izuku's skin. Camera's brow furrowed. Interesting. I'm not seeing a traditional quirk signature. Your core energy structure is definitely non-standard, closer to magic than anything biological, but there's enough similarity that it resonates. Barely. Izuku grinned. That's all I need. Without warning, he held out a hand and summoned a draft rune, this one empty, flickering like a page waiting to be written. Let me try something. If your quirk is interacting with me, even passively, maybe I can transcribe it. Camera raised a cautious eyebrow. You want to copy my quirk? Just temporarily, Izuku said. Think of it as running a simulation. The draft rune pulsed. The glowing lines began rearranging themselves, trying to interpret the traces of Insight Trace. For a moment, the room was silent, watching as the rune flickered, then stabilized. Izuku's eyes widened. I think I got it. He turned his palm outward. The draft rune dissolved and golden threads bloomed from his fingers. Camera took a step forward, amazed. That's my quirk. Delta stared. That's not just mimicry. You interpreted it through magic. Izuku was already half lost in focus. It's weak, unstable, but I can see the energy lattice now. I could maybe refine it. Even anchor it. He looked up, eyes alight with excitement and belief. This means archive copy can work on quirks. I just need more exposure, more detail, and I can match the frequency. Maybe even improve my compatibility threshold. Camera smiled, impressed. I think you just turned a theory into fact. Let's do some more testing. Delta's tablet chimed, but she didn't look away from Izuku. UA is going to have a field day with you. Dr. Camera ran a final scan, nodding to himself as the golden threads receded into his hands. The faint buzz of energy in the room faded, leaving behind only the soft hum of overhead lights and the lingering pulse of magic still echoing under Izuku's skin. Well, Camera said with a small smile, setting his clipboard aside, that confirms it. Archive copy is not just compatible with quirk structures, it interacts with them in a way I've never seen. You've given us a lot to think about. Delta closed her tablet with a snap, clearly satisfied. We'll formalize the report and push it through internal clearance. You'll be registered as a late-blooming, high-functioning quirk user. Class, Adaptive Mimicry. Subtype, Rune-based Channeling. Izuku blinked. That's a mouthful. She gave the ghost of a smirk. Welcome to bureaucracy. Camera gestured toward the door. You're officially processed, Midoriya-kun. That means you're free to go. Delta stepped in beside them, eyes briefly scanning her tablet again. I'll escort you out and update Inko-san on the results. You'll receive your provisional classification card in the next few days. Let's get you back to your mother, I'm sure you're eager to rediscover your home. With that she led him aside. The corridors were still too bright, too quiet. Izuku walked a little slower this time, the weight of everything settling in now that the adrenaline had faded. Delta peeled off at a side hall to handle final clearances, leaving Izuku and Inko to walk side by side through the facility's glass-lined entryway. Beyond the automatic doors, the city loomed bustling, towering, loud. It hit him like a wall. Neon signs blinked in sharp kanji. Holoscreens projected hero ads and news blurbs mid-air. People moved fast, clustered in tight groups, talking, shouting, laughing all at once. Horns blared. Machines beeped. A train rumbled overhead on a rail that floated. Izuku stood there, frozen for a moment on the top step. It's so loud, he murmured. Inko stepped closer, gently looping her arm through his. It always is, she said quietly. But you'll get used to it again. He nodded, eyes scanning the chaos, not afraid, but not quite ready either. Inko then held up an arm to hail a cab. They got in, the cab door shut with a soft hiss behind them, and the vehicle pulled smoothly into the flow of evening traffic after Inko gave the driver their destination. Izuku leaned his forehead against the cool glass of the window, breath calm but eyes alert. Muzutofo buzzed not just with sound, but with energy. He could feel it, artificial threads humming through the pavement, electricity twisting in sharp, rigid lines instead of flowing freely like Fiori magic. Power lines trembled with current. Stoplights blinked in cold, calculated rhythms. The very air felt different, thinner, faster, more controlled. It wasn't magic. But it echoed something like it. It's dense, he murmured, not looking away from the window. Everything's packed in. The energy doesn't move naturally. It bounces. Inko turned her head slightly toward him. You feel it? He nodded slowly. It's like the whole city's, built on pressure. Controlled tension. It's alive, but it doesn't breathe. He pressed his palm gently to the window, fingertips tingling as his senses adjusted. The city didn't respond the way Fiori did. There were no ley lines to anchor his focus, no ambient flow to guide his magic. Just noise, structured, synthetic noise. Inko reached across the seat and placed her hand over his. Izuku, she said, voice low but steady, you've always seen the world differently. Even before all this. She gave his hand a soft squeeze. Give it time. It'll make sense again. For a second, he said nothing. Then, slowly, he turned his hand beneath hers and returned the gesture. The tension in his shoulders eased, just a little. He looked at her, eyes a little clearer. We still got some time, I think. Would you like to see some photos? They were taken after the last batch I sent. And I figured, he smiled. We could watch them together. Izuku reached into the inside pocket of his coat and pulled out a small flat crystal, about the size of a playing card. He flicked his fingers across it, and a faint pulse of magic ran through the surface. With a soft hum, a translucent projection shimmered into the air between them like a glowing, floating photo album. Still works, he muttered to himself, adjusting the angle. The light flickered, stabilized. Inko's eyes widened. Is that? He nodded. An enchanted image reel. Fried taught me how to bind snapshots into it. These were taken after the last batch I sent you. The first image hovered in place, a candid shot of the fairy tale guild hall mid-chaos. Natsu was midair, mouth full of food and clearly mid-yell. Urza had just caught Lucy with a flying chair. Gray was shirtless. Again. Inko blinked. That's a lot of energy. That was lunch, Izuku said with a fond smile. We didn't have normal days there. He flicked to the next image. A group shot outside the guild hall, him, Wendy perched beside him, Urza standing proud, Natsu throwing up a peace sign behind his head. And sitting right on Izuku's shoulder, tail flicking, eyes bright, was Happy. Is that a flying cat? Yeah, Izuku said, beaming. That's Happy. He's technically an exceed, sort of like a magical cat race from another dimension. He's Natsu's partner, and he's basically family. Inko squinted at the next photo. Is that a second one? The image shimmered into place, Carla, elegant and composed, standing on Lucy's head with her paws tucked under like a queen surveying her domain. That's Carla, Izuku explained. She's Wendy's partner. Very serious. Extremely judgmental. But she made the best tea. Inko just stared. You lived in a magical dimension, with talking cats, who fly. And lecture you. Don't forget that part. A pause, then Inko burst out laughing, hand over her mouth. I want to meet them. You and half of Muzutofo, Izuku said with a smile. Izuku swiped to the next image. It was intense. Gajeel Red Fox stood front and center, arms crossed, metal studs in his arms catching the light like polished fangs. He looked like he'd just lost a fight or won it very aggressively. At his feet, barely knee-high, stood Panther Lily in full miniature combat mode, tiny cape, oversized sword, dead serious expression. Inko leaned in slowly, squinting. That's another cat. Exceed, Izuku corrected automatically. That's Panther Lily. Gajeel's partner. Don't let the size fool you, he's terrifying. And he carries a sword. Bigger than him, yeah. Inko looked from the photo to Izuku and back again. You fought beside this? He gave her a sheepish grin. We trained together, too. Gajeel has a tough love thing. Heavy on the tough. Inko just stared at the photo a moment longer. You definitely didn't learn that at summer camp. He swiped through a few more. Wendy healing a wounded villager, Fried helping Izuku draw complex runes across a training field, Makarov napping in a chair with a paper balanced on his head. Izuku swiped one last time. The projection shimmered and settled into a quiet, gently lit scene. He was fast asleep, half sprawled across a battered guild couch. His rune notebook lay open on his chest, one arm dangling off the side. And curled on top of him not one, but all three exceeds. Happy was sprawled across his stomach, snoring with his mouth open. Carla was perched delicately on his shoulder, tail tucked neatly around her paws like she tolerated this nonsense but secretly enjoyed it. And Panther Lily, in his smaller form, was seated squarely on Izuku's chest like some kind of feline sentry, arms crossed, eyes closed in what might have been a nap or a battle-ready meditation. Inko let out a sound somewhere between a laugh and a gasp. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, Izuku." He rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. "They sort of adopted me. Or maybe I adopted them. I'm still not sure." Her hand came up to her mouth, eyes glistening. "You were loved," she said softly. He nodded. "Still am." The photo hovered there, casting a warm glow across their faces as the cab turned the final corner toward home. The cab rolled to a quiet stop just outside their apartment building, its engine purring low as the doors unlocked with a soft click. Inko paid the driver, then stepped out, pulling her coat tighter against the evening breeze. Izuku followed, gaze drifting upward. The building wasn't tall, just 3 floors of beige concrete and soft-lit balconies, but to him, it felt like stepping into a photograph. Static. Familiar. Faintly surreal. They walked in silence up the stairs and down a narrow hallway that creaked underfoot in the exact same spots it always had. Inko unlocked the door, pushed it open with a small huff of breath, and just like that, he was back. The scent hit him first. Soy sauce and warm wood. Laundry detergent. His mom's floral hand cream. The faintest trace of cinnamon from a candle that had long since burned out. It wrapped around him like a blanket. Inko stepped aside to let him in fully. "Still smells like home, doesn't it?" Izuku didn't answer right away. He just nodded, eyes scanning the space. The entryway, the familiar kitchen counter, the cozy living room with the same couch they'd had since he was 5. Nothing had changed. Except him. He toed off his boots and stepped into the apartment like he was afraid he'd break something. His magic still hummed faintly under his skin, subtle, but ever present. The old world felt delicate now, like paper folded too many times. Inko disappeared into the kitchen to start the rice. "Go ahead and look around," she called. "I didn't touch your room, just cleaned it once a week." He made his way down the short hall, heart hammering for no reason at all. The door creaked when he pushed it open. His room was exactly as he remembered. The All Might posters still covered half a wall, faded but proudly displayed. His old notebooks lined the shelf, each with carefully labeled spines. A tiny green All Might plush sat on the pillow, one arm slightly lopsided from years of over-squeezing. Izuku stepped in and stood there, staring. Then slowly, he dropped his bag onto the bed and sat down beside it. The mattress dipped with a familiar squeak. He looked at the posters, then down at his rune-scarred hands. So much had changed. But here, this room had waited for him. He let out a long, quiet breath. And smiled. The sound of running water filled the kitchen as Inko rinsed the rice, her motion slow, almost meditative. The click of the stove. The soft clatter of bowls. The gentle sizzle of oil heating in a pan. Outside the window, the city buzzed on neon lights flashing, trains rumbling in the distance, but in this tiny apartment, time felt still. She moved with practiced ease, adding onions to the pan, then the sliced pork cutlet. The savory smell rose into the air like a memory, and for a moment, she had to pause, one hand resting lightly on the counter. He's really here. For so long, she had only his letters. Floating messages carried by magic across dimensions. Flickering images of battles, of training, of quiet moments with strange companions in a world she would never see. But now he was just down the hall. His boots by the door. His bag on his bed. His presence, warm and real, like a second heartbeat in the apartment. Inko smiled to herself and reached for the eggs. The katsudan bubbled gently in the pan, the smell filling the space like comfort itself. She stirred softly, humming a lullaby she hadn't sung in years. It didn't matter that he was different now. Stronger. Taller. Marked with glowing runes and a life she hadn't been part of. He was home. Tomorrow could wait. Tonight, her son was home. The first thing Izuku noticed was the silence. Not the kind you get when people are being polite. The kind that settles into the bones of a place soft, still, almost too quiet. No footsteps overhead. No Bixlow's dolls echoing boo at breakfast. No sizzling rune traps being recalibrated in the next room. No fried eggs accidentally catching fire. No laxus grunting about freeloading brats before taking them all out for lunch anyway. Just the distant sound of birds outside his window. A breeze brushing the curtains. The slow, steady rhythm of a life not lived on high alert. Izuku opened his eyes slowly, blinking into the pale morning light. Muzurifu. Not Magnolia. Not the spare apartment he shared with Fried and the rest of the Thunder God tribe. Not Fairy Tale. His room. He laid there, breathing in the scent of laundry soap and faint dust. His body still hummed softly with residual energy, a rune slot just past cooldown, its glow faded beneath his skin. One hand moved instinctively to trace the familiar lines over his heart. Insight trace draft still locked in. Good. He flexed his fingers. Still feels like mine. He sat up slowly, the morning light catching on the dark fabric draped over the chair beside his bed. His coat. Not just a coat, the coat. The one Fried had enchanted himself. Woven with threads soaked in his own magic. Stitched together by hands that knew runes better than language. A gift, a shield, a promise. Black, long, and weighty with meaning, it hung from the chair like a banner of who he'd become. The hem flared in soft waves, tipped in vivid green flame patterns sharp-edged, like liking magic. Every seam was threaded with protective enchantments, their energy dormant but ready, barely visible unless you knew what to look for. Across the shoulders, just below the collar, sat a faintly glowing emerald gild marked, the stylized fairy tale emblem, stitched in enchanted thread that pulsed with memory. A symbol of belonging, of chaos, of family. And all across the back, from collar to edge, ancient runes shimmered in soft emerald glow, protective wards, spell anchors, and a name written in a language Fairy Tale had taught him to own. Midoriya Izuku. Mage. Fighter. Family. He stood and crossed to it, fingers brushing the collar and tracing the curve of the guild symbol. He wouldn't wear it today. Today, he had to blend in. To look like a student, not a mage from another world. But soon, he'd wear it again. In the field. On missions. In front of crowds. He'd wear it not to stand out but to show exactly where he came from. And who he was. He rose with a quiet breath and stretched, his joints cracking back into motion. The weight of his coat, draped over the desk chair, felt a little heavier today. Or maybe it was just the morning. He stepped out into the hallway, guided by the familiar pull of breakfast smells. And the knowledge that in this world, at least his mother would already be awake. The kitchen was warm, the smell of grilled fish and tamagoyaki drifting through the air. Morning sunlight pooled across the floor like a golden blanket, soft and quiet. Izuku sat at the table, chopsticks in hand, trying not to inhale his rice too quickly. It tasted like comfort. Like home. Inko sat across from him, her sleeves rolled up, hair tied back. She smiled into her tea. You eat like you haven't had a real breakfast in years. He swallowed a bite, grinning. I haven't had your breakfast in years. That's different. She laughed, a light, happy sound, and for a moment, they just let the silence settle. Then, softly, she said, so, today. He blinked. Right. Today. Delta called. She said your placement exam at UA is scheduled for 3 days from now. Inko gave him a knowing look. Commission-sponsored candidate. Recommendation track. Very hush-hush. Izuku nearly dropped his chopsticks. Wait, UA recommendation exam? She nodded. Apparently, you've already been enrolled. Your paperwork is being fast-tracked. They just want to see what you can do in a real test setting. But from what Delta said, your place is already secured. Izuku sat back a little, absorbing that. So I'm not technically competing. Not exactly. Her eyes softened. But you're still proving yourself. He nodded, more to himself than her. That's fair. I'd rather earn it anyway. Inko sipped her tea, then said casually, by the way, we're having a few people over for dinner tonight. He narrowed his eyes, instantly suspicious. Who? She smiled innocently. The Bakugas. Izuku froze. Kaken. All of them, she said gently. They were important to you. And whether or not things are still easy between you two, they deserve to see you again. He looked down at his bowl, thumb tracing the edge. Okay. It's just dinner, Izuku, she said softly. Not a rematch. He exhaled, the tension in his shoulders loosening just a bit. Okay, he repeated. Yeah. I can handle dinner. Good. She stood and started gathering dishes. But if you're going to pass for a student in public, you'll need something a little more modern. Izuku looked down at his outfit-layered tunic, rune-stitched cloak, enchanted thread glimmering faintly under the sunlight. He coughed. Right. Clothes. That makes sense. Why don't we go shopping this morning? Just enough to get you through the week. You can keep the coat for your hero outfit, she added, already reading the protest on his face. He smiled, relieved. Thanks. Inko nodded, then looked back at him. Come on. Let's blend you in a little. It didn't hit him until they reached the first crosswalk. The blinking lights. The buzz of the crowd. A train whipping overhead on a rail that shouldn't float but did. Everyone moved so fast, eyes on their phones, voices in their earpieces, never stopping, never looking up. Izuku kept close to his mom, resisting the urge to reach for a barrier rune. He'd fought monsters. He'd survived guild missions that left craters in the countryside. But nothing had prepared him for modern Muzudafu on a weekend. Okay, Inko said, consulting a neatly folded shopping list. We'll start with the basics. Shoes, shirts, pants, underthings. Something casual enough to wear out, and something formal enough for interviews or UA meetings. Sounds good? Izuku nodded, eyes wide as he scanned the storefronts, each one more aggressively designed than the last. Sounds good, he said faintly. Also, is that a vending machine selling curry buns next to another vending machine selling umbrellas next to a vending machine selling USB-powered scarves? Progress, Inko said wryly. And don't try to scan them. They'll beep. He immediately stopped reaching for his magic sense. They started with shoes. Apparently, combat-grade enchantment boots didn't pass the UA dress code. Do these look normal? He asked, holding up a pair of red and white sneakers. Inko nodded. They look heroic. He flushed. That's not what I. She patted his arm. You're fine. Try them on. The next stop was outerwear. Izuku hovered awkwardly between a simple black jacket and a green hoodie until Inko nudged him gently toward the latter. Try this one. He held it up. It had All Might's face on the back mid-pose, teeth gleaming. Mom, he whispered, mortified. I can't wear this. It's like asking to get stared at. Inko raised an eyebrow. You used to sleep with a glow-in-the-dark All Might blanket. That was years ago. She smirked. You're still blushing. He reluctantly grabbed the hoodie. I'll wear it ironically. They passed by a row of holo ads showcasing the top pro heroes. Izuku slowed near one, eyes drawn to the projection of Mirko in mid-spin kick, then to best jeanist standing so aggressively denim it had to be intentional. Inko watched him quietly. You recognize them all, don't you? He nodded. I kept up. Through magic relays, mostly. You're going to stand beside them one day. He looked down at his hands glowing faintly now from the lingering pulse of energy under his skin. Yeah, he said softly. That's the plan. By the time they checked out, they had 2 shopping bags full of clothes, 1 extra pair of boots, and a small backpack that didn't scream wizard apprentice on field trip. As they left the last store, Izuku glanced around again, less startled now. The buzz of the city still pulled at his senses, but it didn't feel quite so overwhelming. Hey, Mom? Thanks. For all of this. I know I'm not exactly low maintenance. Inko gave him a sideways look. Izuku, I sent you to another dimension. I think a shopping trip is the least I can do. He laughed, really laughed this time, and it echoed through the street like sunlight. As they walked home, bags swinging at their sides, Izuku kept his rune-lined coat folded carefully over one arm. He was wearing his new hoodie now, hood up, hands in the pocket, and a black t-shirt underneath that simply read, dress shirt, in plain white font. Inko had nearly dropped her basket laughing when he picked it out. You're really going to wear that? She'd asked, wiping her eyes. It's for formal events, he replied solemnly. Now, as the city buzzed around them, the coat and the t-shirt felt like perfect opposites. One from the world that made him strong. The other from the world he came back to. Modern clothes for the life he was stepping into. The coat for the hero he was becoming. UA High School, conference room. The teachers of the hero course sat around a long table, papers and tablets arranged in neat piles. The projector hummed softly at the front of the room, displaying the current recommendation candidates file. Shoto Todoroki, present, Mike read aloud, tapping his stylus. Top marks from his private academy. Perfect combat scores. Quirk compatibility ranked S tier. Endeavor's son. Real subtle. Aizawa didn't bother looking up. Not a fan of legacy cases. He's powerful, Cementos said. And well-trained. DSPLN might be an issue, but he's not unfit. Agreed, Nizu said, tail flicking as he jotted a quick note. Next. The screen flipped. Yayorozu Momo. Well-spoken, high GPA, classical training, impeccable control over a complex quirk, Midnight said, nodding. Her file spotless. She's been mentored by several pros already, added Snipe. Definitely field capable. Alright, Nizu said, clicking to the next file. Final candidate on the commission-sponsored list Midoriya Izuku. A moment of silence passed. Aizawa frowned. That name doesn't show up on any prior school rosters. Because he's listed as homeschooled, the admin assistant offered, pulling up a summary. Quirk registered this year. Previously unclassified. Midnight squinted at the screen. No sports history. No hero prep schools. No local rec letters. No club affiliations. Not even a photo. Grades are solid, though, Present Mike said, scrolling. Very solid. Like, overachiever tier for someone with no teaching support. His quirks listed as archive copy, Snipe read aloud. Subtype, adaptive mimicry, rune-based channeling. What does that even mean? Nizu's eyes twinkled. I imagine we'll find out. Aizawa scrolled further, then paused. There's only one letter attached to the file, he said slowly. Not from a teacher. From Hawks. Everyone looked up. Hawks. Mike echoed. As in pro hero number 3 Hawks? Nizu tilted his head. Well, now I'm interested. Aizawa tapped to expand the file. To whom it may concern at UA. Look, I don't write a lot of these. You probably won't find me endorsing many students, especially not ones who haven't technically attended school here. But this kid? Midoriya Izuku? He's the real deal. I can't tell you how I know that. Not yet. But I've seen him in action. And I've seen what he's capable of. Consider this my official recommendation. Hawks. Aizawa leaned back, brow furrowed. Well, that's vague. Midnight blinked. But why would Hawks write a rec for someone like this? He's seen something, Nizu said, more to himself than the room. The commission doesn't waste moves. And Hawks doesn't hand out endorsements like candy. He looked up, smiling. Let's see what this Midoriya can do. After an exhausting, if productive shopping trip, Izuku found himself elbow-deep in carrots. Diagonal slices, not too thin, Inko instructed over the soft hiss of rice bubbling on the stove. Like you're trying, but not trying too hard. Izuku glanced at her. Is that a cooking tip or a metaphor for tonight? Inko just smiled. The kitchen was cozy with motion steam rising from the miso pot, the clink of utensils, the warm glow of the overhead light making everything feel just slightly nostalgic. Izuku moved carefully, sleeves rolled up, trying not to get soy sauce on his new hoodie. Dinner prep felt normal. Almost. But his mind wasn't quiet. The Bakugas. Kaken. He hadn't seen Katsuki in years. Not since before the portal. Not since quirkless Izuku had stopped trying to keep up and started preparing to disappear. Their last real conversation had been. Well, it hadn't been a conversation. It had been a series of explosions and shouted insults. What's he going to think when he sees me now? Hey, Inko said softly, breaking his spiral. You're overthinking again. He blinked. Sorry. She handed him the tray of katsudon cutlets. Put these on the pan. And don't worry. No one's expecting you to prove anything tonight. I know, he muttered, sliding them into the hot oil. You've already done more than anyone expected. He didn't answer right away. The sizzle of the pan filled the silence. Then ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Inko wiped her hands on a towel. That's them. Izuku froze for a fraction of a second. Then nodded. I'll get it. He stepped out of the kitchen, hard doing things it hadn't done since his first guild mission, and opened the door. And before he could get a single syllable out, Mitsuki Bakugo launched forward and pulled him into a rib-crushing hug. Holy hell, kid, look at you, she half laughed, half scolded, voice already thick with emotion. You're so DMN tall. What VE you been doing, lifting bears? Mitsuki-san, he wheezed, caught between awkward and genuinely touched. You were tiny the last time I saw you, she huffed, holding him at arm's length, looking him up and down like he was a remodeled sports car. Inko said you bloomed late, but she didn't say you turned into a model while you were at it. I grew, he offered weakly. She rolled her eyes. Understatement of the year. Behind her, Masaru offered his trademark calm smile and stepped forward once his wife released Izuku. It's really good to see you, Izuku-kun. You've grown into yourself. Izuku bowed politely. Thank you, Masaru-san. It's really good to be back. And then there was Katsuki. Standing a few steps back, leaning against the railing, arms crossed. He hadn't spoken yet. His usual explosive energy wasn't radiating off him, but the tension was there, just under the surface, coiled like a fuse that hadn't been lit. Izuku's eyes met his. And for a moment, it was like being six again, two boys on opposite ends of a widening gap. But this time, Izuku didn't flinch. "Hey," he said. "Calm. Direct." Katsuki's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't snarl. Didn't bark. Just looked him over from head to toe, taking in the longer hair, the steadier posture, the strange not quite normal way his skin seemed to hum with leftover energy. TCH. He looked away, but not before muttering, "Took you long enough." Izuku's mouth twitched into a grin. "Yeah. Sorry about that." Katsuki didn't reply, but he followed the others inside without another word. Mitsuki had already made it halfway to the kitchen by then, sniffing the air like a bloodhound. "Is that katsu curry?" "Oh hell yes, I haven't had Inko's cooking in forever." "Move, gremlins." Masaru chuckled and followed her in, offering Inko a small, respectful bow as he passed. That left the door open for just a second longer. Katsuki paused as he passed Izuku, just enough for their shoulders to brush. His voice was low. Muted. Like it wasn't meant to be heard by anyone else. "You really got a quirk, huh?" Izuku didn't look away. "Something like that." Another grunt. No sarcasm. No bite. Only tension. And something like uncertainty. Then Katsuki was inside, shoes off, hands jammed in his pockets. Izuku closed the door behind him. Okay, he thought, that went better than expected. And that set the tone for dinner. Warm. A little loud. Just awkward enough to feel real. Mitsuki dominated half the conversation, peppering Inko with questions while simultaneously scolding Katsuki for not eating more vegetables. Masaru was as gentle as ever, asking Izuku quiet questions between bites, never pushing too hard. And Katsuki? He mostly scowled at his rice. But he didn't leave. Didn't snap. Didn't challenge him. He listened. And maybe that was enough for now. After they left, Izuku sat alone on the balcony for a while, watching the city buzz below. His new clothes folded neatly in his closet. His coat resting over the chair like a promise. Runes still faintly pulsing under his skin. Tomorrow, he'd walk through the doors of UA High School. Not as a quirkless boy desperate to belong. But as someone who'd carved power from nothing, and brought it home across worlds. He wasn't sure what came next. But he was ready to find out. UA Principal's office, late evening. The city was beginning to dim beyond the wide windows, twilight stretching soft and gold across the skyline. Most of the school had long since gone quiet. But Principal Nizu was still working. A steaming cup of black tea sat beside him, half-finished and forgotten. His attention was fixed on the tablet in his paws, scrolling through lines of data far beyond the recommendation profile the staff had reviewed earlier. He dug deeper. And the surface-level mystery had quickly become something far more fascinating. Homeschooled, he mused aloud, voice light. Yes, that's one way to put it. There were flags buried in the government files. Traces of magical relay logs. Energy readings marked undisclosed, anomalous origin. Commission clearance tags so deep they almost looped back to classified. And a glowing report from a pro-hero known for being vague and impossible to pin down. Nizu clicked softly through the embedded scans, notations in symbols that didn't match any known written language, glowing faintly even through the interface. Rune structures. Spell anchors. Replication signatures with mirrored feedback. He chuckled to himself. Not a quirk, then, he said. Not in the traditional sense. He swiveled his chair slightly, tail flicking with interest. Someone from another system. Another paradigm. Trained outside the box and now dropped into it. A moment passed. Then Nizu beamed, sharp and delighted. How absolutely chaotic. He picked up his tea again, took a sip, and hummed with satisfaction. I do hope the testing bots are ready, he added, smiling over the rim of his cup. Insurance only covers predictable outcomes. The door to the principal's office hissed open with the sound of precise hydraulics. Aizawa stepped inside, disheveled and dry-eyed, scarf loose around his neck like an afterthought. His boots were still dusted from patrol, and the circles under his eyes were more trenched than shadow. He didn't bother to sit. You summoned me at 4 a.m, he said flatly. I got in at 2. Why? A.m. I here. Nizu looked up from his tablet, expression unreadable for once. No chipper greeting. No tea steam curling from a delicate cup. Just silence and focus. That put Aizawa on edge immediately. You're not usually this serious unless something's exploded or started talking. Nizu tapped the screen once, locking it. This is a matter of high confidentiality. Officially, only certain members of the HPSC executive branch and heroes who've held top 3 status for 3 consecutive months are cleared to know. Aizawa's brow twitched. You're not answering my question. I will. Nizu steepled his paws. But first, a question for you. A beat. What do you know about magic? Aizawa blinked. That it's a fringe theory. A few street-level rumors. Old wives' tales and psych-quirk hallucinations. Nizu's eyes glinted. Incorrect. He tapped the tablet again. A schematic appeared, runes overlaid over skeletal musculature, energy lattices forming impossible angles. A humanoid figure, glowing with annotated sigils. Magic is real, Nizu said. But in this world, with very few weak exceptions, no one born and raised here can use it with strength. The leading theory is that long ago, refugees from another world crossed over. Their descendants were the first quirk holders. Aizawa folded his arms. There are rumors in the underground. Some groups talk about purebloods or true power. Nothing ever verified. Because the ones with proof aren't talking, Nizu said. Until now. He swiped to another page. Portals. Energy signatures. A stylized map of dimensional corridors with stabilization rings annotated in fine red. Nowadays, the Commission monitors and controls any displacement from Fiori to here and vice versa. Took quite a bit of time, power, and political leverage to lock that system down. But they did. Quietly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed further. Why are you telling me this? Nizu's smile was thin and deliberate. Because this year, UA will host its very first mage. A pause. And he will be in your class. Aizawa's jaw worked for a second, but no words came out. Then, dryly, don't tell me it's Izuku. Midoriya checked his reflection in the front window before stepping outside. Simple. Clean. Intentional. He wore a fitted, high-collared athletic shirt in dark forest green, breathable, stretch-woven, and rune-reinforced at the seams. The material clung just enough to stay out of the way during combat, but the subtle silver threading at the cuffs gave it a formal edge. His black training pants were cut just shy of tactical, sleek enough to pass in a school hallway but sturdy enough to survive a fall from 3 stories. Over it all, he wore a lightweight gray jacket, sleeveless, cropped just below the ribs, and clasped only at the collar. It hung open in the back, the entire spine seam held together with a concealed clasp designed to tear away cleanly the moment wings manifested. A gift from Fried. Style is a weapon too, he'd said. Make them wonder what's under the hood. Izuku smirked faintly at the memory as he adjusted the jacket one last time. No coat today. Not yet. That was for later. The car waiting outside their apartment was sleek, silent, and unmarked jet black with polished edges that caught the morning light like a blade. It didn't purr like an engine. It hummed, low and precise, every movement smooth in a way that felt unnatural. Izuku hesitated for a breath before stepping inside. Not because he was nervous, well, okay, maybe a little, but because the air around the vehicle felt wrong. Not dangerous. Just artificial. It wasn't magic. Not exactly. But there was energy here different than what he'd trained in. Harder. Colder. No flow. Just compression. Like tech trying to mimic something it didn't fully understand. He filed the thought away. Another piece of this world to study later. Delta was already waiting inside. Dark glasses. Professional silence. A tablet resting on her lap, fingers scrolling through it at a speed that made him wonder if she ever blinked. You look calm, she noted, not looking up. Izuku shrugged as he buckled in, then with a straight face, when in doubt, fake it. The car slid into traffic with barely a sound. He let his gaze drift to the window, streets passing in a blur of steel and neon, morning commuters flowing like water around them. And then he flexed his fingers, slow and steady, letting the familiar pressure behind each joint remind him of the runes beneath the skin. 3 active. All locked in. Rune slot 1, Era. Mobility. Air advantage. Controlled descent. A familiar comfort, happy, approved. Rune slot 2, Rune magic. Versatility. Traps, barriers, and commands. The core of his control-based strategy. Rune slot 3, Ice make, Graze branch. Offense. Constructed power. Shaping magic into weapons, shields, and ranged projectiles. Harder to maintain, but clean and impactful. They pulsed faintly beneath his shirt, barely noticeable unless you knew what to look for. Protective magic laid down in stable layers, each chosen with care and intention. Not too flashy. Not too soft. Not overwhelming. Just enough to prove himself. You've prepped for this, Delta said, still not looking up. He glanced her way. You read the energy readings again? I read the Commission's betting pool. She finally looked at him over her glasses. You're the wild card. Odds are stacked both ways. Izuku gave her a crooked grin. At least I'm not boring. The car curved onto the road leading toward UA's main campus. The buildings loomed in the distance, impressive, sleek, and impossibly clean. The sun caught the roof panels, sending flashes across the glass like a spotlight aimed from heaven. Izuku sat forward slightly. Whatever came next, he was ready. Observation room, UA faculty POV. The observation deck was quiet, but alert. A row of monitors displayed feeds from the school's southern courtyard, where a small number of students were starting to arrive. Only 8 this year, each a hand-picked recommendation, sponsored by pros or agencies. Midnight leaned forward, chin resting on her fist. So, who's our mystery student again? The one the commission's backing? Midoriya Izuku, Snipe said, scrolling through the digital file. No previous school record. Homeschooled. Quirk registered this year. Class type, adaptive mimicry. Subtype, rune-based channeling. Sounds, theatrical, Midnight mused. Or made up, Present Mike added, glancing sideways. There's barely anything in here. No competition records. No footage. No training history. He's not from any of the prep academies either, Cementos noted. No rec clubs. No sports. Just, test scores. Good test scores, Nizu said pleasantly from his perch at the console. Very high aptitude in theory, physics, and strategy. A curious profile. Aizawa said nothing considering this morning's discussion, his eyes narrowed faintly as the file hovered on screen. Outside, a sleek black car rolled to a stop at the curb. Midnight whistled softly. That's not a family sedan. Commission transport, Nizu confirmed, tail flicking with interest. How considerate of them. The car door opened. And a boy stepped out. Tall, lean, with forest green hair pulled back in a loose tie. His clothes were clean-cut but practical modern athletic wear layered with a sleeveless jacket that shifted as he moved, like it was made to accommodate more than a normal silhouette. He moved with purpose. Like he belonged. But there was something off. The cameras struggled for a split second, just a flicker, a dropped frame, like the system couldn't quite map him. Then it smoothed over. Normal again. Aizawa's eyes narrowed further. That him? Present Mike asked. Nizu didn't even look away from the screen. It is. Momo Yaoyorozu stood near the tall windows of the temporary candidate lounge, hands clasped neatly in front of her. The morning sun lit the clean lines of the UA conference space. Polished tile gleaming underfoot. Everything was sharp, intentional, composed. Just like her. There were 6 other students in the room, some chatting in pairs, some with pro sponsors hovering nearby. She recognized a few immediately. Shoto Todoroki, standing like a glacier near the far wall. No sponsor beside him, but he didn't need one. His presence and his father's reputation spoke volumes. He hadn't said a word since arriving. 2 candidates from CI Academy whispered near the refreshments table, throwing occasional glances at Todoroki when they thought he wouldn't notice. One boy was loudly recounting a rescue scenario to a pro hero she didn't recognize. And Momo simply watched. Who will UA choose to shape the future? She wondered. Who do they think is ready for real hero work? Her eyes flicked to the clock. 5 minutes until the scheduled briefing. That's when the final candidate entered. He didn't announce himself. No fanfare and no sponsor. Just a quiet step through the doors, a small nod to the teacher at the desk, and the kind of posture that said, I've done this before, just not here. Tall. Slightly older looking. Deep green hair tied back loosely. He wore athletic gear, functional but layered with odd details, a sleeveless jacket with a clasped collar, fabric that shifted with his movements like it was designed to break away. Something about him didn't read like a typical hero trainee. And yet? He carries himself like he's already a pro, like he already has field experience, Momo thought, frowning slightly. She watched him cross the room, polite but reserved, gaze scanning the others with careful, measured attention. Strategic. Controlled. He wasn't nervous. He was reading them. Their eyes met, just briefly. His gaze wasn't sharp. Not hostile. Just curious. She nodded to him. He nodded back. Momo felt a flicker of instinct tighten in her chest. She didn't know his name. But whoever he wasn't here to lose. Delta stood just outside the exam hall entrance, tablet in hand, sunglasses still firmly in place despite the indoor lighting. Her posture was relaxed, but her presence radiated precision like a scalpel left on the edge of the table. The UA staff member assigned to intake Pro Hero Bracer, if her memory served, approached with a slight bow. Commission Handler Delta, he said politely. You're cleared to observe if you'd like to remain on site. She shook her head once. Not necessary. You'll have everything you need in the data stream. He nodded, then hesitated. I understand the candidate under your supervision is atypical. Delta didn't blink. You could say that. There's no field record. No sparring data. No quirk tape, just theoretical aptitude scores and a vague reference from Pro Hero Hawks. Delta tilted her head. And yet, he's here. A pause. Bracer straightened. Understood. We'll handle it professionally. I'm sure you will. She handed him a sealed drive. This contains his clearance level and observation allowances. No footage of his performance is to be made public unless pre-approved by the commission. He took it carefully. Of course. Delta turned without further comment, heels clicking once against the tile before she vanished down the hall. She didn't look back. But she was smiling. Shoto Todoroki stood with his hands tucked in his pockets, back to the wall, and eyes half-lidded as the other recommendation candidates settled in. The room was large, bright, and too clean. Glass walls on two sides. A mirrored panel above the long desk where the proctor would eventually appear. Every surface is polished to the point of sterility. He hated rooms like this. Too much light. No shadows to settle into. He'd recognized a few faces. Yayorozu, of course. Private school, top-ranked. Poised and precise, always watching. A couple of others wore the same stiff posture kids raised in hero prep academies or trained under pro family names. And then there was him. The loud one. He wasn't from any name Shoto knew. Not some polished legacy student. Just intense. Hair wild, voice louder than necessary, posture ramrod straight like he was trying to hold up the ceiling with pure conviction. He'd already introduced himself. Loudly. Twice. Shoto hadn't retained the name. What he did retain was the stare. Not the curious kind, not like the green-haired boy who entered late and catalogued the room with calm, strategic interest. No, this one was fiery in a way that had nothing to do with heat. Judgmental. Driven. He'd looked at Shoto like he'd seen something rotten. And then he'd said it. Someone like you, with that face, and that fire? You're just like him. Shoto didn't remember what he'd replied. He only remembered walking away before he did something he'd regret. Now, that boy stood across the room, gesturing wildly to no one in particular, talking about wind pressure and impassioned hero spirit like he was delivering a speech. Shoto didn't listen and let his gaze wander elsewhere. The girl from the private academy Yayorozu was looking toward the last arrival again. The green-haired boy. Shoto hadn't seen him enter. 1 minute the room had been quiet. The next, he'd simply been there, shoulders straight, gaze calm, outfit deliberately low profile, but with strange details. Sleeveless jacket. Fingerless gloves. Movements too smooth. Not trained the same way, but trained nonetheless. Not like us, Shoto thought, without judgment. Just fact. He turned away before their eyes could meet. Let the others get distracted. Doesn't matter who they are. I'm not here to make friends. A subtle click echoed through the waiting room as the mirrored panel above the desk dimmed, then lit up with a crisp blue glow. An unseen speaker chimed. Attention, recommendation candidates. Please proceed through the west doors. Your physical aptitude assessment will begin shortly. No dramatic music. No fanfare. Shoto moved immediately. So did the others, some faster than others. Loud boy nearly tripped over his own certainty trying to be first out the door. Yayorozu was close behind him, eyes already scanning for tactical cues. The rest fell into step with practiced control or nervous hesitance. Shoto walked at a steady pace, no need to rush. The green-haired boy was already ahead of him. He hadn't pushed. He hadn't lingered. He just moved. Efficient. Like someone who'd run 100 drills no one else had seen. Shoto narrowed his eyes slightly, more curious than suspicious. The hallway opened up into a wide, open-air arena, massive, clean, and surrounded by glass-paneled walls on 3 sides. Observation drones hummed faintly overhead. The artificial sunlights kicked in as the students filed out. Steel platforms. Dust-free ground. Modular walls already shifting into new formations. This is it. Shoto flexed his fingers slowly. Cold kissed his palm, familiar, steady. Fire curled behind his ribs, uninvited but never gone. He didn't need a speech. Didn't need a warm-up. Just a reason to move. Yamada Hizashi, present mic, part-time pro, full-time volume, stood on the raised platform above the training track, mic in hand, shades gleaming under the sharp morning light. Below, 8 students lined the edge of UA's obstacle track. Each had a number pinned to their chest and their name recorded by the system. Hand-picked candidates from around the country, some from prep academies, some from powerful agencies, and one, he noted with interest, sponsored directly by the commission. A little chaos. Just how he liked it. Welcome, hopeful listeners, he called out, voice echoing across the training field. This is the UA recommendation entrance exam physical portion. He gave them a second to take it in. No one twitched. Good composure. You'll each run a 3-kilometer obstacle course filled with shifting terrain, movement hazards, and a few surprises. It's not just a foot race. This tests about how you move, how you think, and whether you can keep your cool when things go sideways. The field rumbled faintly behind him, low hills rising, metal ramps unfolding, a narrow balancing beam shivering into position. There was even a brief shimmer of hardlight panels flickering at the far end. Nothing fancy, but plenty to trip up the overconfident. Present Mike grinned, pacing in front of the panel as the digital timer flicked online. You'll be going in 2 groups of 4. Each of you has been assigned a number, and your time will be recorded and reviewed by the full faculty panel. He paused just long enough for tension to catch. This test does not reward dirty tricks. Any deliberate interference with another candidate will result in immediate disqualification. Cooperation is optional, but how you handle obstacles and people is part of what we're watching. He glanced at the group. The first 4 had already stepped into place: Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Urashi, and Arisawa, a quiet girl from Fukuoka whose quirk glimmered faintly around her fingers. In the second row stood Midoriya, and 3 others, all sizing each other up subtly, as if trying to guess how long they'd have to wait. Present Mike lifted a hand. First group, get ready. Second group, stand back and take notes, you'll be out there soon enough. He tapped the start panel. A yellow light blinked on. 3, 2, 1. Go! The first 4 shot forward. And somewhere behind the line, Midoriya's eyes narrowed, already watching, already calculating. Izuku stood just behind the starting line, part of the second batch. His number tag was neatly pinned to the front of his jacket, his sleeves rolled just high enough to avoid catching wind mid-run. The air buzzed faintly with leftover kinetic discharge from the first group. Beside him stood Ida Tenya, all crisp lines and perfect posture. Ida Tenya, the boy said, bowing formally. Semi-private academy. It's a pleasure to compete alongside you. Izuku. Midoriya, Izuku answered, mirroring the bow. Nice to meet you. Ida gave him a quick once-over, not hostile, but definitely sizing him up. I must admit, I'm not familiar with your background. Were you trained abroad? Izuku smiled lightly. Something like that, yes. Homeschooled. That seemed to throw Ida off just enough for the conversation to stall. The 2 others in their group shifted slightly. One was a girl with bright eyes and a reptilian grin, Tokage Setsuna, if he remembered right. Split body quirk. Strong aerial control. Highly mobile, if tricky to track. The other was Hananuki Juzo, stocky, easygoing stance, but with a quirk that could soften terrain like clay. A natural disruptor. Good against rigid plans. Before he could think more on it, Present Mic's voice rang out overhead and the first group launched. Izuku's attention snapped to the field. Urashi was raw chaos. The wind erupted under his feet, launching him over nearly half the course in bursts. He moved with sheer momentum, shouting as he went, redirecting air in wide bursts that nearly knocked a hazard zone flat. Not subtle, but incredibly effective. Todoroki moved like frost personified, perfect lines, no hesitation. His ice froze entire sections of the course, locking unstable platforms into static bridges and cutting down on movement waste. But his movements were just slightly off. Not in control. Too cold. His left side isn't balancing the heat. His thermoregulation must be compromised, Izuku thought. He's using his ice, but not his fire. Why? Side effect? Limiter? Psychological block? He filed that thought away. Yaoyorozu was behind him but adapting rapidly. She produced a metal staff, vaulted a twisting platform, and created a parachute glider hybrid to control her descent. Not the fastest, but easily the most efficient use of her quirk so far. Controlled. Calculated. The fourth runner, Arisawa, a girl with kinetic shock pulses, kept her profile low, hopping hazard zones and redirecting course pressure without drawing attention. Smart. She was obviously less trained than Todoroki or Yaoyorozu, and her quirk way less powerful than Urashi, but her control seems excellent, elegant even, and makes up for her lack in other areas. Urashi landed first. Bombastic. Grinning. Todoroki followed not far behind, expression unreadable but jaw tight. Yaoyorozu arrived third, her landing graceful and her posture composed. Then Arisawa, with no fanfare, but efficient nonetheless. Izuku flexed his fingers slowly. Not from nerves, just energy sinking. 3 active rune slots. Ballot box with check era for wings and vertical control. Ballot box with check rune magic for command glyphs and battlefield utility. Ballot box with check ice make for structured offense and crowd control. Each one locked and ready. Each one tested. Each one his. The light turned yellow. Izuku exhaled slowly, gaze drifting across the course, absorbing every elevation shift, every terrain detail, every subtle vibration of energy trapped in the structural seams. Now it was his turn. Aizawa stood near the edge of the raised control platform, arms crossed, scarf unmoving in the wind. The second group was lining up below Midoriya, Ida, Tokage, and Hananuki, all standing in a loose row as the system reset the Track. He'd already made mental notes on the first batch. Todoroki was effective, but cold figuratively and literally. His refusal to use one half of his quirk would be a liability if not addressed. Yaoyorozu showed versatility and control solid candidate material. Urashi was powerful, but impulsive. The kind who could shine or crash depending on how fast his brain caught up with his body. Now comes the second batch. And Midoriya. Keep an eye on the green one, Nizu had told him quietly, hours before the exam. You'll want to see what he does with pressure. Aizawa didn't need the hint. There was something about the boy's stillness, his posture. He wasn't anxious, like Ida, or coiled with energy, like Tokage. He wasn't trying to stand out or sink into the background. He was watching. Not the teachers. Not the crowd. The course. Aizawa had seen that look before. In some of his best students. Pre-planning everything before the first step. The system pinged. Countdown reset. Present Mick's voice boomed overhead again, enthusiastic as always. All right, second set of hopeful listeners, this is your moment. Step up to the line. All 4 students moved forward. Midoriya walked with quiet ease. His clothes were functional athletic pants, fitted high-collared shirt, reinforced sneakers. Nothing flash. But something pulsed faintly beneath the fabric right over his chest. A soft green flicker, gone before Aizawa could isolate it. Rune-based mimicry, the file had said. He wasn't sure what that meant. But he was about to find out. The light blinked. 3, 2, 1. Go! The buzzer hit 0. 4 students launched forward. Ida surged ahead immediately, engines in his calves flaring with clean propulsion. Predictable. Efficient. Clearly trained in speed-focused environments. He was fast, but not adapting yet, just bulldozing forward. Tokage scattered almost instantly, her body splitting into dozens of pieces, swirling around the first platform zone like a tactical snake. Smart. She was controlling the angle of descent while testing the zone for movement triggers. Hananuki softened the first sharp ramp with a wave of his hand, flattening it into a slope for a smooth slide. Versatile. Minimal wasted energy. And then Midoriya moved. He didn't sprint. He ran 3 steps, leapt forward, then the air shimmered. With a soft green pulse, a pair of wings burst from his back. Glowing, translucent, feathered but edged in rune lines that flickered as they stabilized. They didn't flap so much as shift, riding the air in controlled bursts, guiding him upward and over the first platform hazard. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Wings. Snipe murmured behind him. That on file? No flight quirk listed, Cementos added. It's not a quirk, Aizawa said, watching the shape of the wing construct flex mid-turn. Not in the conventional sense. Midoriya banked hard left, dodging a swinging pendulum hazard, then activated something else. His foot tapped a glowing rune that briefly flared into a directional glyph. The hazard arm reversed course, slamming into another platform and clearing it for Tokage, who zipped through the opening seconds later. Aizawa's brow rose a fraction. He just cleared the path for another student, Midnight noted, blinking. Deliberately? Could have gained a lead with that opening, Snipe muttered. Didn't. Not just observing, Aizawa thought. Intervening. Strategically. Midoriya dropped low, swooped through a gap, then landed in a run again. His form was fluid, clearly trained, but nothing about it screamed child prodigy the way Todoroki or Urashi had. This was something else. It was methodical. Everything he did had layers. Controlled. Anchored. Someone trained him, Aizawa said quietly. Not just drilled. Taught. Behind him, Nizu sipped his tea and didn't look away from the screen. Indeed, he said, smiling. Isn't it delightful? Midoriya didn't fly far. After clearing the initial arc of the course, he dropped low again, tucking his wings in with a practiced precision that spoke of long training. No wasted movement. No dramatic flair. Just control. A floating platform spun ahead slick and tilted from residual condensation. One of the harder obstacles. Ida had nearly lost balance. Tokage had split across it. Hananuki had softened it enough to roll. Midoriya? He slapped his palm to the ground and a faint pulse of green light flared from beneath his hand. Glowing, geometric ice burst up in a perfect arc, stepped, angled, and pre-measured like a staircase. The structure rose across the hazard, matching the tilt of the platform and the wind resistance of the upper zone. He wasn't reacting. He was building. Midnight leaned forward slightly, brow furrowed. Did he just conjure that? I didn't see any tools. Snipe whistled. That ain't a standard quirk format. Aizawa said nothing at first. Just watched. He planned that 2 obstacles ahead. The movement. The layout. The exact spacing of the ice platforms pre-calculated. Like someone used to mapping space mid-motion. Not a brawler. A technician. A field mage. But there was no known classification for what he was doing. Not in Japan's quirk records. And yet, it felt familiar. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He knew a few underground types with abilities that moved like this, structured abilities, built from logic and intent instead of instinct. He logged it mentally. Would ask Nizu later. Midoriya landed cleanly, wings flickering as he tucked into the final sprint. He didn't cross the line first. Didn't seem to care. He's measuring performance, not placement. Nizu set his teacup down with a soft clink behind him. Well, the principal murmured, tail twitching with satisfaction, he's just full of surprises. Aizawa didn't reply. But he didn't look away either. Midoriya landed softly, wings still flickering as they faded into motes of green light. The ice he'd conjured melted cleanly behind him, not dripping, but dissolving with an unnatural precision like the structure had never truly been part of the environment. A perfect finish. Not dramatic. Not messy. Intentional. Aizawa tracked his breathing. Calm. Not winded. Not pleased with himself either, just logging data. That's at least 3 different abilities, Snipe said flatly. Flight, those glowing symbols he used earlier, and now ice. 3 completely different forms of manipulation. Flight-type quirks rarely combine well with elemental control, Cementos added, frowning slightly. Unless you're talking hybrid mutations, but that wasn't biological. Midnight crossed her arms. And? Those runes? I've never seen anything like that. They looked like constructed code. Aizawa interjected, well, his quirk is registered as a copy quirk, it's not a stretch that he can use different abilities concurrently. All Might, standing at the far edge of the room, narrowed his eyes. This kind of ability, multiple effects, multiple types, no clear origin, it reminds me of someone I once fought. The room quieted. A villain, he clarified, voice lower now. Powerful. Dangerous. He could use abilities that didn't belong to him. Not unlike what we just witnessed. Snipe shifted uncomfortably. You're saying this kid could be like that? All Might raised a hand. I'm not saying he is. Only that I've seen what that kind of potential looks like when twisted in the wrong direction. Aizawa spoke next, calm but firm. He hasn't misused it. Not here. And he didn't act like someone trying to impress or dominate. Cementos added, if anything, he pulled back. Didn't take first. Didn't show off. He helped another candidate mid-run and stayed efficient. Nizu smiled slightly, still watching the playback loop. Power is only half the equation. Intent fills in the rest. Midnight exhaled, folding her arms again. Still, if he's hiding more than he's showing, that's something we'll need to monitor. Aizawa nodded once. I'll keep an eye on him. Nizu's voice remained light. Do that. But remember, just because something could be dangerous doesn't mean it is. Sometimes, unpredictability is exactly what we need. All Might didn't argue. But he didn't look away from the screen either. Aizawa's jaw tensed just slightly. He didn't trust easily. But he trusted what he saw. Midoriya hadn't overreached. He hadn't flaunted anything. He'd helped another candidate mid-run, then downshifted his output without pushing for first place. His movements weren't showy, they were strategic. Trained. Whoever taught this kid hadn't just taught him power. They'd taught him restraint too. Keep watching, Aizawa said simply. He's not done yet. Setsuna Tokage was still catching her breath, half her body already reassembled by the time she hit the cooldown area. Phew! That was a rush, she grinned, stretching an arm that was still settling back into place. Can we do it again? No one answered. Too many students were hunched over or lying flat like roadkill. Even Hananuki was skiing air a little harder than usual. She bounced on her heels anyway, grinning to herself. Her eyes flicked toward the scoreboard. Yurashi, top of the board. No surprise there. Todoroki, all ice and brooding energy, right behind. And then there was. Her gaze caught on the kid in the green hoodie. Midoriya. Setsuna tilted her head, one eye drifting apart for a better angle as she squinted. He wasn't in the first group, she thought. Which means he was running behind me. But she remembered exactly when that flash of green hit the hazard zone, right when she was about to get clipped by that rotating arm. The glyph had popped like a traffic signal, and the hazard jerked off path. At the time, she thought it was a glitch. But now? She looked again. Midoriya was standing off to the side, wings gone, ice melted, looking calm, not smug, not tired. Just monitoring. Like the whole thing was a training run he designed and needed to review. He helped me, she realized. Mid-run. Without drawing attention. Her grin widened, sharp and curious. Oh, she murmured to herself, bouncing slightly on her toes. You're interesting. Because most of these recommended kids were strong. A few were flashy. But that one? That one thought like a pro. And that, Present mic boomed into his headset, wraps up the physical portion of this year's recommendation entrance exam. Applause crackled politely from the few scattered observers in the overhead box. Down on the track, students were stretching, hydrating, or mentally replaying every second of their runs. Most were still flushed from adrenaline. One or two looked like they'd walked through a hurricane and came out smiling. Present Mike grinned, adjusting his shades. Y'all brought the heat today, hopeful listeners, and now it's time to see if you've got brains to match your brawn. There were audible groans. He waggled a finger into the camera lens. Hey, don't give me that. Being a hero's not just about flashbangs and cool poses, you gotta think on your feet. And sometimes? One just has to think. He turned toward the side entrance of the arena as the heavy inner doors slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Up next is the written portion, proctored by UA's own man of multiplication, the chalkboard phantom himself, Ectoplasm. A ripple of unease passed through a few of the students. Present Mike gave them a thumbs up as he handed off the metaphorical mic. Best of luck, folks. No explosions allowed in this one. Unless you blow our minds. He winked. And stepped back. Ectoplasm stood at the front of the pristine testing hall, the smell of disinfectant still clinging faintly to the air. The students entered in a slow stream, still flushed from the obstacle course, sweat damp on brows, adrenaline not quite spent. Their steps echoed sharp in the sterile silence. This, too, was a battlefield. Just one with fewer bruises. Without a word, he summoned 2 duplicates, one posted by each wall. Then he waited, unmoving, until every seat was filled. 8 of them. Each student had earned their way here by different means, their names weighed with different histories. But now, they sat equal. Focused. He met Midoriya's gaze as the boy sat down. No outward signs of strain. No wild displays of quirk. Just alert eyes and hands that didn't shake. Ectoplasm tapped the table once. Begin. The screens lit up, bathing the room in a sterile glow. Timers ticked down, the soft hum of machinery replacing breathless silence. No further instructions. None needed. His clones moved soundless shadows. Not hunting for cheaters. Hunting for tension. Cracks in control. How they handled the pressure. The field had tested instinct. This would test resolve. The screen lit up. About 8 to 10 questions per section. Izuku's eyes flicked across the first question in the first section. Physics. He smiled. 3 taps, 1 quick calculation in his head, and the answer locked into place. Next. He flew through these with the ease of the well-prepared. Mathematics. Applied systems. A bit more complex, requiring diagram logic, but he'd studied under Fried, and his cousin could use runes formulae to trap time, and this was not actually rocket science. So he managed easily enough. Ethics. That one made him pause, but not for lack of knowledge. It was more cultural. What passed for ethical precedent here wasn't always what counted in Fiori. Still, he answered. He paced himself smooth and focused, hands flying across the keys as he moved from question to question. It was almost meditative. The numbers lined up. The concepts clicked. His mind sang in the silence. Then he hit history. Izuku squinted. Who led the first pro-hero oversight council in 2133, he murmured under his breath. Oh, right. Japan had one of those. He frowned slightly, chewing the inside of his cheek. Fiori, heroic tradition, had been more spontaneous. And usually on fire. Still, he remembered some of the crash courses Delta had crammed into his relays over the last few months. He answered carefully. Not quickly, but with certainty. Geography was worse. So many DMN prefectures. This country loves its labels, he muttered, marking 3 he wasn't sure of for review. But he didn't panic. He just took a bit more time and focus. In the end, he answered everything, even if some of his answers were more guesses than not. Then came the essay. A soft chime signaled its start. The screen cleared and new text appeared. Essay prompt. Discuss the ethical role of quirk regulation within hero society. In your view, where should the line between individual freedom and societal safety be drawn? Izuku's fingers hovered over the keyboard. He couldn't talk about where he really learned this lesson. Not openly. But the truth of it, what power looks like when it's left to rot, or when it's buried under red tape, that truth didn't need magic to explain. He began typing. Power is never neutral. When used without responsibility, it becomes dangerous. But too much control, too many restrictions can smother potential before it ever becomes purpose. The line between freedom and safety shouldn't be fixed. It should be flexible. Clear enough to protect people, but open enough to let power evolve with character. I believe regulation is necessary, but only if it teaches, not just punishes. People with strong quirks need structure, yes, but also trust. Otherwise, you end up with resentment, secrecy, or worse, people who break the rules because they've never been shown how to use their power with them. There's value in a little unpredictability. In letting people make mistakes they can learn from. Some of the most powerful people I've ever met didn't become heroes because of rules, they became heroes in spite of them. Control should never come at the cost of growth. He sat back and exhaled, fingers tingling faintly from the focused energy he hadn't even realized he was channeling into the keys. He needed to look out for that. As for the essay, he supposed the whole point was to give his honest opinion for consideration, and that's exactly what he gave. As for whether or not it would raise any flag, well, only time would tell. He hit submit. The final chime echoed across the testing room. Screens dimmed in unison. Keyboards locked with a soft click. Ectoplasm scanned the room slowly, his gaze sweeping over the examinees' 8 students, now frozen in the afterglow of effort. Some leaned back with relief. Others kept their eyes on the blank screens, replaying answers in their heads. One adjusted their tie. Another cracked their knuckles quietly beneath the desk. None of them seems to have had major difficulties. Not that he expected any outburst or anything, generally things were pretty smooth with the recommended students. Remain seated, he said calmly. You will be called for the interview portion in pairs. Follow the directional prompts on your screens. The room obeyed without question and stayed calm. Always easier to maintain order in these exams, if not because of their number, then because each of them represented somebody here, somebody more or less important that gave them the chance of a lifetime. None of them would screw it up at this stage. Ectoplasm didn't smile, but there was a flicker of something like approval in his stance as he turned toward the control panel. This group, he thought, has DSPLN. We'll see what else they have. Midoriya Izuku entered the room without hesitation. Not with bravado. Not with nerves. Just with purpose. Nizu watched him closely. The boy was dressed plainly, but deliberately, dark athletic slacks, a button-up beneath a fitted jacket, everything clean and unremarkable. Practical. Neutral. Designed not to stand out. A sharp contrast to the file Nizu had read or the whispers following the commission's interest. Trying not to leave an impression, HM? That, in itself, was an impression. Izuku bowed, polite and smooth. Thank you for your time. Please, have a seat, Nizu said warmly. Power Loader tapped his stylus against the screen. Midoriya Izuku. Homeschooled. Late bloomer. Strong grades across all general subjects. Your quirk is listed as archive copy, adaptive mimicry subtype. Can you explain it in your own words? Izuku nodded, posture relaxed but attentive. I'm able to temporarily replicate abilities I've analyzed, if I understand their structure well enough. It's limited in duration, and I can only use one active replication at a time unless I've pre-attuned to it. That takes prep. Nizu tilted his head. Pre-attuned? I can anchor a few abilities at the start of each day in what I call rune slots, mostly because they appear like tattoos on my body once selected. Those can be used with little to no limit for that day. Majima raised a brow. Sounds more like a system than a quirk. Izuku didn't flinch. It's how I've learned to manage it. Honest, but careful, Nizu noted. No embellishment or deflection. That's rare. Your academic record is exceptional for a student without formal enrollment, Nizu said conversationally. What motivated you to keep up? A pause. Not long enough to seem rehearsed, just respectful. I have wanted to be a hero since I was in diapers. I knew I'd need to meet UA's standards eventually. I didn't want my education to be the reason I wasn't ready. A goal-driven mindset, Nizu thought, tail curling faintly. Majima leaned forward. Say you get in. You're placed in a competitive class, surrounded by powerful peers. How do you respond to pressure? To losing? The way I grew up taught me that losing is as important in learning as winning. Izuku started. So to answer your question, I try to make the best of the situation I found myself in, and to learn something from it regardless of the outcome. It's not always easy or feasible, but I try. That got a small grunt of approval from Power Loader. Nizu kept his expression placid. And your goals? As I said, I want to be a hero, Izuku said simply. The kind people can rely on. The kind whose presence will inspire hope. There it was. Not the loudest answer. But Nizu felt the conviction behind it like that of a surgeon in the middle of an operation. He set his teacup down, claws light on the ceramic rim. One last question, Midoriya-kun, he said, tail curling with curiosity. Purely hypothetical, of course. Izuku sat up a touch straighter. Let's say you found yourself in a completely different world. One with different rules. Different systems. Expectations that don't match your own. What would you do? A pause. He could see the confusion, then realization. Then, learn the rules. Then learn about the people, then learn from them. Nizu blinked once. Izuku continued, steady but honest. I'd figure out how that world works, what it values, what it's afraid of. And then I'd try to find the part of it where I can help. That's all I ever wanted, here or elsewhere. So that's what I'd do. He shrugged slightly. You can't always be the hero you imagined. But you can still be someone who makes a difference. Majima raised an eyebrow. Nizu smiled slowly, like a cat finding cream where it least expected it. An excellent answer, he said, voice light. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. That will be all. The large screens at the front of the conference room cycled through footage from the physical exam. Teachers passed notes, muttered observations, and marked their final impressions. Let's begin with the physical exam, Nizu said, tail curling over his clipboard. Aizawa leaned back in his chair. Yurashi was pure force, high mobility, aggressive application of wind. He's effective, but reckless. Cementos added, he disrupted 3 sensors and destabilized another runner's balance. Not malicious, just uncontrolled. Trainable, Power Loader muttered, but he needs someone who can rein him in. Yayorozu showed solid tactical judgment, Midnight said. Controlled use of her quirk, creative in motion. She didn't improvise as much as she prepared for improvisation. And Todoroki? Present Mike prompted. A beat. Aizawa's voice was cool. His ice is calculated. But he's limiting himself. Cementos nodded. According to his file, his quirk is half hot, half cold. He avoided fire entirely. That'll be a problem if he keeps suppressing half his arsenal. Recovery Girl added, not to mention that it probably impeded whatever thermoregulation inherent to his quirk. Snipe squinted at the screen. Psychological limiter? Or instruction? Midnight answered, probably not instruction. I doubt Endeavor would block any child of his in using fire. Nizu didn't comment. Just tapped a note onto his pad. Do we really need to talk about Midoriya? His place is guaranteed, isn't it? Power Loader said, switching footage to the second batch. No, it isn't. A specific spot has been added just for him, so as to not restrict the number of recommendation students accepted. We can still refuse him as long as the reasoning is sound. The commission wouldn't be happy, but that is another issue entirely. Green glyphs flared across the screen, arrow wings bursting to life, command runes lighting under his boots, ice make platforms forming beneath his feet. Snipe scratched his chin. That's 3 different abilities. None of them overlap. And he didn't stumble once. Looks like 3 quirks to me, Midnight muttered. But his file only lists 1. Nizu's voice was pleasant. Adaptive mimicry. His abilities are copied, not innate. Power Loader nodded. He used each like he owned them. That shows training. Deep training. And preparation. He admitted the need for prep once a day for those concurrently used abilities. All Might, quiet until now, finally spoke. Multiple abilities with no visible drawback. No origin we can verify. That concerns me. Eyes turned his way. He continued, carefully. As I spoke about during the practical, years ago, I fought someone, dangerous. A villain who could use many quirks like they were his own. Not inherited, taken. He used them to destroy, to manipulate, to control. He didn't say the name. He didn't have to. This student Midoriya, he's not doing that, Aizawa said, evenly. He's not using them to dominate. He's helping. Planning. Holding back, even. Cementos added, he assisted another candidate mid-course when he could have surged ahead. His methods weren't just effective, they were considerate. Midnight leaned back. If he was a threat, he'd have shown it by now. All Might's jaw tensed. I'm not calling him a threat. I'm saying this kind of power deserves scrutiny. Because I've seen what it can become in the wrong hands. Nizu, still calm, set down his pen. Then we'll keep watching him. Closely. But I'd rather risk nurturing something extraordinary than fear it before it's had a chance to grow. If there are no other objections. Aizawa didn't look away from the screen. He's not trying to impress us. He's trying to measure himself. Nizu smiled faintly. And that, dear colleagues, is much harder to fake. He pauses, then continues, let's move to the essay. They all answered the core prompts, said Ectoplasm, flipping through digital scans. But only 2 or 3 showed any deeper thought beyond standard prep. Midoriya's was one of those, Power Loader added. He focused on the balance between control and chaos. Nizu tilted his head. Summarize it? Roughly, unregulated power is dangerous, but overregulation dulls potential. Chaos isn't inherently bad, it just needs accountability. Midnight raised a brow. So, nuance. And lived experience, said Aizawa, barely above a murmur. Nizu sipped his tea, satisfied. A soft chime on Nizu's tablet prompted the screen to change. The names appeared one by one on the central screen, each accompanied by the standard selection options. Go, warn, reject. The The staff conferred quietly, finalizing observations. Yayorozu Momo. White heavy checkmark go, unanimous. Composed, tactically intelligent, and quirk efficient. Clear top-tier candidate. Tokage Setsuna. White heavy checkmark go, majority. Inventive with her mobility. Thinks dynamically. Room to grow. Hananuki Juzo. White heavy checkmark go, unanimous. Reliable under pressure. Creative, adaptable, works well in uncertain terrain. Yorashi Inasa. White heavy checkmark go, warning warn, snipe, power loader. Powerful and driven. Needs tempering, but full of potential. Todoroki Shoto. Pause button waitlisted, split. Decision. Strong performance. Emotionally closed off. Unbalanced quirk usage suggests internal restraint or instability. Ida Tenya. Crossmark reject. Excellent DSPLN. Outperformed in the field. Better suited for standard exam track. Arisawa Mei, Fukuoka Prefecture. Crossmark reject. Technically competent, but lacked impact and clarity in both obstacle and written portions. Nizu tapped a key on his terminal. A new line appeared, separate from the standard recommendation list. Midoriya Izuku. Commission-sponsored candidate, special track. His name hovered alone. No go, warn, or reject options, just a glowing authorized tag stamped with the Nizu personal insignia. The room was quiet for a moment. Then All Might leaned forward, arms crossed, voice low. I don't question his intentions, he said. But that level of versatility, 3 distinct abilities, each deployed mid-run, it's rare. Risky. He paused. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but as I said previously, that kind of power going unchecked can be dangerous. I've seen it happen, and I won't let it happen again, not if I can help it. Aizawa didn't flinch. Midoriya didn't misuse his or even dominate the course. He helped another student instead of using the moment to gain advantage. Nizu stirred his tea gently, smiling just a touch. He's not the kind who seizes power for its own sake, the principal said. He used what he had when it mattered and no more than he needed. A beat of silence. Not all outliers are dangerous, Nizu added. Some are opportunities. All Might's eyes lingered on the file a moment longer. Then I'll be watching, he said. Just in case. As will I, Nizu replied, pleasantly calm. Closely. I want to see what he makes of himself given the opportunity. He tapped the screen once, and the list finalized with a soft chime. Final placement. Recommendation entrance. Yayorozu Momo. Tokage Setsuna. Hananuki Juzo. Todoroki Shoto, accepted after Yorashi's withdrawal. Special commission track. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, morning after. The apartment was quiet, the way only a morning after could be. Last night he slept like the dead, the result of the release of attention and stress he didn't even realize he accumulated. But now he was awake, and the waiting was killing him. He knew the results were to come this morning. He also knew that while he didn't actually compete against the other candidate for his place, he still needed to have impressed the staff. He really hoped he managed to impress them. And the time seems to be crawling backwards. It was already 10, do you want more tea? Inko asked from the kitchen, peeking around the corner with a faint smile. Izuku looked up. I think if I drink more, I'll float. That'd save us on bus fare. He laughed, but only lightly. The tension curled somewhere under his ribs. Not fear. Not really. He'd trained with Dragon Slayers, flown over burning villages, stood his ground in guild wars and survived days-long missions with fairy tales walking disasters. But this? Waiting in a 2-bedroom apartment for a message from a school? It was a torture he didn't expect once back in Japan, but being accepted here still felt like the hardest thing he'd tried to do. He glanced at the clock again. 10, ugh. The phone buzzed. He froze. Then pounced. Message, from, UA, Admissions, Secure Commission Relay. Midoriya Izuku. Your application to the UA Hero course via commission recommendation has been accepted. You have been assigned to Class 1A, pending orientation. As is tradition, all accepted recommendation students are invited to observe the standard track entrance exam taking place on the 28th at UA main campus. Arrival time, 8:30 a.m. Access credentials will be provided upon entry. Observation Room B, congratulations. Izuku stared. Then slowly, his shoulders slumped as the tension drained out of him like someone had pulled the cork. Accepted. He read it again. Just to make sure. Accepted. Inko emerged with a fresh cup anyway, just in time to catch the quiet smile forming on his face. It's official? She asked. He nodded, unable to speak for a second. Then, I'm in. She set the cup down with deliberate care and pulled him into a hug from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. I had no doubt, baby. I'm proud of you, she murmured. I haven't done anything yet. You don't need to do anything for me to be proud of you. She pointed out. Then continued, you came back. You tried. You got there. That counts. He leaned into her briefly, eyes still on the message. Observation room. So he'd get to see the main exam. The hopefuls. The crowd. And the chaos UA called standard. This'll be weird, he thought. Watching from the outside. But also he couldn't deny it. He was curious. Izuku read the message again, this time noticing the footer blinking softly beneath the bold congratulations. Please note. The standard entrance exam will take place 6 days from this notice. Accepted students are required to complete preliminary paperwork and submit provisional hero costume design forms no later than 3 days prior to the term start. Forms and digital access keys attached. Izuku opened the link and blinked. There were at least 4 different PDFs, a student account setup prompt, a UA portal access app, and something called Hero Identity Outline, Draft A. He stared at it all for a moment. Then sighed. Guess I've got homework again. Inko set a pen beside him on the table without a word and gave his hair a fond ruffle as she passed. Izuku smiled faintly, picked up the pen, and opened the first form. The apartment was still, wrapped in that kind of quiet that made every small sound feel bigger. The soft ticking of the wall clock. The distant hum of the refrigerator. The occasional rustle of paper. Izuku sat cross-legged on the living room floor, a half-finished cup of tea cooling beside him. His sleeves were pushed up past his elbows, exposing faint scars and ink smudges. A pencil twirled absently between his fingers, not out of boredom, but out of thought. Spread in front of him was UA's costume design packet, crisp, precise, impersonal. All checkboxes and measurements, as if the right combination of fabric and thread could define a person. Hero costume SBMSN, Drafta. Student, Midoriya Izuku. Quirk type, adaptive mimicry, subtype, channeling. Special considerations, support item pending. He let out a slow breath, more a release than a sigh, and flipped to the core design section. The template stared back. Blank. Neutral. A standard silhouette, genderless, expressionless. Waiting to be filled in. Izuku hesitated for a beat, then lowered the pencil to the page. No frantic scribbles like his old notebooks, no arrows, footnotes, cross-referenced enhancements. This wasn't a theory. It was a version of him. Or at least, the version he was willing to let the world see. He started with the undershirt, snug fit, high collar, short sleeves cut just high enough to leave the shoulder blades free. The fabric would need to be threaded with microflex channels, designed to stretch without tearing when the wings manifested. A shape built for utility, not spectacle. Then the pants tactically cut but flexible, like something between a runner's uniform and a field technician's gear. Reinforced at the knees, vented at the calves. Simple. Durable. Adaptable. Not a costume that shouted. One that allowed for change. One that let the work speak louder than the image. As he sketched, his brow furrowed not with frustration, but care. This wasn't just a design. It was a boundary. A statement. A way of saying, I'm here. I'm capable. But I'm not what you think. He kept drawing. He reached the section for the outer layer and paused. The pencil hovered for a second above the blank space, but he didn't sketch. Instead, he wrote, his handwriting slower this time, more intentional. Outerwear, should incorporate coat in attached photo. He reached into a small folder beside him and carefully taped down a printed image, one he'd preserved months ago, when the memories were still fresh. The enchantment on the photo had long faded, its subtle shimmer gone, but the feeling remained intact. And on it, his coat. The collar stood high, weathered by use. The fabric hung with the kind of weight that only came from time spent traveling, surviving, learning. Just beneath the collar on the back, barely visible in the lighting, was the faint stitch of a crest, the fairy tale emblem. Threadbare. Proud. He didn't annotate that part. Didn't explain the guild. Or the mages. Or the nights they'd spent under stars, patching holes in that coat between missions. There was no space in this form for what the coat meant. And even if there had been, they wouldn't understand. Not yet. He flipped the page to the next section, support gear. Izuku's lips curved into a quiet smirk as he read the header. A memory surfaced, warm and sharp. If you're going to use a whip, Lucy had said, rapping his bruised knuckles with practiced care, you better learn it's more than a rope with attitude. It's timing. Precision. Confidence. He'd winced, sheepish. You're just saying that because you're sparkles. She didn't miss a beat. No, I'm saying that because you almost knocked yourself out. He'd trained for weeks after that. Not to impress her, not even to be good at it. Just to stop smacking himself. Or her. Those hours had left their mark. Not just in muscle memory, but in the way he carried himself, now more aware of space, of reach, of rhythm. He flipped to the request section and began filling it in. Requested item, lightweight tactical whip. Non-rigid. Reinforced grip handle. Can be anchored to utility belt. Primary function, mobility assist, target restraint. Durability preferred over flash. His handwriting was cleaner now, measured, as if putting it down made it more real. In the margin, almost as an afterthought, he added. Taught by Lucy Hartfilia, personal reference. He paused, tapping the pencil against his knee. Then, with a few careful lines, he sketched the whip coiled neatly at his side, the clip secure, the handle just visible. Not showy. Not even threatening. Just there. A reminder of movement. Of who taught him to move with intention, not just instinct. A tether to where he came from. The next page read, color scheme. He didn't even hesitate. Some decisions were already stitched into him. Primary, black. Accent 1, emerald variant threaded through the design in subtle touches, the hem of the coat, narrow highlights across seams. Accent 2, ash silver for the gloves, piping, and trim. Just enough to catch the light without demanding attention. Contrast, internal lining slate gray muted, grounding. He filled it in with quiet certainty, the pencil gliding over the boxes like he'd already worn it 100 times in his mind. At the bottom of the page sat a small, empty square. Symbol marked to incorporate, optional. His fingers stilled for a moment. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket. Tucked between 2 pages of his notebook was a folded square of vellum, edges soft from being carried too long. Inside was a hand-drawn mark in charcoal, simple, clean, intentional. He'd redrawn it dozens of times over the last few months, refining the curves, the symmetry, until it felt like his. It was the fairy tale emblem. It could pass as a crest. A family symbol. Something easy to overlook. He glued it gently into the box. Optional use, inner collar belt crest. No annotations. No notes on its origin. No explanation of what it meant. Just a quiet marker. For him. A reminder of where he'd come from. And who still carried him forward. Izuku sat back and looked over the completed form, the whole of it laid out before him like a quiet mirror. Clean lines. Modern structure. Minimalist aesthetic. It didn't scream for attention. No flair. No overt magic. Just the kind of design they'd expect from someone shaped by order, by curriculum, protocol, DSPLN. Not someone who'd grown up amid wild missions, roaring taverns, flying cats, and friends who wielded laughter like a weapon. But even so, he'd made room. The coat was there. The whip was there. And the mark. He may not be in Fiori anymore. But he would always be a fairy. And he wanted to shout it to the world. This would suffice, though. He gathered the pages with deliberate care, aligning each one with precision. No rush. No second guessing. Then he slid them into the envelope, sealed the flap, and set it aside on the table. Done. His hand drifted to the coat draped over the back of the chair. Fingers brushed the fabric, found the familiar threads of the emblem near the collar. The stitching was worn but intact like him. He held it there, thumb tracing the edge of the design, grounding himself. Then, softly, under his breath, more vow than comment. I'll bring you with me. Just like I promised. No one was there to hear it. But he said it anyway. And meant every word. The message from his mom was brief. Casual. Mitsuki says they'll plan a dinner once Katsuki's results come in. She's sure it's just a formality. Izuku read it once. Then again, slower. He didn't reply. Instead, he slid his phone back into his pocket, reached for his coat, and stepped out into the soft weight of afternoon light. The sky was a pale blue, cloudless and quiet, but he barely noticed. He wasn't walking toward anything, he just needed to move. His steps found old paths on instinct. Sidewalks etched with memories. A corner where he once fell off his bike. A tree stump they used to pretend was a villain base. Faded shop signs, sun-bleached and worn down by years of passing glances. Everything looked smaller now. Not because it had changed, but because he had. It was like walking through a memory that had outgrown him. The underpass near the canal offered shade from the light, the quiet broken only by the echo of his own footsteps. Until someone else stepped into view. Katsuki. He stood at the far end, just out of the shadow. Taller than Izuku remembered. Leaner, maybe. But everything else was familiar, posture loose, stance cocky, eyes sharp enough to cut with. They met somewhere between. Not exactly halfway. You really got in, Katsuki said, flat and unreadable. I did, Izuku replied, just as even. For a second, neither moved. Just watched. Weighing. Then Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Show me. Izuku blinked. What? The quirk, Katsuki snapped. The one they said was good enough for a recommendation. His voice had heat behind it, but not fire. Not yet. I want to see it. Izuku's shoulders drew a fraction tighter. Are you serious? Katsuki didn't break eye contact. Trash beach. 5 minutes. And just like that he turned and walked. Dagoba Beach looked just as ruined as he remembered. The rusted skeletons of old machines lay strewn across the sand, broken crates, cracked concrete, twisted hunks of metal left to decay under years of salt and wind. The air smelled faintly of iron and ocean rot. A battlefield that never saw a war, just time. Katsuki stood near the waterline, arms crossed, jacket ruffling in the breeze. He didn't move when Izuku approached, just watched, unmoved, like he was daring the wind to try harder. Izuku stepped onto the sand and adjusted the edge of his coat. His boots left shallow prints that disappeared too quickly. I don't usually show off, he said, the words soft but steady. But, fine. He shifted his stance, subtle, practiced. Then moved. One breath, and he was gone. Wind snapped in his wake as he blurred forward, reappearing 10 meters away on top of a battered washing machine. The movement was clean. Controlled. The landing barely stirred the dust. He stood straight, the coat settling around him like it had always known where it was meant to fall. He didn't look back. Just stepped down and held out a hand. A subtle hum passed through the space, not loud, but felt. Like a low-frequency ripple beneath the skin. His fingers shimmered faintly, like heat rising off pavement. And then something stepped out beside him. A shape tall, ursine, but gentle. Its body moved like smoke-wearing skin, calm, solid, protective. Not a weapon. Not a threat. Just presence. It circled Izuku once before fading from view, like a memory dismissed. Katsuki didn't say a word. Izuku rolled his wrist, and a spiral of light curled up into the air, brief and bright, with no force behind it. Just color. Motion. A flicker of artistry. He let the silence stretch. I don't always use things like that, he said eventually, voice quiet. But sometimes, people don't listen unless they see something. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. So what is it? Izuku glanced down at his hand, flexed it. It's layered, he said. Not built for show. Not built to destroy. It adapts, shifts depending on what I'm holding at the time. He lifted 4 fingers. Right now? Speed movement, short bursts. One for stabilizing injuries. One for pressure-based water control. And one for light aerial lift. He paused. Let that settle. It's not flashy, he added. But it works. Katsuki studied him, face unreadable. Then he snorted a rough, reluctant sound. That's recommendation level, he muttered. Fine. Izuku tilted his head, eyes steady. That hard to admit? You still talk too much, Katsuki shot back, already turning. Just don't think you're better than me. I'm not getting left behind. Izuku didn't follow right away. He watched him. Watched the way the wind tugged at Katsuki's jacket, the way he never looked back. Then, softly, level, but not sharp. When did you decide we couldn't be friends anymore? Katsuki froze mid-step. Izuku didn't push. We were supposed to be brothers, he said, more to the breeze than to the boy standing there. When did that stop being true? Silence. No retort. No explosion. Not even an insult. Just stillness. Izuku waited a beat longer, then turned. His coat brushed the sand as he walked back toward the street, footsteps light but certain. Behind him, the air stilled, the shimmer of borrowed power fading like mist in the afternoon sun. Gone. Like he'd never been there at all. The walk home from Dagoba Beach left more than sand in his shoes. Izuku couldn't shake the weight of it, not Katsuki's challenge, not the subtle sting behind his words. But more than that, the realization that if someone did get hurt near him, he might not even be allowed to help. Not without consequences. He wasn't going to take that risk. By the time he stepped through the door, he was already opening his laptop. To Agent Delta. CC, Midoriya Izuku. Subject, Healing Certification Request. I'd like to formally request clearance to use the restoration ability I mentioned in my intake file. It's non-combative, low output, and I've only ever used it on myself. But if I'm going to be helpful here, I'd rather do it the right way. Please let me know what steps I need to take. Midoriya Izuku. The response came less than 12 hours later. Delta scheduled a meeting for the following morning, Neutral Facility, Evaluation Room C2. When they arrived, Izuku was already waiting, sitting nervously in the corner with her purse in her lap. Thank you for coming, Delta greeted them both. You're not in trouble. This is just protocol. Izuku nodded once, then glanced to the man entering behind Delta, Dr. Camera, slate-eyed and efficient as ever. He offered Izuku a quick smile and a handshake before taking her seat. Camera opened the file on her tablet and scrolled through it once, then looked up. He's demonstrated consistent ability control under observation. No erratic output, no volatile energy signatures. Well within acceptable range for non-combat use. Delta turned to Izuku. What he's requesting is a Provisional type, 2 support license. It'll allow him to apply restorative effects in monitored environments, civilian, student, or otherwise. Not during hero missions. And the conditions? Inko asked carefully. Camera tapped her screen. 2-week observational internship at a city-operated outpatient clinic. Government supervised. No combat risk. No discretionary usage. Where? Izuku asked. Western Muzutafu, Delta said, sliding a copy of the assignment sheet across the table. You'll be shadowing Dr. Trafalgar Law. Izuku blinked. That doesn't sound Japanese? Officially certified, Camera said flatly. Do not comment on the hat. Inko looked between them, confused but choosing not to ask. Izuku gave a small nod. Understood. I'll take the placement. Delta smiled faintly. Good. Then we'll get the paperwork moving. Later that afternoon, Delta filed the formal clearance notice. To UA Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl. CC, Midoriya Inko. Subject, Provisional Support Authorization, Midoriya Izuku. Student has requested license for regulated use of passive restoration ability. Internship assigned, City Outpatient Clinic, Dr. Trafalgar Law, Western Muzutafu. License approval pending evaluation. Duration, 2 weeks. Clearance level, support, non-combat, conditional. Izuku spent that evening quietly reorganizing his notes, marking the important ones, recopying diagrams, and setting a fresh notebook aside for the internship. Trying to prepare as much as he could for this very first step. Just the first step. The night sky over Magnolia stretched wide and star-laced, calm in the way only guild towns ever managed to be. The lights inside Fairy Tales Hall, however, burned bright with life as always. Laughter, clattering tankards, half-serious arm-wrestling matches in the corner. Somewhere near the back, Jet and Droy were trying, and failing, to fix the jukebox. Again. At the balcony above it all, Fried stood alone, hands folded behind his back. A faint flicker of light flared beside him, a rune seal unraveling in the air, thread by glowing thread. A letter formed from it, page by page, held aloft in glowing suspension. He tilted his head to read it. And then smiled. Izuku, he murmured, half to himself, about time. Moments later, the entire guild was gathered, crammed together in a semicircle as Fried read the letter aloud like it was a dispatch from the front lines. Made it into the school. They call it UA, odd place. Feels more military than magical, but I'm adapting as much as I can. Things have a very different feel here, a lot more order than chaos, I guess. They think I have a quirk. That's how they explain powers here. It's complicated. But I'm not correcting anyone unless I absolutely have to. Also, I might need a license just to heal people. This place is very into paperwork. So I'll work in a hospital for 2 weeks, to learn how they do things, and prove I can actually heal. Wendy clutched her hands over her mouth, eyes wide and sparkling. He's going to be amazing, I just know it. I wish I could send him more air lacrimas, he always liked flying. Carla looked skeptical. I'd rather send him a field manual on proper nutrition and civilian injury protocol. He'll probably try healing stray animals off the street. Happy, already teary-eyed, sniffled dramatically. I wonder what kind of fish are over there. Think he'll send any? Panther Lily, arms crossed, nodded slowly. He's adapting faster than I expected. The coat's still intact. I asked to incorporate it into my uniform. We'll see how it goes. At that, Evergreen placed a hand over her chest and sighed. Good. That coat deserves to be seen. Understated with just the right amount of drama. Very Midoriya. Bixlow tilted his head and muttered, wonder if the coat glows when he's lying. Out of the 3 abilities I keep copied most often, I rely on Happy's Era, Wendy's Healing, and something that balances offense and defense, usually a form of water manipulation. Wendy flushed red. I'm glad he took so well to this part of my magic. You should be proud, Carla said with a small smile. That gift lasted because it mattered. At the edge of the crowd, Gray chuckled, arms folded. So what, only one spot for the good stuff. Natsu, already elbow-deep in snacks, grinned. TCH. He's gonna end up with everyone's moves before he's done. Better hope he uses mine, he'll never stop burning stuff. Urza, ever composed, nodded solemnly. If he's testing the waters, he's building a legacy. Strategically smart. But also dangerous. She means he's growing up, Gray muttered, then glanced sideways. Weird. They're calling me a support type. But I'm planning on changing what that means. Makarov, sitting on the banister with his arms crossed and pipe untouched, let out a soft hum. That boy's not just aiming to fit in, he said. He's rewriting the table he's been asked to sit at. Laxus, leaning against the opposite wall, just gave a small grin. Good. 'Cause there's no DMN table in the world built strong enough for a fairy tale brat. I'll send another letter after the first week. Try not to explode too many things while I'm gone. Wendy giggled. That's literally impossible. Bixlow's puppets cackled. Too late. Natsu raised a fist. He owes me a rematch when he's back. Evergreen smirked. He owes me fashion updates. Gray rolled his eyes. He just owes us a visit. Makarov nodded. He'll come back. Urza raised her glass. And until then we fight in his honor. Fried carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his coat. Until next time, brat. UA didn't look much different than it had a week ago. But without the pressure of the exam hanging over everything, it felt more open, somehow almost cheerful. On the way to the observation deck, he spotted the girl with the creation quirk Yaoyorozu. Hi, he greeted her, a bit more enthusiastically than intended. Glad to see you made it. Your quirk seemed fascinating. You use some kind of internal reserve to create objects, right? Protein? Fat? Do you need to know the full chemical structure, or just its purpose? He stopped mid-sentence, realizing how quickly he was talking, and scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I tend to ramble when quirks are involved. But Yaoyorozu didn't seem to mind. She smiled gently. That's quite all right. I can understand the fascination. She paused, then added, to answer your question, I use the fat reserves in my body, and I do need to know the chemical composition and structure of anything I want to create. Somewhat relieved he hadn't scared her off with his forwardness despite inwardly hearing Fried's familiar scolding tone, he pressed on. She had answered, after all. That really is fascinating, he said. Considering everything I saw you create during the obstacle course, you must have studied intensively. Then he realized he hadn't even introduced himself. I'm Izuku, by the way. Midoriya Izuku. He bowed politely. Yaoyorozu Momo. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. She tilted her head slightly. May I ask, are you not from Japan? Your accent doesn't sound foreign, but it's rare for someone to introduce themselves with their given name first. Ah yes, I am Japanese, he said quickly. But I spent most of my formative years abroad. In a less formal environment. I'm still adapting. Hope I didn't make you uncomfortable. Not at all, I assure you, she said warmly. I was just curious. They had kept walking as they talked, and now the observation deck stretched out before them. From here, they could already see Todoroki and Hananuki waiting below. With them, 3 out of 4 of the recommendation students were accounted for. Izuku glanced around, wondering who the 4th candidate would be. A voice behind them answered his question. Hey, Midoriya boy. He turned to see the girl with the lizard-type quirk Tokage grinning wide, all teeth and energy. Hi. Nice to see you again, he said, smiling back. If anything, her grin only widened if that were possible. Yes it is, she said, mischief lacing her voice. I never got to thank you for clearing the path for me during the race. Oh, that? He rubbed the back of his neck, a little sheepish. It was nothing. Habit, really I trained with a team, so I guess it stuck. Well, thank you nonetheless. She looked like she had more to say, probably a lot more, but before she could launch into it, Yaoyorozu gently cut in. Sorry to interrupt, she said, polite but firm, but we should probably head inside. We don't want to be late. Izuku blinked. Right. The reason they were here. You're right, he said quickly. We should. After you Tokage-san, Yaoyorozu-san. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to go ahead, then followed them into the room. The observation deck overlooked the testing grounds through wide, reinforced glass. Dozens of monitors lined the walls, each feed capturing another angle of the chaos below: bots, craters, shouting students. They'd been greeted by pro hero Snipe and directed to their seats, encouraged to share their thoughts and observations on the examinees. There were at least 8 different groupings of screens, 6 per group. Each set covered a different testing field, with multiple angles feeding in from every corner. Izuku sat in a row between the groups labeled Delta and Gamma, notebook specifically chosen for this day already open, pen scratching steadily across the page. Yaoyorozu was beside him and seemed equally ready. Once the exam began, he was almost overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information on display. In the upper right screen of field Gamma, something exploded in one corner, heat and pressure and sound all at once. Izuku didn't need a name to identify it. Katsuki. He tracked the pattern of blasts across the monitor, mentally tracing recoil angles and explosive spread. He didn't even realize he was talking out loud. He's built his whole movement system around that quirk, Izuku muttered. Explosion recoil, shoulder torque, pressure bracing his forms rough, but it's refined chaos. That's an unusual description, came Yaoyorozu's voice beside him. She smiled faintly. But not inaccurate. Within minutes, they'd leaned into a rhythm quiet, technical analysis, whispered exchanges between scribbled notes. That one's compensating her left knee gives a little on turns. He's too focused on speed, no hazard awareness. She's actually using her tail to balance. Clever. Izuku's eyes drifted toward a boy with dark hair and a lean frame Ida, from the recommendation exam. His engine quirk roared across the pavement in elegant, straight lines. He's fast, Izuku noted. But still turns like he's on rails. He doesn't seem to trust his cornering. Same read, Momo said, her pen never stopping. The synergy felt natural. He hadn't had this kind of effortless exchange since coming back from Magnolia. It was almost nostalgic, but more than that, it made him hopeful. She could become a real friend. A quiet shift nearby made Izuku glance back. Two others stood along the wall, both students, both silent. One was Todoroki Shoto. He stood with hands tucked in his jacket pockets, half lit by the monitor's blue glow. Cool, composed. Not aloof, but contained. Their eyes met briefly. Izuku gave a polite nod. Todoroki returned it. No words. No smile. Not cold. Not warm. Just neutral. Acknowledgement and distance, neatly folded together. The second man nearby was older. Tired-looking. Unshaven. A very long gray scarf looped loosely around his neck like a warning label. Considering where they were, Izuku guessed he was a hero, maybe underground? The scarf was probably some kind of support item. Maybe for capture. But as Izuku turned back to the monitors, the man's voice cut in low. Your potential isn't zero. He held the stare for a second longer, nodded once, and turned back to the arena. One of the candidates below moved oddly scattered, twitchy, gaze drifting toward female examinees in ways that had nothing to do with the test. Izuku frowned. Excuse me, he said quietly, standing and approaching Snipe-san. Candidate in Sector Delta. Short build, dark suit, purple ball for hair. His focus is inappropriate. Could you flag it for review? The hero blinked. Understood. When he returned to his seat, Momo looked at him, not surprised. Just thoughtful. Most people wouldn't bother, she said. Izuku sat back down. Someone should. She nodded once, slowly. And kept writing. They continued like that, quiet analysis, brief remarks, scribbled notes until the final batch of candidates finished. Before they left, Momo offered her number without ceremony. While giving her his, he said, I'll definitely keep in touch. I've rarely had anyone to theorize quirks with, Yamamo. He promptly blushed to the tips of his ears, realizing what he'd just called her. She was just as red but also seemed oddly pleased. Yamamo? I like that. My very first nickname. Well, he thought, after they went their separate ways, at least she wasn't offended. He was elated by the experience and more than that, hopeful. She would be his first friend made in Japan since the day the doctor said he didn't have a quirk. This year might actually be good. It had been a week since the standard exam, and he'd been talking with Yamamo pretty regularly. About half their conversations, mostly over text, were dedicated to theorizing about the latest heroes and villains in the news. The other half? Getting to know each other. He'd been genuinely impressed and not shy about saying so when he learned she already had a degree in biochemistry. Much to his mother's amusement. Though to be fair, Yayorozu had been just as surprised to hear that he was actively working toward a provisional healing license. Inko had been liberal with her teasing ever since. Though, truthfully, she seemed to expect some kind of romantic development from him. He hadn't had the courage yet to tell her that, if anything, her teasing might have had a better shot at landing if Yamamo had been a boy. To be perfectly honest, he wasn't even sure how open Japan or his mother, for that matter, really was about that. And he wasn't ready to find out. All this wondering had made the train ride pass quickly, and now here he stood, in front of the building where he'd spend the next 2 weeks, hopefully ending with official licensing. It was a modest 2-story structure with a plain metal sign. City Outpatient Facility, Division C. The commission seal sat in the corner like a signature, authoritative and unassuming. He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, then stepped inside and approached the front desk. Midoriya Izuku. Support track intern. The receptionist barely glanced up. Nurse Miyake will be with you in a moment. A very short moment. Hello there. The world became a blur of fur, enthusiasm, and the largest forearms Izuku had ever seen. Nurse Miyake, he was something between Hagrid, from those old pre-quirk books, and a bear, likely from a mutation quirk, all wrapped in the personality of a cheerful Energizer bunny. You must be Midoriya. La-sensei asked me to welcome you and handle your integration. So here's your uniform. Your badge. A clipboard. Izuku didn't even have time to answer. He was swept through a half-tour of the facility, handed a lucky pen, fitted into a Navy support uniform, and issued a quick rundown of every hallway, break room, and emergency exit in the clinic, all while Miyaki continued her non-stop welcome speech and stream of random facts. The vending machines cursed after 8 p.m. Don't ask. Also don't touch Law's hat. His hat? Don't ask. By the time Izuku blinked, he was fully dressed and standing outside a double door labeled staff only. Miyaki gave a dramatic wink promising either mischief or chaos, possibly both, then he slapped Izuku's back hard enough to rattle his teeth, although very obviously gently, for him. Time to meet the boss. The room beyond was quiet. Clinical. Cold. At the far end, a man in a white coat reviewed a tablet. Tattoos curled from beneath his sleeves. His golden eyes were sharp with fatigue and focus. And the hat. Fuzzy. Spotted. Half cap, half beanie. Remembering the warning, Izuku didn't look directly at it. Midoriya Izuku? The man asked. Yes, sir. Trafalgar D. Water Law. Lead physician. Commission placement, right? Healing-capable mimic quirk? Yes, sir. I've preloaded a restorative ability into today's rune slot. It works primarily through a sustained breath that stimulates the body's natural regeneration, though it's mentally guided. It can also help restore stamina, but I'm more limited with that application. That earned a faint eyebrow raise. You came prepared. I read your quake relief report from Yamashita. I didn't want to waste your time. Law didn't smile, but something in his stance eased. Barely. Show me. Izuku activated the healing slot. A soft green glow shimmered over his skin. Wendy's glyph, steady and stable. Law examined the emission. Low fluctuation. No backlash. Good channel control. I've looped the flow into an internal circuit, Izuku added. Prevents fatigue buildup. Also, it works pretty well for me. I've got strong lungs. Probably genetic. From my father's side. Law turned away, already in motion. What do you know about medicine? Magical anatomy. Stabilization. Clean wrapping. Burn treatment protocols. I reviewed your triage standards last night. Then this won't kill you. Law tossed him a civilian trauma binder. Skim it if you know it. Memorize it if you don't. Izuku caught it one-handed. Understood. We've got 2 yellows and a chemical burn in intake. Watch first. Assist only if I say so. Don't try to impress me, just don't fall behind. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. Law glanced at him once more. You've seen messy places before. It was more a statement of fact than a question. Hope you have a strong stomach. I think I do. Law didn't answer. Just walked. And Izuku followed. The first lesson was simple. Don't fall behind. The past 2 weeks have been hectic to say the least, but Izuku thrived. Not because he was particularly gifted, but because, even without hero work, he was both actively working towards his dream and helping people. Now, with a provisional healing license to his name, here he stood in his quiet room, the day before starting UA as a hero student. He stood beside his bed, bag half-packed, UA uniform folded neatly beside it. His internship badge lay on the desk, worn at the corners. He picked it up, turned it over in his hand, then set it down carefully, not with ceremony, but respect. His coat hung nearby. His notes were sorted. His chosen rune slots for tomorrow were already chosen, and he would set them tomorrow first thing. He was as ready as he could be. A soft ping lit up his relay crystal. From Law. You didn't screw up. Good work. No sign-off. No flourish. Just Law. He'd learned a lot from him, someone who, beneath a very cold exterior, hid a soft center. Very well. And very deep. Izuku smiled to himself and turned off the light. He slid under the blanket. Looking forward to tomorrow. His real journey would begin then. He vowed to himself, he would make anyone willing to listen understand that support did not mean staying in the background. He closed his eyes. And slept. The uniform felt stiffer than it looked. White button-up shirt, deep green-blue pants, red tie tucked too precisely against his chest. The gray blazer with matching green trim rested over his shoulders like a flag he hadn't quite earned yet. Izuku adjusted his tie for the 3rd time. Thank God Fried taught him how to tie one. He'd never admit how. Many practice loops it took to make it muscle memory, but at least now he looked halfway competent. He wasn't exactly nervous. However the moment felt. Waited. He stood just outside the immense door of Class 1A. Seriously, what was up with that? Beyond it, his next chapter. At least he knew one person too if you counted Katsuki. Which he didn't. Anyway. He took a breath and stepped through. Inside, the classroom was buzzing. Students already seated or standing in small groups, voices bouncing off the sleek white walls. Everyone looked sharp, confident, loud. And most of them? Unreasonably attractive. Here he thought Yamamo and Todoroki would be the exception. Is this a modeling agency draft? Izuku thought, slightly dazed. Did you screen for bone structure? He glanced across the room, just for a second too long. Todoroki looks like he walked out of a fantasy illustration. Not that I noticed. Not that it matters. Anyway. He blinked, shook it off, and started toward a seat near the middle. He didn't get far before someone tripped loudly through the doorway behind him. Whoa! A blond boy face planted with no warning. Half the room looked up. Izuku was already moving. You okay? The boy rolled onto his back with a groan. Yeah. I totally meant to do that, nothing to see here. Stifling a laugh, Izuku offered a hand. Midoriya Izuku. Kaminari Denki, the boy said, gripping his hand and grinning. Nice catch, bro. No sparks this time, which is a personal win. Electric quirk? Izuku asked. Yup. Izuku reached into his bag and handed him a small, cloth-lined clip. Here, it's insulated, for either your collar or cuffs. In case of static leak. Kaminari blinked. You just carry that? I over-prepare. The grin widened. Dude. You and me? We're gonna be the best of friends. They weren't the only ones drawing attention. Down near the front, a voice suddenly boomed across the classroom with theatrical outrage. How dare you disrespect this grand institution and all our predecessors by putting your feet on the table? Izuku glanced up just in time to see Ida Tenya standing ramrod straight, glasses gleaming with indignation, arms slicing through the air like it was delivering divine judgment. Katsuki was the victim, so to speak, of that judgment, not that he looked like he gave it any mind whatsoever. One foot casually propped on his desk, hands in his pockets, no tie, uniform slouched and untucked, with his habitual scowl firmly in place. He stared at Ida like the outburst had physically bored him. Then he scoffed. Shut up, Four Eyes. What's it to you? Who shoved a stick up your butt? Leave me alone. What kind of prep school spewed you up, anyway? I graduated from Sumai Academy. Ida barked back. Yeah, you and your attitude. Kaminari leaned toward Izuku. They're gonna fight before lunch. Izuku sighed. Probably. Before either of them could escalate further, the classroom door clicked shut. Silence fell. Not from authority but from confusion. Then, from the floor near the podium, something shifted. A yellow sleeping bag rose up like a sunflower searching for the sun and unzipped itself with grim finality. The man inside looked like he'd lost a battle with sleep and chosen not to get back up. Wild black hair. Eye bags deeper than some villain's records. Gray capture scarf coiled around his shoulders like it had never been untangled. It was the same underground hero from the standard exam Aizawa, if he remembered right. He stared at the class for a long moment. It took you 8 seconds to shut up, he said flatly. Time is precious. Nobody spoke. I'm Aizawa Shota. Your homeroom teacher. He didn't wait for their reactions. If you're here to socialize and make friends, this is not that kind of class and you may leave. The silence thickened. Izuku's heart kicked just a little faster from anticipation. This felt real. Aizawa scanned the room, already walking toward the door. We'll start with a quirk apprehension test. Get changed. Field beta in 10 minutes. He paused just long enough in the doorway, smiled quite sadistically for a hero, then delivered the finishing blow. Don't be late, you won't like the consequences. Then he was gone. Half the room erupted in alarm. Kaminari gawked. Wait, what? Izuku stood slowly, his hand brushing the inside of his blazer where his rune array pulsed in soft acknowledgement. So much for easing into it. He adjusted his tie one last time. And headed for the locker room. The boys' locker room was clean, industrial, and at least for now loud with nervous chatter and the clatter of students adjusting to the reality of putting on their PE uniform for the first time, navy blue track pants with white stripes up the legs and short-sleeved tops marked with bold white lettering that formed a clean UA across the chest. Izuku was just tightening the cuff of his right sleeve when he caught movement at the far end of the room. A shorter student was crouched suspiciously in the corner, peering at a suspiciously round hole in the tile. Izuku's expression flattened immediately. He recognized him. It was the boy he reported during the standard exam observation. Although it didn't look like it did any good. He walked over, silent. The crouching student didn't notice, too focused, too giggling. Izuku stopped directly behind him. So you actually managed to get accepted, he said quietly. Pity. The other boy jumped, startled, but didn't move far from the wall. Wah hey, I was just. If you continue to perv, Izuku said, voice low and cold, I will personally punt you into the sun. A pause. Like. With magic. The boy sputtered. You can't just threaten classmates. I'm not threatening, Izuku replied calmly. That would imply I didn't intend to follow through. If you can't keep your hands and your eyes to yourself, I will report it. Again. From across the lockers, Kirishima stepped into view, towel around his neck and expression firm. "Dude," he said, folding his arms. "That's not manly. At all. Are you a bunch of sissies or something?" Ida appeared half a second later, practically glowing with righteous fury. "This behavior and language is wildly inappropriate for a hero candidate," he declared, hands chopping the air. "Violation of privacy and personal dignity is unacceptable in any setting, especially one meant to cultivate mutual trust." The mood in the room shifted slightly. The message was clear. Izuku turned, walked back to his bench, and double-checked the closure on his field boots. He didn't look back. But the silence that followed was louder than any fight. The hallway outside the changing rooms was quiet, just a soft hum of distant vents and rubber soles on polished tile. Izuku stepped out first, rolling his shoulders and adjusting the hem of his gym top. From the opposite corridor, one of the girls emerged with her hands in her pockets, hair tucked behind one earphone jack, expression unreadable. She didn't say anything, just looked at him, then gave a small nod. Izuku realized she'd probably heard and approved. He returned the nod, equally brief, equally steady, a quiet acknowledgement. Then they both turned, heading toward the field where they were among the first to arrive, although the rest of the class weren't far behind. They were still settling when Aizawa-sensei stepped forward. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Bakugo," he said. "In middle school, how far could you throw a softball?" Bakugo didn't hesitate. 67 meters. Aizawa nodded once. He held up a new ball, sleek, black-trimmed, embedded with a digital readout. "Do it again. With your quirk. Only rule, stay inside that circle," he said, and tossed it underhand while pointing to a circle with a diameter of roughly 1 meter drawn on the ground. Bakugo caught it, already grinning. He strolled up to the white launch circle like it owed him money. Paused. Drew in a breath. Then, die! An eruption of heat and pressure launched the ball skyward, vanishing into a thermal arc. The digital screen blinked to life, 705.2 meters. Gasps. Whispers. Disbelief. Kaminari let out a low whistle. "Okay, DMN." Aizawa didn't flinch. "You're allowed to use your quirk in any way you want," he said. "Use your skills. Use your creativity. Use everything you've got." He turned toward the group, voice flat and serious. "You'll be running 8 tests: softball throw, 50-meter dash, grip strength, side-to-side jumps, long-distance run, seated toe touch, repeated side steps, and finally standing long jump." Before he could continue, a voice cut through the gathering tension. "We get to use our quirks? This is going to be so much fun." Ashido Mina, bright pink and beaming, practically bounced in place. Aizawa turned his head slowly toward her. "Fun, you say?" The way he said it made the temperature drop. "Heroics are not fun. They're hard. They're painful. People die. There's no reset button. No cheerleader waiting at the finish line." The grin slipped from Ashido's face. Aizawa held up the ball again. The digital display flickered under his thumb. "Let's try this, last place gets expelled." He let it hang. "Isn't that fun?" The class exploded. "What? You can't do that. That's not fair. This isn't in the handbook." Ida raised his hand like a saber. "Sensei. With all due respect, such a method undermines the very spirit of hero education. A single day of poor performance does not reflect." Aizawa's scarf twitched. He hit a button on his tablet without looking. Silence. Not a shout. Not even loud. But the authority in it shut everything down. "You think villains will care if you're having a bad day?" he said flatly. "You think the world will stop to give you a fair chance when lives are on the line?" Nobody answered. "UA doesn't have time for dead weight. This test will show me who's here to work and who's here to coast." His eyes passed over them like a quiet storm. "If you want to be heroes," he said, "act like it. Go plus ultra and all that." It might have been the least enthusiastic plus ultra ever uttered. He turned, stepped back. "All right. Let's start with the 50-meter dash. You'll run in pairs. First Ida, Kirishima, you're up." As the first few students completed their events, Izuku stepped aside from the group, waiting for the moment when the shuffle between tests gave him a window. He approached Uraraka and Azui, both standing by the cones, talking quietly. "Excuse me," Izuku said, voice soft but clear. They turned toward him. Uraraka blinked. "Oh hey. I wanted to ask something," he said. "I'd like to copy your quirks temporarily for parts of the test. Only if you're comfortable. I won't activate anything without permission." Azui tilted her head. "You can do that? With consent and limited exposure, yes. My ability translates what I observe so I can use it as you would. It's temporary unless you agree to let me keep it. And not perfect." Uraraka looked between him and the faint shimmer of runes tracing under his left sleeve. Yeah. I guess? Sure. Azui nodded after a beat. Fine by me. Don't get weird with the tongue. Wouldn't dream of it, Izuku said sincerely. Now that he had access, Izuku activated Insight Trace, one of his 3 daily rune slots. A pale green light spiraled up his arm as the spell synced to his perception. His vision shifted. Lines of motion, aura fields, quirk response triggers, everything became layered data. With his left hand, he summoned the grimoire, a floating, rune-etched tome made of light and memory. It shimmered into being beside him, flipping open to a blank spread. Stylus in hand, Izuku wrote as fast as he thought. Target, Uraraka Ochako. Quirk, Zero Gravity. Effect: gravity alteration via touch. Nullifies mass while retaining volume. Limited time suspension. User remains grounded. Control, high under calm, unstable when flustered. Effect: the more it's used, the more nauseous the user becomes. Target, Azuitsuyu. Quirk, Frog. Effect: amphibious mobility. Boosted leg torque. Mid-range tongue extension. Pressure resistance in joints. Minimal adherence to surfaces. Surface speed, efficient. Lateral motion, optimal for burst agility. As he wrote, the page beneath his script lit up. Glyphs arranged themselves around the edge, locking into a soft hum of magic. With a tap, he solidified the draft. Draft rune, Zero Gravity, 92% stable. Draft rune, Frog, 96% stable. Izuku stepped into the ring, still holding his grimoire open beside him, the drafted rune for Zero Gravity shimmering at the corner of the page. He touched the ball lightly, just enough to activate the modulation. The glyph glowed once. Then he tossed it underhand. It rose. And kept rising. And kept going. The entire class stared as the ball arced up, and didn't come down. The sensor beeped. Infinity. Uraraka gasped. Wait. That's what it does when I... Izuku nodded, then scratched a small note into the margin of his page. Nullification field matches. Mass versus volume shift preserved. No fall-off drift. She had to ask then, so the consent is that a hard limit of your quirk or something? He looked at her. Not really, he replied, I just think it's polite. Don't you? She looked poleaxed, I guess. Aizawa made no expression, but his fingers tapped a short note on his tablet. Izuku swapped to a different rune slot, this time giant magic, grip channel, condensed form. Golden light pulsed through his forearm as he stepped to the grip monitor. Just a burst, he told himself under his breath. He gripped the device. The machine screamed. And cracked. Hard. The display glitched, then popped out of its casing with a sad little beep. The handle shattered off in his hand. Izuku blinked. Oops. Half the class stared. Kaminari mouthed, oops. By the time he returned from the long-distance run using a draft rune of Jet's high-speed magic, murmurs had already started to spread. Did he just copy Uraraka's quirk? That thing he writes in it, and suddenly he's using my technique. I thought copy quirks needed physical contact, he's doing it with notes. Is that even a support item? It looked like a spellbook. Copy quirk, someone whispered. Weird, but kinda awesome. Totally a copy quirk, Kaminari declared. You saw it. Glowy page. He throws the ball? Infinity. He jumps? Different styles every time. They're pretty rare, aren't they? Although I didn't think that was how they worked. Ojiro muttered. It's a highly specialized analysis copy variant, Momo said, trying to sound confident. From what he told me, he must encode abilities through observation, and he also has a copy of some analysis quirk that helps. Jiro crossed her arms. Whatever it is, he used 4 quirks and broke a testing device. Quiet kid's not so quiet. Kaminari blinked. Kinda glad he's on our side. The sun was a little lower now, casting long shadows over the field as Aizawa flicked through the final assessments on his tablet. Then, with a quick thumb press, the results appeared on the large screen behind him. Practical Assessment Rankings, Class 1A. Yayorozu Momo. Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki Shoto. Bakugo Katsuki. Ida Tenya. Tokoyami Fumikage. Kirishima Ijiro. Ashido Mina. Ojiro Mashireo. Shoji Mizo. Kaminari Denki. Siro Hanta. Uraraka Ochako. Jiro Kyoka. Sato Rikido. Aoyama Yuga. Koda Koji. Azuitsuyu. Mineta Minoru. Hagakure Toru. Gasps and murmurs moved through the group. Midoriya got second? Kaminari blinked. Okay, yeah. Not even mad. I expected Todoroki in second, someone whispered. But I suppose they both got in on recommendation, so not that surprising. I suppose you're right, another muttered. But still, DMN. Momo looked at Izuku and offered a simple nod and gentle smile. Excellent performance. Izuku smiled and nodded back. Yours too. Bakugo stared at the board like he could detonate it with willpower alone. Todoroki remained quiet, unreadable, but his gaze did drift toward Izuku for just a second too long. Mineta, standing stiffly near the back, gave a weak chuckle. Phew. Not last, right? No one laughed. Hagakure's gloves rung together. I'm last? Her voice trembled, unsure, barely audible. Ashido, besides her, reached out to squeeze her hand, visibly at a loss of words. Aizawa's voice came sharp and cool. Yes. You are. She visibly shrank even without being seen. But, Aizawa added, no one is being expelled. Not today. The relief was immediate and loud. What? You said? I knew it. Kaminari wailed, then crouched while holding his head. But I didn't know it. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. I said last place gets expelled, he clarified. I never said it would happen today. It was a logical ruse. He let the silence do the rest. You all pushed harder because the stakes felt real. That's the point. Out there, you don't always get second chances. He scanned their faces, some wide-eyed, others still catching their breath. I expect more. From all of you. And with that, he walked away. The field had emptied. Most students were already gone, headed for showers, homes, or debriefs. But Aizawa lingered. And he wasn't alone. You can come out now. From behind a nearby shed, All Might stepped out, scratching the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Heh. Busted. You've never been stealthy a day in your life, Aizawa said. And you're glowing. Fair. Aizawa didn't smile. You were watching him. Midoriya. All Might sobered. Yes. And I was impressed. He's not just copying quirks. He's studying them. Processing them. Channeling them through something else. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You know something? All Might hesitated. I've only got suspicions. And I can't actually share them with you. Aizawa gave him a long, hard look. It's not just a copy quirk. No. But the others don't need to know that. Yet, it's safer this way. That evening, in the quiet of Nizu's office, he and Aizawa were reviewing the results of the day. Nizu found tea and infusions one of the best inventions humanity boasts. So it was with a full kettle between them that they discussed the quirk apprehension test 1A went through. He flipped through the data while Aizawa leaned in his chair, arms crossed, and completely ignoring his teacup, which, really? Yayorozu first predictable, Nizu said cheerfully. Todoroki third was a surprise. I assumed he'd land second. I did too, Aizawa murmured. Nizu looked up. And Midoriya? He's clever. Overprepared. Broke my grip tester. Nizu's ears perked. Did he? Oops, Aizawa quoted dryly. Nizu chuckled. How fun. If I didn't know better, I'd buy the copy quirk narrative, Aizawa continued. His timing, his fluency, it's practiced. Like he's done this before. Not just once. And the grimoire? I'm not convinced that's a support item. No, potentially linked to how his magic works. I'd say it is actually completely part of him and his magic. Probably not even physical in the cleanest sense of the word. Nizu sipped his tea. Do you consider him dangerous? Only to people who underestimate him. A pause. Nizu's whiskers twitched. And Mineta? Aizawa's brow furrowed. Pity he didn't place 20th. Would have been an easy excuse to expel him. I don't like his attitude. He does have a certain board connection. First formal complaint, Aizawa said flatly, and he's out. Connection or no connection. Nizu nodded once. We agreed. And Bakugo? He'll either grow up or burn out. I'm not coddling him. Nizu set down the cup. Then it's going to be a very interesting year. Aizawa didn't argue. Izuku's first week at UA consisted, for him, mainly of reacquainting himself with formalized education. It had been over a decade since he sat in a structured classroom, and most of that education had taken place from the corner booth of a bar that doubled as Fairy Tale HQ. A bar that, to be clear, could and often did erupt into full-blown magical chaos at any moment. He'd taken algebra tests while fireballs exploded overhead. Memorized historical timelines while dodging beer mugs and Natsu's midair combat training. His connection to Japan's education system had been magically tethered through the guild's enchanted relay, giving him access to lectures, textbooks, and the occasional 3 a.m. quiz, from a glowing terminal bolted to the bar counter. The fact that he managed to keep up with the national curriculum while seated between Gajeel and a flying, judgmental cat was nothing short of a miracle. Or trauma. Possibly both. Fairy Tale's idea of quiet study time often involved one shoe, half a shirt, and someone loudly singing the theme to a children's puppet show for reasons no one could remember. So yes, returning to a classroom with actual chairs and zero background explosions? It was almost disorienting. He wasn't bored. He was adapting. Quietly. Systematically. One subject at a time. What he hadn't quite realized until now was just how far ahead he was. As it stood, he was pretty sure he studied these exact quadratic equations over 2 years ago around the same time he finally mastered using Granizen's ice make without randomly losing his shirt. At least it wasn't Aizawa-sensei's quirk law class. He could recite both the textbook and its supplementary reference guide by heart. He'd learned them 3 years ago to see if extra theoretical data might help him simulate archive or holder-type magics. The answer was no. Absolutely not. But at least he could quote case law. He listened. Or at least, he tried to. But 20 minutes into a lecture on civilian liability zones, he was already sketching out a rune sequence in the margins of his notes. A theoretical 3-meter dome shield that could, in theory, block everything including oxygen. Eyes up, Midoriya. Wrong battlefield. Aizawa didn't even glance up from his tablet. Izuku blinked, then sheepishly scratched through the glyphs. As useless as they'd turned out. Next to him, Yaoyorozu leaned over and whispered, "It's okay to be bored if you're ahead." Behind him, Kaminari passed a doodle across the desk, a tiny lightning bolt high-fiving a wizard holding a glowing spellbook. Captioned, "Electric for Brains. Friends with WizKid." Izuku, already warm in the cheeks, didn't laugh. But he did smile. Just a little. By Thursday, he'd come up with a solution. If he could keep his brain engaged with something relevant but more advanced, he could avoid drifting off and, more importantly, avoid getting scolded. So he shifted focus. No more rune theory in the margins. Instead, it was advanced calculus, obscure quirk law precedents, topographical geography tied to quirk distribution patterns. Things tangentially related to the class, but challenging enough to hold his attention. It wasn't perfect. But it was working. He'd adapt. Eventually. Between classes, the hallway buzzed with casual chatter until a cluster of students found a quieter corner near the lockers. Kaminari, usually the loudest in the room, leaned back against the lockers, uncharacteristically serious. "I thought I was making a friend, you know," he said, voice low. I mean, in this day and age, that kind of prejudice is pretty rare." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I was chatting with Mineta. He was talking about how cute Yaoyorozu was only way more openly than I'm comfy with. Real gross about it." Momo stiffened slightly but didn't interrupt. Kaminari sighed. Then he asked if I had any crushes. I laughed it off at first, but, you know, I said. "Jiro's pretty cute." Jiro blinked and flushed lightly but stayed silent. Kaminari kept going, words picking up momentum. "And I joked like, if it wasn't for his personality, even Bakugo's kind of good-looking. You know, just messing around." He hesitated. And then he practically reared back like I'd hit him and just called me a FG. Loud enough that a few others heard. Not loud enough for a teacher. The group went still. "I just didn't expect it," Kaminari finished quietly, looking away. "Not here. Not from someone who's supposed to have our backs." There was a silence, sharp, heavy. Jiro, leaning against the wall, crossed her arms. "Mineta, huh?" Kaminari nodded. Azui tilted her head. "He said stuff about the girls too. Loudly and repeatedly." Uraraka frowned deeply. "I didn't know it was that bad." A beat. Then Izuku, voice even. "Not to start a fight," he said, "but we need to document everything if we want to get anywhere when, not if, the sheet hit the fan." Momo nodded sharply. "I'll search through the student platform. I'm sure there should be some form or process for us to go through if needed." "I'll help with the wording of a potential complaint," Izuku added, glancing at Kaminari. "So it says what it needs to without being ignored. And if he does anything that provable, we'll add it all. It should, at least, be evidence of him being a recurring problem." No one argued. Not on this. After that discussion with Kaminari, he didn't expect the classroom to be so alive with tension, the good kind, excited, nervous, loud. It was supposed to be their first official heroics PRD. And the clock was ticking. "Maybe it's a stealth type," Kaminari guessed. "Like Edshot, so stealthy we won't even know when they're here." "I'm already annoyed," Jiro muttered. Uraraka glanced toward the door. "What if they're like Aizawa-sensei? All trigger happy with the whole expulsion thing? Or what if this is a test too, and we're all about to fail it?" She was getting visibly nervous. Momo offered a gentle tone. "If it's someone like Aizawa, it just means they expect a lot from us. But they'll be fair. Probably." Before anyone could debate further. "I am here to teach," came a booming voice. The room went silent. Standing in the doorway, in full Silver Age costume, cape flaring and golden hair gleaming, was All Might. The All Might? Kaminari whisper squeaked, holy crap, it's him. Izuku blinked. He's everything they would expect, dramatic, booming, larger than life. But for Izuku, something's off. The moment their eyes meet, it isn't warmth that greets him. It's restraint, with a touch of suspicion? All Might's voice doesn't falter when he speaks to the class, but there's a subtle shift when he acknowledges Izuku, or more precisely, when he doesn't. Not directly. Not once. Where others get nods or side comments, Izuku gets a distant glance. Professional. Cordial. Hollow. It shouldn't sting. But it does. Did I do something wrong? He scribbles anyway, burying the reaction beneath notes on entrance technique and costume analysis. All Might, Silver Age uniform. Slightly outdated design. Cape impractical for urban maneuvering. Still iconic. Entrance technique, high-impact silhouette. Emotional resonance, absurdly effective. Still, he notes without emotion. All Might held his pose, then relaxed. Yes. Right. He pulled a crumpled note card from inside his costume and scanned it quickly. You'll be conducting a field trial simulation, so head to the locker rooms, get changed into your hero costumes, and meet me at training field beta. He clicked a remote control and with a low mechanical hiss, a hidden panel slid open from which 20 silver cases emerged, numbered from 1 to 20. Grab your costume case, labeled with your seat number. All Might beamed. These were designed depending on the design and support forms you were requested to fill with your intake paperwork. The locker rooms buzzed. One by one, students emerged onto the prep deck of training field beta, now in full costume. Izuku stepped out in his suit, matte black with emerald piping and ash silver trim, long coat flowing, utility whip at his hip. Kaminari, dude. You look like a support-type Batman. Someone mutters, why does he look like a dramatic wizard just finished solving a crime? No one disagrees. Uraraka, wobbling slightly in heels, why did I approve these boots? Izuku, I like the theme. But, they might compromise your ankle integrity. Momo's costume? Elegant, daring, but isn't she worried she'll fall on her back and snap her spine? Kaminari whispered. I was trying not to say it, Izuku muttered, then louder, maybe you could have some digital tablet attached to your wrist or something? That might be better, said Momo. Mineta leered, I like it, the top half especially. Jiro glared and said, say that again. See what happens. Then Hagakure appeared. Or, her gloves and boots did. The rest of her remained invisible. Izuku blinked. Wait, did you use a DNA-imbued material? Something that mimics your quirk? Nope. Hagakure chirped. Didn't seem necessary. There was a silence, interrupted by Mineta, yes. Naked chick, even if we can't see anything, you never know what can happen during a spar. A long silence, while all the girls, and some of the guy looked at him in disgust. Then Izuku paled. Wait, so you're just not wearing anything? I mean, technically? He covered his face with one hand. But that means you have no environmental protection. No stabilization. No armor. No padding. I've got gloves, she offered. That's not even even if we can't see you, you have no protection whatsoever. I feel fine. You're naked and unarmored. Okay, now you're yelling, she said. I have to yell. This is a disaster in the making, hell it's worse than Kirishima's bare chest. And at least his quirk can protect him some. By now half the class was watching. Kirishima pointed at himself while mouthing, why me? I'm just saying, Izuku muttered, rubbing his temples, after this exercise, we're all going to the support department. Training Hall Beta. All Might stands awkwardly at the front of the class, holding a clipboard he clearly didn't write. His smile is a little too wide and shoulders a little too square. Ahem. The costume is your first step, and I see before me young heroes ready to throw down. He beamed awkwardly. Today is your first tactical field assessment, a mock villain scenario. He flips the paper. 2 teams. 1, the villains, defends a nuclear payload. You need to either hold your advantage until the end, or incapacitate the heroes. The heroes, on the other end, must either recover the bomb, by touching it, or capture both villains. You'll all have 5 minutes for planning and preparation, then 15 for the actual simulation. He glances down. Teams have been randomly selected. He reads them off, stumbling once or twice, but not on Izuku's. His eyes skip over Izuku with all the precision of someone deliberately avoiding hesitation. It's enough for Izuku to notice. But not enough for anyone else to comment. He pushes it aside. There are more important things to focus on. Team C, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Team F, Mineta and Ishido. They'll face each other in the first match. Izuku's brow ticks up. Momo exhales slowly. Mineta pumps his fist. Heh. Guess I'll carry this one. Ashido's smile falters. Sure, team effort. All Might chuckles nervously. Let's move to the simulation arena, shall we? The building is tall, scaffolded with stairwells and open office windows. Izuku and Momo strategize quickly. Mineta and Ashido, less so. Ashido holds her own quick, clever, using acid to corrode paths and redirect movement. Mineta, however, is not a team player. Worse, during a hallway maneuver, he grabs Ashido from behind. Not to shield her. Not to protect her. A deliberate grope. Her shout is loud enough to echo through 3 floors. Don't touch me. The battle pauses. Briefly. Izuku hears it from 2 levels up. His expression goes blank. The fight resumes, but the tone has shifted. Sharp. Unforgiving. Momo is injured midway, ankle twist, nothing serious, but enough to slow her. Izuku helps her behind cover. Do you trust me? She nods. He holds her ankle steady and breathes, and a faint green rune pulses once, and just like that she's healed. Together, they flank Ashido. Izuku calculates Mineta's throw angles, baiting him into using his own traps. He reflects one back at the source, tagging Mineta out in front of the control room feed. Ashido throws down her hands. Done. Not working with him again. Victory, Team C. After the final match concluded, the class reassembled in the observation room. Most were sweaty, some limping slightly, others still trying to process what just happened. All Might, back in his teaching pose near the monitor, gave a huge smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well done, everyone. You all showed something. A beat of silence. Then he cleared his throat, flipping through his notes, still handwritten, with question marks in the margins. We'll now be choosing the MVPs from each match. Based on ingenuity, teamwork, tactical skill, and overall heroic performance. He looked uncertain. Momo stepped forward slightly. If I may assist, sir? All Might blinked. By all means, young Yaoyorozu. POV Izuku. When they regroup for the MVP reviews, and All Might clears his throat to address the class, there's a moment where his gaze finally meets Izuku's. It lingers. Flat. Cool. Considering. Then passes. As if he's reserving judgment. As if something or someone has already shaped his expectations. Izuku says nothing. Just keeps his hands folded and his tone calm as he delivers his assessment. He doesn't ask for approval. And All Might doesn't offer it. Match 1, Team C, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, versus Team F, Mineta and Ashido. Momo, Ashido was clearly the physical standout. Her acid-based movement and creative offense pushed us into multiple repositionings. Izuku, her solo potential was evident. But she was hindered by her teammate. Mineta's performance was erratic, unsafe, and disrespectful not just to the opponent, but to his own partner. Momo nodded. Agreed. Strategically, we were able to recover mid-fight and execute a planned entrapment. The deciding moment was the redirect of Mineta's traps against him. All Might, scanning his page, then deliberately looking at Yaoyorozu, so, MVP? Momo paused. It should go to Ashido for holding the line despite poor support. Izuku, seconded. Ashido blinked, surprised. Really? Izuku smiled faintly. You were the hardest part of the fight. Match 2, Team Bakugo and Kaminari versus Team Shoji and Sato. Kaminari looked frazzled. Shoji looked bored. Bakugo was pacing like the ground had insulted him personally. The footage showed Bakugo charging ahead, scattering the defense with zero coordination. Kaminari tried to follow but got caught in his own sparks. Shoji used multiple limbs to shield and reposition, while Sato used brute strength to block narrow corridors. Momo, Sato was a wall. But Shoji carried the flow. He dictated enemy movement. Izuku, Katsuki's power was overwhelming, but lacked a plan. Shoji's calm control was the difference. Bakugo turned slowly, glaring. You want to say that again, nerd? Izuku, steady, your strength isn't in question. Your teamwork is. All Might, nervously scratching his chin, MVP, Shoji? Shoji nodded once. Acceptable. Bakugo didn't argue. But his eyes narrowed. Match 3, Todoroki and Azui versus Ojiro and Koda. The footage opened with Todoroki walking into the building and freezing an entire 3 floors before anyone had a chance to reposition. Elegant. Efficient. Devastating. Azui, clearly caught off guard, clung to a frozen railing while trying to stay upward, but she seemed more lethargic by the seconds, her body's biochemistry visibly struggling in the cold. Ojiro and Koda coordinated a fallback through lower floors, but the frost spread was too quick. Momo, offensive power was decisive. But the impact on his teammate was notable. Izuku nodded. Nobody's denying Todoroki is powerful. But in this case, something smaller and more in control would have been better. He paused. After all, what's the point of power if it becomes an obstacle to your allies? Azui didn't comment, but her wide-eyed blink said enough. All Might scanned his clipboard. So MVP? Momo, Azui. For adaptability and composure under an elemental disadvantage. Izuku, seconded. Todoroki did not seem angry, more thoughtful. In the end he only had one thing to say. Understood. Match 4, Ida and Uraraka vs Jiro and Siro. A high-energy match with smart movement and teamwork on both sides. Uraraka flung Ida with a gravity assist, sending him into a straight-line charge through the villain base. Jiro used sound to scout, Siro laid down mobility webbing. It was close. Izuku, Uraraka's quirk assist was brilliant, but it was Ida who used it as an opening, not a crutch. Momo, he followed through perfectly. Clear vision. Controlled force. Izuku, although he really needs to work on his movement outside of straight lines, his adaptability was remarkable. All Might, beaming, Ida, MVP. Ida adjusted his glasses. I will strive to earn that recognition every day. As the group filed out, chatter bounced between matches. Some cheered for their partners. Others dissected their failures. Mineta was nowhere in sight. Ashido had said she was filing a report. Izuku had quietly helped structure it. Momo had coordinated the signatories. They also added all witness reports and previous incidents already documented. By the time training concluded, the paperwork was submitted. By the next morning, Mineta's name was no longer on the seating chart. The office was quiet, lit by warm lamplight. A digital board scrolled silently through the day's training data. Aizawa leaned back in one of the chairs, arms crossed. All Might, back in his true form, looked slightly wilted and mildly overwhelmed. Nizu sat perched comfortably at his desk, teacup in paw, paws steepled over a printed copy of the complaint. This is more paperwork than I had on my second week as a hero, All Might muttered. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Welcome to education. Nizu took a sip. I don't usually involve myself in day-to-day training reports. But two things made today exceptional. He tapped the edge of the complaint file. This, he said, and Midoriya. All Might nodded slowly. You read it, then. Twice. Well-worded. Cleanly structured. Backed by multiple signatories and clear behavioral evidence. He set it down. It's not a grievance. It's a document of record. From first years. Aizawa glanced at the back page. Mineta's already been reassigned to general studies. Officially labeled a redirection of potential. Unofficially? He's done, Nizu said simply. And it's better that way. All Might shifted awkwardly. It was hard to watch. Young Ashido kept it together during the match, but afterward. He'll never make it past provisional licensing, Aizawa added. Might as well cut him loose now. Nizu turned to a different set of files, the match evaluations. Midoriya again. And Yaoyorozu. He scanned the list. You let them lead the debrief? They were the only ones speaking like pros, All Might admitted. Yaoyorozu had the structure. Midoriya. A pause. He's sharp. Surprising, even. But he doesn't continue. He also quoted battlefield theory from 6 different fields without needing to check his notes, Aizawa added. And somehow made a case for MVPs based on ally impact rather than just raw victory. Interesting, Nizu said quietly. He has instincts, Aizawa continued. The kind you usually don't see until someone's been in the field. However he trained before coming to us, he seemed to have acquired field experience of some sort. A pause. Nizu smiled faintly. We'll be watching him more closely, then. All Might didn't look up. Just nodded once, faintly. I already am, Aizawa muttered. He's not flashy. But the class listens to him. Even Bakugo didn't snap during the critique. That's growth, All Might said. Sort of. Nizu marked both files and set them aside. Then flipped to another. Todoroki Shoto. A pause fell. Nizu folded his paws. 3 opponents neutralized only using his ice. Aizawa's gaze narrowed. No fire at all. No hesitation. No fallback to dual output. All Might looked down. I noticed. He's not injured, Aizawa said. Vitals are stable. No sign of restraint from fatigue. Just refusal, Nizu said softly. A beat passed. No one spoke. Then All Might, even quieter, we can't file on what he hasn't said. Not without an incident, Aizawa agreed. Nizu's voice was gentler now. And it's not easy to ask questions about a student whose parent is the number 2 hero. Especially when that student hasn't given you permission to go there, All Might added. The silence returned. Then Aizawa said, he's trained. Polished. Too polished. Nizu nodded. We'll keep watching. While the meeting between Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might played out upstairs, Izuku kept his promise. He led Hagakure, Yamamo, Uraraka, and Kaminari through the maze of hallways to the support department. The doors slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a cavernous workspace buzzing with low drones, welding sparks, and the hum of prototype machines. Power Loader, or Majima-sensei, officially, looked up from a drafting table and grunted. "Ah, there you are. I expected you earlier," he said, crossing the room in a few long strides. "Only 5 of you? Ha! Usually there's more after the first practical." He flicked a stylus toward a clipboard. "There's even a standard form for it. First-year costume revisions. Always happens." He scanned them briefly. "Where's your supervising teacher? I'll need their notes for formal requests. And which class are you, A or B?" Izuku stepped forward, a little stiffly. Only us. No teacher. We're from Class 1A. Our instructor is All Might." Majima's visor tilted slightly, as if he were trying to process that. New blood, I suppose. Probably wasn't told to expect this. He shrugged pragmatically. "All right, then. Which one of you first?" Before anyone could answer, Mei Hatsum came rocketing in from the side on a half-assembled auto-scooter, goggles pushed up, wide grin beaming like a second sun. Ooh. Power Loader Sensei. Let me. I have the perfect babies for all their problems. I should make their upgrades. I'm practically already the future CEO of Hatsum Industries." Majima didn't even blink. "Hatsum," he said with the kind of patience that suggested this conversation was not new, "regardless of your brilliance, until you are licensed, and I mean provisionally licensed at minimum, you cannot equip anyone." Mei groaned dramatically and pouted like he'd just cancelled her birthday party. "You'll get to work with your upperclassmen during your practical semester. About 5 months from now. Not before that." Izuku cleared his throat and gently nudged Hagakure forward. Actually, we're mainly here for Hagakure." Majima nodded, swapping out clipboards with mechanical efficiency. "All right. Keep in mind that any addition on a DNA-imbued costume may take twice as long. So what's the issue?" There was an awkward pause. The 4 students shared a collective look. Finally, Uraraka said, Her whole costume is just gloves and boots." Majima blinked once. Then pulled out a longer requisition form without saying a word. "This'll take a while," he said dryly. The UA staff lounge was usually quiet in the morning before class began. With their days full of training teenagers to become society's next defenders, most of the hero course faculty scheduled patrols in the evening or overnight entirely. Mornings were for caffeine, last-minute grading, and quiet desperation over curriculum pacing. So when Majima slammed a thick folder of paperwork onto the center table, it shattered the piece like a thrown brick. Heads turned. 5 students, he snapped. I spoke with 5 students from 1A. 4 had serious issues with their gear. At the mention of his class, Aizawa looked up immediately, attention focused and sharp. Samantha stopped doodling. Midnight set her cup down with a soft clink. Mobility risks. Quirk feedback instability. 1 suit, and even Kalingat that is generous, offering no protection whatsoever. Majima jabbed a finger at the file like it owed him money. How the hell did this pass clearance? He glared toward the general supply reports. "This isn't just missed supervision," he said, voice rising. "This is bad supplier work. Rushed commissions. Sloppy material matching. They cut corners on first-year kits and we let them." The room went quiet. Heavy. Aizawa, arms folded, exhaled slowly. Suppliers prioritize third years and provisional candidates during the build cycle. First years get, he waved a hand vaguely. Scraps. Then fix it, Majima growled. You wouldn't give a rescue worker a faulty breathing mask. Why the hell are we handing future heroes defective armor? Ectoplasm nodded, solemn. Agreed. Majima's finger hit the list again. And don't think I didn't notice All Might's signature on every one of these clearance forms. No reviews. No red flags. Nothing flagged after orientation. There was no venom. Just controlled, professional frustration. I get it, he's new. Hero work is one thing. But paperwork? Oversight? That's part of the job now. Present Mike muttered under his breath, poor guy's probably drowning in it already. Nizu, unbothered as always, sipped his tea and looked around the table. Your proposal, Majima? I assume you have one. A full costume audit, he said without hesitation. Mandatory for all first-year hero students. Have some support staff assigned to each instructor for technical consultation. Baseline corrections. Functionality tests. Immediate supplier feedback. Hell, I have a few third year that could use the extra credits. He let the silence settle before adding. Because if we don't fix this now, someone will get hurt. And it'll be on us. Nizu tapped a claw lightly against the edge of his cup. Then nodded once. Approved. Issue the order today. First session start next week. Majima nodded. He still didn't relax. And if any supplier thinks they can pass half-tested garbage to my students again, he added darkly, they'll be hearing from me. Personally. Aizawa rubbed his temples. And someone, he muttered, will finally explain to All Might how support documentation works. There was a chuckle around the table. The classroom buzzed with low, excited chatter. Izuku leaned slightly back in his seat, quietly talking with Yamamoto, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Kaminari about the night before. Majima-sensei looked like he was going to blow a gasket, Kaminari said, still half in awe. I mean, I get it, Uraraka added, swinging her feet under her desk. My boots are definitely a hazard. But still. I thought his head was gonna pop. Yamamoto sipped from a thermos with perfect poise. It was justified, she said calmly. We've been issued equipment that could have endangered us. That's unacceptable. Honestly? Hagakure chimed in, adjusting her gloves. I'm just glad someone noticed. Just because nobody would doesn't mean I won't. And I just not about to flash anybody and everybody. They chuckled, but nearby, more voices joined the conversation. Ashido flopped dramatically onto the desk next to Kaminari's. You guys couldn't have taken me with you? My suit's already melting. Like, just my own acid. It's not even full combat yet, she whined. That's bad design, Yamamoto said instantly, frowning. Aoyama delicately touched the gold trim of his support belt. I have always used this, he said with his usual sparkle. It is a personal item, not school-issued. My family bought it for me. Momo blinked. Wait, you're using civilian-grade equipment? Oui. Aoyama beamed. It shines magnificently, non? That's not good, Uraraka whispered, wide-eyed. Izuku made a mental note, request support tech check on Aoyama's gear. The conversation was just picking up speed when the door slid open with a sharp hiss. Aizawa stepped inside, head half buried in his capture weapon, looking every bit like he hadn't slept since the day before. The room immediately quieted. Good, Aizawa said, not even trying for warmth. You've improved your time. He dropped a stack of papers onto the front desk. Before homeroom officially starts, you'll need to elect a class president. A beat of stunned silence. Class president? Uraraka repeated. What's that supposed to do in hero school? Ashido asked, half laughing. Manage communications between staff and students. Organize teams for drills. Report incidents. Be responsible. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. I don't have time to babysit you every hour. Pick someone. Now. A few murmurs broke out. I mean, why not just vote? Kirishima offered. Simple, right? I propose an election. Ida declared, standing upright with robotic sharpness. Azui was skeptical. Wouldn't everyone vote for themselves, Ribbit? We don't know each other all that well. But wait, Izuku interjected, lifting a hand awkwardly. Maybe we should add some rules to minimize candidates? Maybe. Nominate candidates instead of just writing random names. He flushed a little under the attention. I mean, just trying to be efficient. Several heads nodded in agreement. Reasonable, Yamamoto said approvingly. So, Aizawa drawled. Nominate first. No self-nominations. Seconded nominations to confirm. Then vote. The class seemed to accept that. Momo stood immediately, composed and confident. I nominate Midoriya Izuku, she said clearly. There was a half-second pause, then Hagakure chirped brightly, I second that. Kaminari, grinning, yeah, me too. Uraraka, beaming, definitely. Jiro, muttering but smiling, yeah, why not? Izuku sank slightly into his seat, turning pink. But, he said quickly, standing up, I'd like to nominate Yamamoto, Yaoyorozu. Jiro, smiling slyly, seconded it almost immediately. From the back of the room, Kirishima shouted, Baku bro. I nominate Bakugo. There was an awkward silence. Bakugo didn't say anything. He just crossed his arms and stared at the wall. No one seconded. Even Kaminari, who clearly considered it, very quickly decided not to. Moving on, Aizawa said dryly. Uraraka raised her hand. I nominate Ida. Azui nodded. I second that. Then she continued, I'll nominate Uraraka-chan. Ida straightened, adjusting his glasses proudly. I'll second Uraraka nomination. Then Ashido cheeped in, how about Kirishima? He's a people person. Kirishima's complexion matched his hair, especially when Siro nodded, adding, I'll second that. As the final nomination settled, a brief awkwardness filled the air, no one sure how to proceed. Then Yamamoto raised her hand politely. "If I may," she said, glancing toward Aizawa, who merely shrugged. "We all have our UA issue mail addresses. We could set up the vote electronically, secure, fast, and transparent." There was a ripple of impressed murmuring. Kaminari brightened immediately. "Oh, I can do that. I mean, I'm good with electronic community sharing. I'll make a quick form and set it to close after everyone clicks through." "You have 10 minutes, Aizawa said, deadpan. "After that, I'm picking someone myself." Kaminari got to work immediately, thumbs flying over his tablet. Within minutes, everyone's screens pinged, Class 1A voting form, class representative election. "Click your candidate," Kaminari said, grinning proudly. Simple drop-down menu. No repeats. No hacking. Bakugo glared at the tablet like it had personally betrayed him. "Voting's anonymous, right?" asked Uraraka, fiddling with her device. "Totally." Kaminari beamed. "I even set it so no one including me can see who voted for who." Satisfied, the class huddled over their screens, quickly submitting their votes. A chime sounded from Kaminari's device. "Voting closed," he announced proudly. "And the results are." He projected the final tally on the main screen. Class 1A representative election results. President, Midoriya Izuku, 7 votes. Vice President, Yaoyorozu Momo, 5 votes. Third and fourth places showed Kirishima and Uraraka tied with Ida 1 vote behind, but it didn't matter now. The room exploded into cheers, a few claps, some good-natured teasing. Uraraka laughed. "Of course it's you, Midoriya." Kaminari elbowed him playfully. "Fantasy nerd for prez." Even Jiro smirked and muttered, "Not bad, Midoriya." Momo turned to him, hands neatly clasped in front of her, and gave a dignified nod. "Congratulations, Midoriya-kun," she said warmly. "You'll do well." Izuku, still very pink around the ears, bowed slightly. If that's what you all want, I'll do my best." Across the room, Aizawa scribbled something lazy into a clipboard. "Good enough," he said. "Now, sit down. We've got real work to do." The final bell for the PRD buzzed faintly overhead, but Aizawa didn't move to dismiss them immediately. Instead, he scanned the room with his usual exhausted expression. "Midoriya. Yaoyorozu." Izuku jumped slightly. Momo sat straighter, already attentive. "You two need to report to conference room C after the last PRD," Aizawa said. "Mandatory meeting for the first-year representatives." Momo nodded briskly. Izuku scribbled it into the margin of his notes. "You'll meet the reps from the other courses. Heroics, support, business, general studies." Aizawa's tone stayed flat. "They'll go over cross-course event expectations. Disaster drills. Community projects." He paused. "And because some of you needed basic etiquette when dealing with future work partners." The glance he sent toward Bakugo was almost surgical. "Questions?" "No, sensei," Izuku said, sitting upright. "Good. Then get out of my classroom. I need 5 minutes of peace before my next headache walks in." Later that afternoon, after classes ended, Izuku and Momo navigated their way to conference room C. A few other students were already waiting outside, chatting quietly or fiddling with their phones. The group was varied. Heroics Course 1B was easily identifiable by the few students who stood at attention, with similar badges as their own. Support Course students wore modified uniforms with tool belts or reinforced pads. Business Course kids looked sharp-pressed shirts, stylish shoes, clipboards ready. And General Studies looked like high schoolers. One of them was still eating a snack. Momo surveyed the group with calm efficiency. Izuku shifted awkwardly until a friendly figure detached from the 1B students' pair and approached them. "Hey, you must be Class 1A's rep?" The girl offered a quick, practiced smile. "Itsuka Kendo. 1B representative." Izuku blinked once, then returned the handshake. "Midoriya Izuku. 1A representative, and this is Yaoyorozu Momo." "Vice Rep," Momo said smoothly, bowing slightly. "Pleasure," Kendo said. She had a firm grip, professional and confident without being aggressive. Izuku found himself relaxing a little. "I figured I'd say hi early," Kendo continued. "You know how it is, hero course rivalry and all that nonsense. Might as well get used to working together, right?" "Definitely," Izuku agreed immediately. "Actually, I was thinking." Momo glanced at him, encouraging. "We're all going to be working in the same world someday," Izuku said, voice steadier as he gained confidence. "Maybe we could start something between the hero courses. Like an interclass tutoring project." Kendo blinked, then grinned. "I like that. Some of us are already ahead in theory, others in physical training. Cross-learning could help. She extended a hand again. Let's talk after the meeting. Work out some details. Izuku nodded, feeling a flicker of pride. Behind them, more representatives arrived, and the door opened to signal the start of the session. Time to get to work. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere cooled fast. Izuku was grateful for the earlier friendliness with Kendo, because it became clear almost immediately that, at least from general studies, there wouldn't be much warmth. The resentment wasn't shouted. It didn't need to be. It was in the sharp glances, the too polite smiles, the way arms crossed a little tighter whenever Hero Course was mentioned. Support course students were more detached, focused on their tablets or quietly comparing specs for new prototype gear. Business course students were more subtle, but Izuku caught a few critical looks flash toward the hero reps whenever logistics or funding came up. They began with standard protocols. Duty rotations, communication procedures, gym access schedules. It was the latest discussion where tensions finally leaked into words. One of the general studies reps, a sharp-faced boy with short dark hair, spoke up. His voice was clipped, controlled, but cold. We just want it noted officially, he said, that no course should be given preferential treatment over others. Gym space should be equally available. Heroics already get enough special consideration. The business course rep next to him nodded politely, saying nothing but silently backing the statement. Kendo shifted next to Izuku, frowning slightly. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Kendo beat him to it, standing with brisk, practiced confidence. With respect, she said, hero students do need more time. A few low murmurs rippled through the room. Kendo didn't flinch. We're training under combat conditions. We need physical conditioning, tactical drills, and controlled power usage practice. It's not favoritism. It's a necessity. There was a tense pause. No open argument but clear dissatisfaction, mostly from the general studies reps. Across the room, the support course rep kept scribbling notes, completely unbothered. Business muttered quietly among themselves. General studies leaned back, arms crossed. The tension settled into the walls. Not solved, just acknowledged. Then came the discussion of the upcoming school-wide event. The teacher leading the meeting, a tired-looking administrator with an electronic clipboard, cleared his throat. In your first year the sports festival is mandatory for all departments, he said. Heroics, support, business, and general studies. Some students visibly tensed. Participation may vary based on event, he continued. Students with health conditions or dangerous quirks requiring mitigation may apply for limited assistance. However, he tapped his clipboard sharply for emphasis. Unless medically necessary, students must create their own support items if they require them. The murmuring started again. If you want to bring a tool, you must design it yourself. If you cannot construct it personally, your design must be finalized and submitted to the support department for review at least 2 weeks before the festival. Otherwise, you will be expected to compete without it. There was a ripple of low protest among support and business course students. Izuku, blinking rapidly, raised his hand. Excuse me, sir, does this include hero course students too? The administrator paused, then coughed awkwardly. Ah, good question. He adjusted his screen. For hero course students specifically, no support items are permitted during the festival events, unless of course you fall in the earlier exposed categories. Full focus is on quirk mastery, physical conditioning, and raw skill. There was a stunned silence. Then a few general studies reps smirked slightly. Some support course students looked disappointed. Momo, at Izuku's side, murmured, so it's not about advantage. It's about proving individual baseline potential. Izuku nodded slowly. It made sense, he supposed. By the time the festival would come around, as hero students, they'd normally have some pretty intense quirk and physical conditioning. It just didn't make it any easier. As the meeting finally broke up, students filed out in small clumps, some chatting, others studiously avoiding eye contact. The air was lighter, but the undercurrent still tugged at Izuku's thoughts. Just as he tucked his notes under his arm, Kendo caught up with him and Momo near the door. Hey, she said, keeping her voice low enough not to carry. You still serious about that interclass project idea? Izuku nodded immediately. Yeah. I think it could help. Bridging some of the gaps before they get worse. Agreed, Momo added crisply. If we're expected to cooperate outside of competitions, it makes sense to start now. Kendo smiled a sharp, competent sort of grin that made Izuku like her even more. I'll ping the 1B vice rep, maybe we can pull in a few support course students too, she said. People who actually want to work together. She held out her hand again. Izuku took it without hesitation this time. Firm. Certain. Momo nodded once, officially. I'll create a group chat. Let's do this properly, she said. Kendo laughed. Sounds like a plan. The morning after the representative meeting, homeroom started quietly. Izuku waited until Aizawa called for announcements, then stood up. Before classes start today, can I have a minute? The class looked up, curious. Even Aizawa cracked one eye open. Izuku cleared his throat. After yesterday's rep meeting, Yamamo and I talked with Kendo from 1B. We want to start an interclass tutoring project. Soft murmuring spread across the room. Momo rose beside him, calm and composed. We're hoping to organize tutoring between heroics classes and possibly support course students too, she said. Academic subjects, quirk theory, hero-specific theory class. Anything students feel confident tutoring or feel they need help with. A few heads nodded. And, Izuku added, if you feel like you need help, that's fine too. We want to match people by what they need, not force it. Ashido visibly relaxed in her chair. Shoji nodded silently. Kaminari slumped with exaggerated relief. Math. Definitely math. And written exams. Please. The room chuckled lightly. Bakugo slammed his hand onto his desk. I don't need help, he barked. Nobody argued. Near the back, Tokoyami whispered dramatically to himself, what a mad bouquet of darkness, earning a muffled snort from Jiro. Meanwhile, Todoroki thought quietly, Endeavor would hate this. No competition nor hierarchy. Without changing expression, Todoroki raised a hand slightly. I'll tutor in English, he said simply. Across the aisle, Ida practically glowed with pride. A marvelous initiative, Midoriya Izuku. Yayorozu-san. True leadership and service to your peers. Izuku flushed but managed a small smile, maybe this was going to work. By lunch, the energy in 1A had shifted again, less tension, more tentative teamwork. Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, and Kaminari fought their way through the packed cafeteria lines, loaded up on trays of curry and noodles, and grabbed a corner table near the big windows. It felt normal. They ate and laughed. So, why hero course? Kaminari asked around a mouthful of rice. Ida straightened instantly. My elder brother is a hero. It's a family tradition and my duty to surpass it with honor. Momo set down her utensils gracefully. My family has always been fortunate. I feel it's my responsibility to give something back. Uraraka twisted her chopsticks nervously. I want to help people. I do. But part of me started because of money. My family's business is struggling. I thought if I became a pro. She trailed off, flushing. Wanting to help your family is helping people, Kaminari said, surprisingly gentle. Momo nodded. It's not selfish, Uraraka-san. It's noble. Izuku smiled. Heroes start by protecting the people closest to them. Uraraka blinked fast and smiled, cheeks pink. Kaminari brightened again. My reasons way deeper than all of yours, he declared. They stared. I just want to look cool on TV, he grinned. Jiro snorted audibly across the room. Then the alarm blared, high, shrill and bone deep. The cafeteria erupted instantly into chaos. Students bolted from their chairs, food trays clattering, screams echoed. The exits jammed, too many bodies at once, too little space. Someone tripped, someone else fell. The crush was dangerous. Izuku pushed upright, scanning automatically. Through the tall windows, he saw them. Reporters, cameras, broken security barriers at the gate. They're not villains. Ida shouted. It's just the press. But no one was listening, fear had momentum now. Izuku spun toward Momo. Can you make a megaphone? Without hesitation, she materialized one sleek and simple, tossing it into his hands. Izuku gripped it, inhaled sharply, and activated Era. Magic shimmered wings burst from his back. The students closest to him gasped audibly. It wasn't enough though. He rose smooth and steady above the surging chaos. For 1 second, the students below froze, stunned by the sudden sight of him, wings flaring against the fluorescent lights. He didn't waste it. The megaphone crackled to life. Everyone stop. The word hit the room like a wall, students froze mid-motion, wide-eyed, so Izuku lowered the megaphone slightly. You're scared. That's normal. But this isn't an attack. It's just the media. He swept his gaze across the cafeteria. And heroes, he said steadily, don't run from noise. The panic cracked, students started moving again, slower, steadier. Not safe yet, but no longer on the edge of a stampede. Following protocol, teachers marshaled the flow toward emergency exits. Students streamed down the stairwells, guided out onto the wide practice fields behind UA's main building. Each class clustered under color-coded flags, faculty moved among them, doing head counts, checking for injuries. Izuku touched down lightly on the grass, the magical wings fading into mist behind him. He handed the megaphone back to Momo with a small, tired smile. Across the open field, dozens of students kept glancing his way. Apparently, he made an impression. Later that evening, the teachers gathered in the staff conference room. The air was heavier than usual, the lights were dimmed low. Security feeds flickered silently across one wall, showing footage from every major hallway, exit, and rooftop. Nizu sat perched atop the head table, paws folded neatly, tea cooling untouched beside him. "The students handled themselves well," he said quietly. "Better than we could have hoped." There were murmured agreements around the table. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "Midoriya's intervention bought us time to control the panic. We were lucky." "Lucky," Snipe muttered. "And sharp." Nizu flicked an ear, eyes narrowing slightly. "But we must not let the student's perception cloud our judgment." He tapped a claw lightly against the desk. Yes, the media broke the barrier. But the gate itself was not merely forced. He turned his sharp gaze across the room. It was disintegrated. A chill ran through the room. Not rammed nor blown open. It was erased like dust in the wind. No one spoke for a moment. "Meaning someone else cleared the path for the media," Cementos said finally, voice low. Nizu nodded once. "Precisely. They were a distraction," Aizawa said grimly. "Likely testing our defenses," Ectoplasm added. Nizu's smile was razor-thin. "Which is why, for the next several days, all staff are to maintain heightened vigilance." He scanned the room slowly. "If you notice anything strange, any small anomaly, any unexplained movement, you report it immediately." The teachers nodded one by one in the heavy atmosphere. There were still too many pieces missing, but one thing was certain: UA was no longer a safe fortress. And someone out there had just proven they were willing to test its walls. Katsuki sat alone on the edge of the practice field, elbows on his knees, staring at the empty grass as the last of the daylight drained from the sky. The air still smelled faintly of ozone leftover static from the security systems rebooting. He didn't move or scowl or shout. He was just thinking. All his life, he's known what he was chasing. The top. The summit. And he has always known and believed he would get to it. Not easily, never that. But through his sweat, and blood, and tears. Through relentless effort, and never-ending determination. He didn't believe in handouts. Sure, he was lucky enough with his quirk. But he also trained like hell. He wasn't afraid to hurt or be hated to climb higher. Being strong wasn't enough. You had to be relentless. And for the longest time, he thought that was the answer. Push harder. Burn brighter. And he didn't care if he had to do it alone. When the nerd disappeared all those years ago, quirkless, quiet, still clinging to dreams, Katsuki thought that was the end of it. He was mostly glad. One less reminder of weakness. One less shadow following him. And ignored the part of him that, even then, felt lonely. And has since embraced it, convinced it made him stronger. But then he came back. Not as Deku. Not the crying tagalong. Izuku. The one who stepped through fire and came out with something different. Power that didn't shout. Strength that didn't need permission. And suddenly, Katsuki wasn't the only one chasing the summit. Deku Izuku wasn't trying to beat him. He was building something. Something people listened to. Fought for. Something Bakugo couldn't blast away. The cracks started small. A missed ranking here. A lost vote there. Watching Half and Princess Ponytail get more attention than he did. People nodding when Deku talked like it made sense. He didn't want attention. He wanted to win. But winning felt different now. Because being alone at the top started to look a little hollow. He remembered middle school. Getting class rep without trying. Everyone falling in line because they were supposed to. Now? He couldn't even get a second nomination to class president elections. Not even a joke vote. The anger twisted again, sharp and mean, but for once, he held it in. Didn't let it detonate. Just let it simmer. Because maybe strength wasn't enough. Not this time. Not here. Not against people building something bigger than a win. He stayed until the field lights blinked off. Then stood. Jammed his hands in his pockets. The world hadn't broken him. He wasn't done. But he was starting to understand something he hadn't before. He didn't just want to beat Izuku. He wanted back in. Back to the fire they'd started as kids. Before the yelling. Before he allowed his pride free rein. Before he turned Zuku into Deku. Because, as the nerd reminded him, they were meant to be brothers. And he had no one but himself to blame for the distance. And if he was going to take the top, really take it, he wanted Zuku next to him. Not behind. Not beneath. Beside. This time, he'd choose it, he'd choose him. Homeroom started with the familiar shuffle of desks, the hum of low conversation, and Aizawa walking in, looking as tired as he always did. He dropped a stack of papers on the front desk without ceremony. "Field trip tomorrow," he said, voice flat as ever. Your foundational heroics lesson tomorrow will be on rescue in an UA remote facility. A few students perked up. Uraraka sat straighter. Ida's hand twitched upward automatically before he thought better of it. You can wear your hero costumes, Aizawa continued, rubbing at one eye. But it's not mandatory. For those who submitted costume revisions to the support department, his gaze slid, pointed and unhurried, to Hagakure, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu. I'd rather you wear your standard sports uniforms. We're not testing mobility under 5 inches boots and inexistent armor. Uraraka flushed lightly. Yaoyorozu inclined her head with quiet composure. Hagakure's gloves gave an apologetic thumbs up. Aizawa moved on without fanfare. You'll need parental sign-off. Hard copy unless your guardians are out of prefecture, then they can scan the QR code at the bottom for electronic approval. He started to set the stack on Yaoyorozu's desk, paused, then redirected and dropped it onto Midoriya's instead. You distribute. Yes, sensei, Izuku said, already getting up to do just that. His own form went straight into the side pocket of his bag, folded with practiced care. He'd remind his mom tonight. No way was he missing this. The usual low buzz of chatter returned as students skimmed the forms or asked each other what kind of facility it might be. Izuku took his seat again, glancing absently across the room. Katsuki, for once, wasn't radiating combustion energy. No scowl. No muttered threats. He was leaning back in his chair. Arms crossed, staring ahead with something closer to stillness than Izuku was used to. It wasn't relaxed, no it was quiet. Izuku made a mental note of it, then let it go. Everyone had their off days. Or maybe on days. He turned back to his notes, absently scanning over yesterday's geography notes. Tomorrow would be a big day and something in the air already felt like it was shifting. The hallway near the admin wing wasn't glamorous, just tiled floors, flickering fluorescents, and an old, "No food past this point" sign taped above a maintenance door, but it was quiet, and for now, it was theirs. Izuku tapped through his notes on a shared tablet, cross-referencing names and color-coded cells. Yamamo stood beside him, posture as crisp as her notes, adjusting a shared spreadsheet with precise swipes. Across from them, Kendo leaned back against the wall with a stylus in her mouth, half-focused on the schedule grid. Hananuki, calm and thoughtful as ever, knelt by a power outlet, scrolling through UA's internal scheduling portal. Okay, Izuku said, voice low but steady. Here's what we've got so far: 12 students across classes A and B offered to tutor. 8 subjects represented. He thumbed to the list. Math, history, English, modern science, and a few hero core-specific ones: hero ethics, quirk law, art history as applied to heroics, and oratory for interview prep and public-facing scenarios. Kendo nodded. Solid range. Enough variety that even general studies might want in, once it's up and running. No quirk drills though, Hananuki added, not looking up. We agreed to keep it academic for now. Safer that way. Agreed, Momo said. We're not licensed for practical training yet anyway. Hananuki flicked his screen and spun it toward them. UA's portal has a classroom booking function, real-time availability, filters by type. We flag the session as peer-led enrichment and we're good. I already bookmarked 4 available slots that don't conflict with hero studies or support tech labs. 2 afternoons a week, Kendo said, straightening. Small group blocks, 4 students max, 1 tutor lead. No solos. Rotate based on demand. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, thinking aloud. We leave 1 room unbooked floating slot. For last-minute reviews or anyone who gets overwhelmed mid-week. And we submit the full schedule tonight, Momo added, with a formal request for staff endorsement. I'll draft the wording. Kendo grinned. I'll help you reword it so it doesn't sound like it was written by a lawyer. They chuckled quietly, the tension easing, just a little. For a second, they weren't representatives from rival hero courses. They weren't worrying about ranking or performance reports or who had the better tactical curriculum. They were just students, trying to build something useful. Izuku looked around at the other 3: Yamamo's steady presence, Hananuki's calm confidence, Kendo's grounded drive. This could matter, he said quietly. Even if only a few people use it, it's still a start. He received 4 nods, and a shared understanding. It was just a start, but it felt like they were doing something real. Todoroki POV. The gym lights buzzed low, sterile and even. The kind of sound that let Shudo keep his thoughts contained, boxed, shelved, and pushed somewhere behind focus and repetition. He'd been here for an hour already. Not training hard. Just long. Spacing things out. Stretching drills. Cycling frost until the burn evened out behind his shoulder. It wasn't about progress tonight. It was about staying out. The house would be quiet by now, but he would still be there. Waiting. Measuring. So Shudo stayed. He was halfway through a pacing line quick ice trails for footwork timing when the adjacent door slid open. Footsteps. The hiss of a gym bag hitting rubber tile. Then, Midoriya. Shudo didn't stop moving. But he saw the flash of green in his periphery, hair damp, towel slung loose around his neck, the kind of relaxed posture that looked like it came from habit, not posing. Midoriya paused at the sight of him, then smiled. Hey. Didn't think anyone was using this wing tonight. I reserved it, Shudo said. Didn't expect anyone either. Midoriya shifted his grip on the bag. I was heading to B-side, but if it's just you, I don't mind sharing. I've got an ice ability in a rune slot today, wanted to train a bit with it. Shudo's head tilted slightly. That's what it's called? Midoriya blinked, then nodded. Right, no. It's an ability copy. Ice make. I can hold a few at a time, but I usually pick what I'll use that day. Shudo's brow furrowed slightly. You used it during the obstacle run. Midoriya said, already unzipping his hoodie. To help with my movements. Kept it simple. There was no bragging in the tone. Just fact. Shudo weighed the options. We can split the floor, he said finally. If you want. Midoriya's smile widened, brief, but genuine. Thanks. I'll keep to the back third. They trained without speaking. Shudo returned to fine-tuning surface control, building frost in deliberate curves to force himself into sharper turns. Midoriya laid out glowing glyphs conjuring ice in sculpted patterns that broke apart on command. The style was different, but the principles weren't. Clean lines. Measured output. Control without waste. Midoriya adjusted his stance once, mimicking Shudo's pivot angle. Shudo, in turn, watched how the glyphs bled energy across the mats and didn't melt through. They weren't copying each other. They were getting inspiration. It was nice. The timer blinked red above the exit doors. Session almost over. He felt like practically no time has passed since Midoriya entered. He couldn't recall the last time he felt that way at the end of a training session. Midoriya slowed to a walk, brushing frost off his sleeves and slinging his towel around his neck again. Shudo cooled down with one last sweep, then stood still, letting the air settle. Midoriya passed by on his way out, then paused, half-turned. Oh, he said, like he almost forgot. At least you stay clothed to practice. The friend I copied this from spends about 50% of his time naked. Even if not on purpose. Shudo blinked. Then blinked again. His mouth opened, then didn't commit to a reply. Midoriya gave a tiny laugh under his breath, waved once, and headed for the door. Shudo stood frozen in place, his brain stalled somewhere between tactical analysis and whatever that was. He stayed that way for a while. The morning air outside UA's front gates carried the sharp bite of early sun and too much anticipation. 2 long charter buses idled at the curb, white-paneled and gleaming, with UA's crest printed neatly near the doors. Students gathered in loose clusters, half awake, half hyped, layered in jackets, caffeine jitters, and last-minute guesses about the facility they were headed to. Izuku stood near the edge of the group, idly scrolling through the morning headlines on his phone. The local feed was strangely repetitive. All Might cited at 3 different incidents a late-night turned early-morning apartment fire in East Muzutafu, a mid-level villain containment downtown, and, just 20 minutes ago, assisting at a freeway pileup on the outskirts. None of them were major disasters. None of them should have needed him. All Might hadn't been this publicly active in months, maybe longer. His patrol schedule had grown sparse, his appearances rare. 1 sighting in a day used to be enough to trend nationally. 3 before 9 a.m. was unusual. And he looked tired in the footage. Even smiling, there was something off in his posture. Like he hadn't rested. Like he was rushing from one place to the next on momentum alone. Izuku frowned, thumb hovering over the pause frame, and filed the thought away. The bus door hissed open. And Ida stepped forward like a man on a mission, holding a clipboard as if it might explode if he didn't use it properly. I have created an optimal seating rotation for maximum balance, alternating by quirk category, noise level, and morning temperament, he announced, voice brisk. Each student is allotted a window-facing option for equal exposure. Izuku, halfway through tying the laces on his boots, glanced over the top of his scarf. Aida? Yes, Midoriya-kun? He stood, slinging his bag onto one shoulder. These buses are open plan. I beg your pardon? Izuku gestured at the interior. No fixed seats, just curved benches, open standing space, and handrails. There's no assigned seating. It's like a moving lounge. Ida stared through the window. Then at his chart. Then into the middle distance, visibly recalculating his life choices. Ah, he said finally, lowering his clipboard. That may require adjustment. I think we'll manage, Izuku offered gently. Ida nodded solemnly, but he was visibly sagging in frustration. Before the group started boarding, Izuku moved off to the side, scanning for a familiar silhouette. He found Aizawa exactly where expected, leaning against a fence post, head buried in his capture weapon like a turtle seeking refuge in its carapace, coffee in hand, dead-eyed as ever. "Sensei?" Izuku asked. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement. "I finalized the tutoring framework with Momo, Kendo, and Hananuki. 2-day schedule, limited subjects, no quirk drills. Just academic focus and voluntary sign-ups." He waited. Aizawa blinked once. "Fine." Izuku held still. "Just don't cause trouble," Aizawa added, sighing like he regretted speaking at all. Izuku's grin was small but immediate. "Understood, sir." He stepped away, pulling out his phone and typing fast. White heavy checkmark. Aizawa signed off. Final green light. "Next week, we're live." The Hero Reps group chat pinged back almost immediately. Momo. "Excellent. I'll confirm the room reservations by tonight." Hananuki. "I'll start drafting the sign-up form." Kendo. Vlad King said, "Sure, if it keeps you out of trouble." "We're good." Kendo again, seconds later. "Also, he said if it doesn't keep us out of trouble, he'll double our training until it does." Izuku chuckled under his breath and tucked his phone away. The doors to the bus hissed open behind him, and one by one, students climbed aboard. The day was just beginning. The bus rolled forward in smooth, open-lane silence, sunlight cutting across the benches in warm stripes. Inside, the chatter rose in layered waves, occasional laughter, the rattle of snack wrappers, a brief debate near the back over who would win in a fistfight between MT Lady and Kamui Woods. Near the middle, Izuku sat with his notebook grimoire open, pen tapping lightly against the page. It wasn't for anything in particular. Just habit, observation, cataloging. Across from him, Azui glanced up from the window. "Your quirk is weird," she said plainly. Izuku blinked, then laughed. "Yeah. Fair." He flipped the page. "So it's classified as adaptive mimicry. I can recreate functions from other quirks after observing them closely enough. But I need a solid understanding of how the quirk actually works." He turned the notebook toward her, revealing a clean diagram mid-page flow chart style, labeled in small, precise handwriting. "These here are what I call temporary sets. One at a time, short duration. Good for experimentation, not stability." He tapped a set of color-coded symbols. "Then I have what I call core slots. I choose a few abilities each day, more stable, but fixed. I can't change them once they're set." "Like a daily loadout," Azui said. "Exactly." Sitting nearby, Kirishima leaned in, eyes wide. "So wait, you just build your own version of someone else's quirk?" "I try to," Izuku said. "Sometimes it works better than others. Depends on how well I understand the mechanism behind it." Kirishima whistled. "Man, that's OP. Like, manly as hell. Me? I just get hard." The silence was immediate. Azui blinked once. Zero leaned into the aisle and said, "Please never say that sentence again." Izuku went visibly pink, made a clear and intentional decision to move on, and flipped to another page with mechanical precision. "This one's a breakdown of erasure, actually," he said, holding the notebook out. "I've been studying Aizawa-sensei's quirk since orientation." Drawn in neatly were concentric diagrams showing gaze direction, activation delay, duration curve, and suppression field range estimates overlaying skeletal musculature and a simplified nerve map. "I think his quirk works like a neurological override. Something in the brain-to-output signal gets suppressed directly. The more complex the quirk, the more effort it takes to suppress." Azui leaned closer. "You mapped this out from class?" "Class and footage. And some low-key testing." "Not on him," he added quickly. "Just observing interactions. I'm still adjusting the timing model." Kirishima blinked at the sketch. "Bro. That's like pro-tier analysis. This is support course level." "I like understanding things," Izuku said simply. "Helps me use them better and avoid pushing too far." Kirishima still looked mildly starstruck. Izuku offered him a small smile, and pivoted again. "Actually, your quirk's incredibly efficient, too. You've got full body coverage, low activation lag, and zero external dependency. That's ideal for barrier work and frontline rescue formations." "Dude," Kirishima said, eyes shining. "You talk about quirks like a sports analyst talks about all-star rookies." Izuku blinked. "That's kind of the idea. Love it." Nearby, Zero muttered, "You're gonna turn him into a motivational poster." But Izuku just turned back to his notes, smiling faintly as Kirishima sat a little taller, quietly glowing. The bus hissed as it came to a stop on the wide landing outside the dome. Class 1A filed out, voices low with curiosity, as they clustered into loose formation beneath the massive silver arch. The structure loomed above them like a sleeping storm system, domed glass and reinforced metal wrapped in clean, functional lines. Behind the entry gate, staged chaos waited, jagged terrain, shattered mock highways, steel beams lodged like broken ribs in concrete slabs. A manufactured battlefield minus the blood. Izawa stood at the front, arms crossed, scarf already coiling around his shoulders like it had opinions about early mornings. "Inside," he said. "Let's move." The interior of the dome swallowed them in cool light and careful silence. The temperature shifted as they passed into the controlled atmosphere, drier, just a little colder. The path curved downward along a wide spiral ramp, giving them a full view of the disaster zones below: flood zones, collapsed buildings, twisted railcars, a dust-choked mock freeway. Craters. Smoke vents. The artificial smell of ash. It was breathtaking and massive. Near the lower platform, a secondary hatch slid open with a hiss of sterilized air. 13 emerged in full spacesuit glory, glossy visor catching the dome lights like a beacon. She raised a hand in greeting, posture relaxed and enthusiastic. "Welcome to USJ," she said brightly. "You must be Class 1A. I've heard a lot about you already." A few students straightened reflexively. Uraraka made a sound not unlike a squeak toy being stepped on. 13 walked to the front edge of the platform and gestured across the ruined expanse beyond them. She turned to face them. "Before we begin, let me say one thing, no, two things. Actually, 3, no, 4. There was a bit of an awkward silence. This facility simulates natural and man-made disasters, everything from landslides to chemical fires. Rescue work is where a lot of the real danger lies. Where lives are on the line. And where heroes often find their limits tested. I've spent most of my career doing this, and I still think it's the best part of the job." They couldn't see 13's face, but they could hear her smile. "You all have been honing your quirks in combat training, but in this class, we will focus on scenarios where you'll be helping others. You'll learn how to use your quirks to save lives. Finally, please remember that your quirks are strong, powerful tools. But used improperly, they can hurt or even kill people. That's why you must learn control and responsibility. No matter how amazing your quirk is, without control, it's nothing but a hazard. Today is not about winning. It's about helping. Think less like warriors and more like lifelines." The class absorbed her words in a quiet, thoughtful silence. No jokes. Even Bakugo held back for now. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes drifting across the staging areas. Structural weaknesses. Choke points. Rally zones. Every zone told a different story. His mind already mapped it. 13 smiled. "Now then, if there are no questions." She was cut off by a flicker. Izuku blinked. At first, he thought it was a light stuttering above the plaza's far edge. Then he realized it wasn't a light. It was a spot. Small, black, hanging in midair across the ruined terrain. Too black. As if it wasn't casting a shadow, but absorbing the light around it. It pulsed once. Then again. Then expanded. Izuku's voice rang out, sharper than intended. "Sensei, there's something down there." Last time, Izuku's voice rang out, sharper than intended. "Sensei, there's something down there." Now, everything stopped. For a heartbeat, the silence inside the USJ dome was so heavy, it was almost physical. At the far end of the ruined plaza, the air warped, a black distortion blooming open like a wound, rippling out in pulses that bent the light around it. It didn't shimmer like a quirk in use. It collapsed, dragging the color from the concrete floor where it touched down. Then the first figure stepped through. A man in a battered coat, face slack with boredom, knuckles already sparking. Then another. Then 10 more. Then 20. Dozens. Hundreds. They poured through like a dam had broken, spilling across the plaza in a tide of jagged movement. Villains armed, uniformed, chaotic, wild-eyed and confident fanned out through the debris with the practiced pace of people who knew exactly where they were supposed to be. And then came the ones that didn't belong in any normal lineup. A man covered in disembodied hands, twitching fingers clinging to his face, his arms, his neck, each gesture unsettlingly deliberate. A massive brute, easily 2 heads taller than anyone else, skin glossy and black. His brain visible pulsed under a transparent dome embedded in his skull. And at the center of them all, walking like a man on a casual stroll through misted glass. A gentleman in a black suit and metal collar, made of smoke. His shape flickered at the edges. His form didn't shift, but it drifted, more suggestion than substance. Izuku's throat went dry. Izawa didn't hesitate. 13, he barked, stepping forward, scarf already twitching with coiled energy. "Get them out. Now." She was already moving. "Everyone back to the entrance gate. Form up," and the mist moved, faster than it should have. It rose in a wave and then compressed into a humanoid form directly in front of the exit. Polished shoes, gloved hands, and the faint glow of gold where his collar met his neck. "Good morning. I am called Kurogyri," said the voice, smooth and disturbingly calm. "We were told All Might would be here today." His words echoed oddly in the high ceiling of the dome, like they belonged in a meeting room, not a battlefield. There was a beat of stunned silence. Then, Kirishima was already moving. "Like hell, you're getting through us." Katsuki was right behind him, expression a live wire, gauntlets spitting sparks. "Die already, freak." "No kids, don't." 13's voice rang out, sharp and panicked. But they didn't listen and surged forward, one a wall of hardened momentum, the other a controlled blast of fury. Kurogyri didn't even blink, he merely lifted a hand. A ripple tore through the air in front of him, a gleaming, cold-edged portal, perfect in its stillness. Both boys vanished mid-swing, carried cleanly through the warped space without resistance. The portal closed with a neat, whispering hiss as Kurogyri tilted his head, fog drifting from his shoulders like breath in winter. "Oh my," he said with what almost sounded like genuine amusement, "just first years, and already so brave." A pause, then, "I suppose you are, indeed, hero course students." His smile curled wrong at the edges, the fog seemingly flickering with it. 13 reacted fast, her arm snapped up, her quirk launching like a cannon, a vortex of compressed air and gravitational pull roaring toward him with enough force to rip concrete from its moorings. But Kurogyri was already opening another portal midstream. The vortex twisted unnaturally, bending space redirected back toward its source. 13's eyes widened. She reached to cut the output, twisting her arm, but impact. The redirected force hit her side on. She was lifted off her feet and slammed into the platform railing, the crack of her helmet echoing like a gunshot. She slid down the metal wall and collapsed in a heap, still. 13, someone shouted, "Uraraka maybe." No one could move fast enough. Kurogyri turned back toward the rest of the class, fog rising around his limbs. "This is unfortunate." And then the air around them dropped cold and thick and wrong. Kurogyri's form expanded, his mist bleeding outward like smoke from a shattering pipe. A field of void spread from him, and as it touched the students they vanished, one by one, swallowed into different corners of the dome. The world dropped out from under him. One moment, Izuku felt the chill of Kurogyri's mist wrap around his legs, cold and directionless. The next, he was falling, air screaming past his ears, the sharp scent of chlorine and rust hitting his nose mid-drop. A quick glance told him everything he needed. He was in the water zone, dozens of meters wide, half-submerged shipwreck and no cover in sight. The villain silhouettes circling below were already moving. Some were swimming, others climbing debris. One perched on a jagged piece of hull like a vulture. Izuku didn't hesitate. "Era." The rune flared at his back in a soft, golden arc, and a set of wide white wings burst into existence, lightweight, glowing, sharp-edged at the tips. He beat them once, stabilized his descent, and landed hard on the tilted deck of the broken ship. But he wasn't alone. Azui had already claimed high ground, her tongue lashing her upward from the water in a clean arc. She landed beside him in a crouch, dripping, eyes wide and already calculating. Izuku touched down beside her, slightly breathless but intact. This would be the perfect moment for archive, he thought bitterly, scanning the chaos unfolding below. If only I could copy holder-type magic. Hibiki-san's archive and its telepathic link would be a dream right now. "You good?" Azui asked, not looking at him, eyes still tracking enemy movement. "Yeah," Izuku replied, tugging his glove tighter. "Today's set includes wings, a mobility field type effect, and a high-efficiency healing quirk." She gave him a side glance, one brow rising. "Fancy ribbit." "I can lock the water zone down," he said, adjusting his stance. "Stop them from moving. But I'll need 1 to 3 minutes. Maybe less. I just need you to cover me until the last phase triggers." Azui nodded once with no hesitation whatsoever. 3 minutes, ribbit. I've got you." The ship's hull groaned beneath their feet, warped metal, waterlogged beams, but it was perfect for runework. High conductivity steel, wide surface area, anchored across half the zone. Izuku dropped to one knee, palm flat on the cold plating. The first glyph flared to life, sharp blue arcs, carving themselves outward in precise etch lines. They hissed as they spread, biting into the metal like frost through glass. "Fried's anchor rune." He spoke low, partly to ground himself, partly for Azui's benefit as she circled the rim. "Trigger condition, any body part. Touches water surface. Lines branched outward, forked and hooked like diagram veins. Effect: a buoyancy. Keeps targets from sinking. Gravity reduced to 95%. His fingers danced across the hull, quick swipes, flicks, inscribed strokes in practiced shorthand. Each movement fed more of the structure. Effect: B movement lock. Full muscular inhibition. Triggered on contact. Non-lethal. Azui glanced back at him from her post on the ship's edge. Sounds tight, ribbit. Izuku didn't look up. Duration, 1 hour. After that, nullifies automatically. He rotated position, sliding along the hull to the forward joint, sweat prickling under his collar despite the chill. Exemption clause Midoriya, plus tagged allies. I'm sinking you through proximity. Stay on the deck. Got it, ribbit, she replied, crouching low. 2 swimmers just under portside, closing in. He didn't respond. Really, he didn't need to. Thwip. Her tongue lashed out with perfect precision, catching one of them across the temple mid-climb. The villain hit the water with a splash and a muttered curse. Izuku adjusted the final core sequence and lifted his hand from the hull. Almost there. The primary sigil blinked white. 10 seconds. The energy flowed fast now, runes chasing each other along the submerged structure, looping through supports and cracked rebar, etching themselves into the water by conduction. Below them, the villains paused just for a second, confused, but it was too late. The rune surged, a low thrum rippled through the water zone, not sound but pressure like the air had clenched and released all at once. Blue-white pulses flickered beneath the surface. And then stillness. Every villain touching the water froze. One had his mouth open in mid-scream. Another was partway through a dive. They didn't sink or move. Just floated quiet and helpless like fish suspended in a frozen tide. Azui watched, lips parting slightly. That's intense, ribbit. Izuku didn't answer right away. He let out a shaky breath and staggered just a little, not collapsing, but trembling faintly, one knee bracing harder against the deck than it needed to. She turned toward him, concern flickering across her face. You okay? He nodded once, still catching his breath. Yeah. Just, a lot of output in. One go. A pause, then, steadier, the zone is locked. Izuku clenched his jaw and reached for Azui's arm. Let's move, Azui-san. She didn't ask questions, just said, call me Tsu, ribbit. He nodded, then grabbed her carefully under the shoulders and launched upward, Happy's wings flaring open with a gust that nearly tore the mist from the zone behind them. The wind stung his face. The water zone fell away beneath them, motionless now, its would-be invaders suspended in stillness like insects caught in amber. They cleared the far edge of the training dome and landed hard on the shoreline access ramp, a sharp jolt shooting up Izuku's legs as he hit the metal deck. Azui twisted out of his grip midair and landed on her toes beside him, graceful even half wet. Izuku stood just in time to see the battle unfolding on the central plaza. Aizawa stood alone. His left arm hung useless, elbow-shredded blood matting the fabric of his capture scarf, half a dozen unconscious villains sprawled behind him. He looked like he hadn't taken a single step back. His breath came short and ragged. Blood ran down from a cut above his brow, trailing along his jaw. Across from him stood the man with the hands. Hands on his face, on his arms and on his chest. Disembodied and wrong. Even at a distance, Izuku's skin crawled just looking at him. The man's fingers twitched, constantly hovering near his face, never quite touching. His posture screamed impatience, like someone just barely holding back from doing something violent. Aizawa lunged again. Not much strength in it, but enough. His eyes flared. The moment locked, the man's quirk, whatever it was, shut down mid-motion. The hand-covered man tilted his head slightly, calm, and said a single word. Nomu. Something fell from the sky, no slammed. A massive shape, muscle-bound, fast, heavy, crashed between them with the force of a bomb. The ground buckled, dust and debris exploding outward in all directions. Izuku threw an arm up to shield his face, as his breath caught. The thing stood. It moved like a person, if barely. Its skin was black and glossy, stretched too tight over twitching, oversized muscle. But it was the skull dome, translucent, with a pulsing, visible brain that made Izuku's stomach turn. Nomu, he guessed. It towered over Aizawa, who tried and failed to rise. He didn't pass out, or screamed, but he couldn't lift his head. Could barely roll to one side as the creature turned, looming over him with inhuman precision. For a moment, everything froze again, and then mist reassembled beside the man with the hands, rising into a vaguely humanoid silhouette, Kurogyri, piecing himself together like falling puzzle pieces in reverse. 13 is out, the mistman said quietly. One student managed to escape. The hand-covered man twitched, shoulders jerking, fingers curling near his jaw like he was squeezing an invisible stress ball. TCH. If you weren't our exit, he muttered, voice sharp and cracked, I would kill you. A pause, a flicker of something ugly in his posture. We should leave. The pause hung longer than necessary. He looked toward the gate, then toward the chaos, then toward them. A grin broke across his face, slow and jagged, like something uncoiling. But maybe we kill a few students first. His eyes locked on Izuku and Azui, just to leave All Might a message. He didn't scream and didn't telegraph his moves. He just lunged. The man with the hands came fast, unnaturally fast, fingers twitching as he closed the distance like a sprung trap. Tsu turned half a second too slow. Her eyes went wide, feet already shifting to spring back, but the angle was wrong. She wouldn't clear it. Izuku moved. He didn't have time to hesitate. Draft rune erasure. His palm hit the glyph midair, the lines already seared into his glove from weeks of study, field diagrams, countless rewatches of Aizawa's footage. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't stable. But it was enough. The glyph burst to life with a shriek of pressure. Erasure active. The air buzzed like a wire under tension. And the man's quirk, whatever it was, fizzled out mid-reach. His fingers twitched when he touched Tsu's forehead. He stumbled half a step forward, blinking while looking at his palm in confusion. Azui froze, staring. Behind them, the wind stirred, the dust shifted, and Izuku spoke. No, the air crackled around him, not today. Last time. Behind them, the wind stirred, the dust shifted, and Izuku spoke. No, the air crackled around him, not today. The glyph fizzled out on Izuku's palm, the last threads of borrowed erasure burning off in a static snap, as the unstable rune gave up. But Shigaraki staggered. Neither down nor defeated. Just disoriented, and he would be dangerous again in seconds. So Izuku didn't wait. He grabbed Tsu's arm, wings flaring wide, and launched them both backward into the air. They rose fast, clean and sharp just as the first portal opened beneath them, black mist coiling hungrily. Izuku rolled mid-flight, cutting hard left. Second portal. Overcorrected. He twisted again, eyes narrowing, and spotted the third a breath before it opened. Hold on, he barked, voice wind-whipped. Tsu responded instantly, coiling her tongue around his shoulder for balance. She didn't ask questions. Just anchored in. The portal missed, if barely. They cleared the upper plaza line with a sharp gust of displaced air. Izuku spotted the edge of the entry corridor. Zero, Shoji, and Momo crouched near 13, who was still unconscious but breathing. He dropped low and flared his wings once to slow their descent. Tsu, go, he said as they closed on the ground. She released her grip midair, flipping into a crouch before joining the others. Izuku didn't even stop moving. He swung back up, no delay or second breath. Every instinct screamed to keep moving. He banked hard toward the central plaza, circling wide to avoid drawing a straight path. Another portal opened ahead, Kurogyri again, tracking him like a shadow with perfect timing. Izuku feinted right, then juked left, slipping under the swirl of fog just before it stabilized. A second portal pulsed beneath him, its edges already forming. He dove through the gap between two structural supports, too narrow for the void to follow cleanly. It closed behind him, late. He was faster. The main platform came into view. Aizawa was down. Still breathing, eyes barely open. But his left arm was useless, and his legs weren't bracing anymore. Blood soaked his scarf. The ground around him was cracked and littered with unconscious bodies. And overhead, the Nomu shifted. Its body twitched with held energy, waiting. Izuku dropped in, hard wings folding tight just before impact, even as he activated a draft rune solid script. 10 minutes max. Every second would count. He landed in a crouch beside Aizawa and didn't flinch. Sensei, he said, hold on. I've got you. Izuku's voice rang sharp and clear, even over the distant roar of chaos still echoing through the dome ward. Golden letters materialized midair, arcane script curling in the space above them like fire made of light. The glyphs pulsed once, then slammed down into the ground around him and Aizawa. The barrier flared to life in a flash of gold, a half-dome of force locking into place with a low, resonant hum. It held, if for a heartbeat. Then crack. Hairline fractures spiderweb through the ward surface almost immediately, pressure beating against it from the outside like a storm surge. Something was trying to punch through. Nomu. Izuku didn't waste a second. He reached down and pressed his hand to the concrete next to Aizawa's head, etching a new rune straight into the surface with a flick of concentrated energy. If target Aizawa, then plus stability plus sustain plus no portal within zone. The fried-style field expanded under his palm, glowing faintly as it threaded into the edges of the script ward. They were just lucky Kurogyri hadn't tried once the Nomu targeted them within the solid script ward. Energy bled from his skin, green-gold strands that sank into the ground and laced around Aizawa's form like protective roots. Then he breathed in deep, steady and sharp, and pushed outward. Healing activation. Wendy style. Dragon Slayer grade. The air shifted. A warm wind stirred around them, unnatural but gentle, wrapping both of them in a thin stream of spiraling energy. The scent was faintly floral, clean and light, and Aizawa's breathing began to even. Torn muscle reknit itself. Blood vessels closed. Bruises faded. A glow suffused the space between them, quiet, radiant, controlled. And still the ward trembled. Something slammed into it from the outside, and Izuku's shoulders hunched from the reverberation. A second, even harder hit. The golden glyphs above flickered. His hands didn't stop glowing. Hold just a little longer? Just a few more seconds? The second blow shook the platform like an earthquake. Nomu's fist collided with the ward again, and this time, cracks didn't just spread, they shattered outward, thin golden lines splitting into jagged fractures that spiderwebbed across the dome. Izuku gritted his teeth, hands still pressed to the healing rune. Hold. 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 The third hit came faster. Nomu didn't hesitate, just kept moving, slamming both fists into the same spot with brutal, mechanical efficiency. The ward flexed, bent and recoiled with a sharp, audible crack that echoed like thunder in Izuku's bones. His arms trembled. Magic flowed harder now, raw and hot, burning just under his skin as he forced the structure to hold for one more second. Just one more. And from the edge of the platform a shriek. Why the hell does this NPC have Sensei's quirk? Shigaraki's voice tore through the air, high and furious. Why is the healing kit OP? What is this bullshit? Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't, not just because his concentration was maxed out, but because he was focused on something else. Something inside the Nomu. Now that they were this close, he could feel it, not just energy, but a pattern. A pulse. Not natural. Not even quirk-like. Magic. Ugly, ragged magic. Twisting through its flesh like razor wire strung through muscle, burning cold and wrong. Izuku's stomach turned. He'd felt a lot of strange spellwork in his training, but this feels like pain. Like dead things still moving. Like someone tried to stitch power into a corpse and call it a person. He swallowed hard, jaw tight. Whatever this was, it wasn't born of quirks alone. Someone built this with magic. Cruel magic. The ward flashed again, golden light flickering like a candle about to die. He had seconds left, the ward was seconds from collapse. Lines of golden light flickered, pieces breaking off like glass under stress. Izuku could feel the last of his energy straining to hold the fried rune fusion together, every breath tight in his chest. But Aizawa's breathing was steady. His pulse had evened out. The worst damage was gone. It was enough. Izuku rose to his feet, hands still glowing faintly with lingering scriptlight, the ward humming its final resistance around him. His eyes locked on the Nomu, still pounding at the dome, about to break through. One more step and Aizawa wouldn't be able to defend himself again. He still had time with solid script. Izuku's voice rang out, steady and clear. Sleep. The glyph burst from his palm in a flash of radiant gold letters curling into the air, twisting into shape and slamming forward like a battering ram made of language. The spell hit Nomu dead center, embedding itself in the thing's chest like a glowing brand. For a second, just a second, it didn't react. Then its body twitched. The aggression stuttered. Its arms dropped. Its eyes dimmed. And then it collapsed. A clean, heavy fall face-first into the dirt, kicking up dust as its body hit the ground with a sound like a building falling into itself. Silence. Izuku blinked, chest still rising and falling fast. That actually worked. He stared, half in awe, half in disbelief, breath catching as the ward around them finally gave out, shattering in a final burst of quiet golden light. Thanks, kid, Aizawa said behind him, voice hoarse but intact. I'll take it from here. Izuku turned slightly. Aizawa pushed himself into a seated position, blood drying at his temple, but his eyes sharp and focused again. Try to get 13 stable. I need pro backup. Izuku nodded, already backing up. Yes, sensei. I don't think the sleep ward will hold very long. From somewhere off to the side, distant but unignorable, came a scream of pure outrage. My Nomu. Shigaraki. Izuku flew lower, now wings sluggish, trailing faint sparks as the last of the fright-enhanced lift sputtered at the edges. He coasted the final few meters, dropping into a skidding landing just outside the main entrance ramp. Yamamo, Tsu, Uraraka, Siro, and Shuji were crouched around 13, who lay slumped against the base of the wall, visor cracked, suit venting slowly at the seams. Izuku. Momo looked up, relief breaking through her otherwise controlled expression. She's stable for now, but I've got it. Izuku was already moving, one hand glowing faintly as he knelt beside 13, placing 2 fingers just below her collarbone. Sky Dragon healing breath, he murmured a soft activation, tight-focused. Magic spilled from his mouth like a quiet breeze, curling into her chest in slow, rhythmic pulses. 13's shallow breathing evened. Her vitals steadied beneath his fingers. The cracked visor flickered. That's better, she rasped. Izuku exhaled. There. We're clear. He leaned back on his heels, the weight of his body suddenly twice as heavy. The adrenaline was starting to fade, and with it, the structure of the magic keeping him moving. Too much runework. Too fast. Too deep. He reached up, touched the edge of his collar, and deactivated Era. The wings blinked out of existence with a low flutter and a rush of air. He sagged slightly without their lift field buffering his posture. Every cell in his body ached. His magic reserves were low. Not empty but close. No time to draw more from outside sources. Not with the field this unstable. 13 looked at him fully now, visor half-fogged, eyes steady. "Take a moment, kid," she said gently, rolling her shoulder with a faint hiss of pain. "I'll go help erase her head." Izuku gave a weak nod, chest still rising a little too fast. "Yes, ma'am." 13 stood fully upright now, stabilizing breath by breath, one hand braced against the wall, the other glowing faintly with the telltale shimmer of black hole. Not the full-strength vortex, a refined, localized variant, shaped into a compact, pulsing field. Izuku watched from where he'd slumped against the wall, magic still ebbing through his limbs like aftershocks. He could feel it, even from here, the tension rebuilding. Across the plaza, Shigaraki had recovered from the suction pulse she'd landed earlier. He crouched low, twitchy, spitting in frustration, but not advancing. Kurojire's form had stabilized again, flickering with portal distortions near his hands, but he wasn't attacking. At least not yet. Then, the Nomu twitched. A single finger curled against the ground. Izuku's breath caught. It's waking up. The spell was wearing off. The creature's shoulders shifted, arms dragging under its body like reset machinery. Its head lifted slowly, no expression, no sound, just movement, purposeful and mechanical. "DMN," Aizawa muttered, rejoining the fight at a limp jog from the far side. His bandages fluttered behind him, half-burned, but his gaze was sharp as ever. "Focus on Kurojire," 13 said, voice low and firm. She extended her gloved hand toward Shigaraki, and with a hiss of compressed energy, released a targeted black hole pulse, just enough to yank the villain back from his crouch and hold him off balance, not enough to tear him apart. Shigaraki screamed, furious, fighting against the pull. "You're cheating," he barked, struggling as his feet scraped against the stone. "You're not supposed to do that." Aizawa didn't respond. He was already erasing Kurojire's forming portal, breaking the distortion apart before it could open fully. The Nomu stood. No roar this time. Just a lurch forward, its body now fully reactivated. Eyes still blank, expressionless. But moving. And then. Boom. The outer wall of the USJ shattered inward, debris flying in a concussive wave of impact. All Might arrived. He landed like thunder, the very air buckling around his feet. Light caught the tips of his hair, his uniform pristine even under the tension of the moment. He said nothing for a heartbeat. Then, "You will not harm my students. For I am here." He was not smiling. Nomu charged. All Might met it halfway with a furious fist. Carolina smash. The punch landed, full force, clean hit Nomu's chest, compressed under the impact, its body lifted into the air and launched backward, but it flipped, twisted, and caught the ground with its feet like a landing cat. It didn't fall. It came back. Nomu's fist hit All Might squarely in the side, hard enough to shatter stone behind him. All Might grunted, sliding a full 10 meters before regaining control. He flexed his arm once. And frowned. "My punches aren't landing." All Might and the Nomu collided like storms. Fist against flesh, bone against reinforced muscle, each strike sent shockwaves through the air, blowing dust and broken debris into whirling clouds. Every hit should have been final. It wasn't. The Nomu regenerated. Each time a limb twisted or a rib cracked, it reset, muscles knitting back together, bones realigning, like a system refusing to shut down. All Might pressed harder. He launched punch after punch, clean, perfect hits, the kind that had felled villains twice Nomu's size. But the brute absorbed them all. Not passively. By design. Its quirk was built to take punishment and take it again. TCH. Shock absorption, All Might growled between blows. And regeneration. Aizawa held the line nearby, keeping his eyes trained on Kurojire, who still flickered with portal attempts. Each time one began to form, Aizawa's quirk reactivated and the distortion collapsed. 13, arms still braced in front of her, kept up a constant, localized pull. Black hole pressure trained on Shigaraki, who was twitching, shrieking, and flailing with increasing desperation. "Stupid nameless NPC," he howled, spitting with rage. "The minute I'm free, I'm going to disintegrate you. There won't be enough left to bury. Do you even realize what you've ruined?" But no one was listening anymore. All eyes were on the center of the battlefield. All Might shifted his stance. Blood trickled from his lip now. Sweat stained his collar. His time limit was close and the Nomu was still standing. He clenched his fists tighter. This is the only way. He charged forward, not to punch. To grab. He seized the Nomu at the waist, ducked low, and twisted with all the force of a hurricane. A spinning suplex. The Nomu's legs kicked at the air, but it had no leverage. All Might lifted it, pivoted, and slammed it into the ground with a thunderous crash. The earth split. A crater bloomed. But All Might didn't stop. His right arm pulled back. His whole body glowed. Wind cracked outward. United States of Smash. The punch landed square in Nomu's chest, all force, no mercy. Nomu launched like a missile. It blew through the far wall, stone and glass erupting in every direction, then out into the tree line beyond. Silence. Shigaraki trembled. His hands shook, shoulders twitching, breath coming in sharp, broken rasps as he stared at the distant hole in the dome where Nomu had vanished. The glass melted around the epicenter of the impact. Nothing moved. That was my best piece, he whispered. My Nomu. His fingers curled slowly, scratching against his own neck, trembling with fury that didn't know where to go. Then he lunged. No plan or strategy. Just raw desperation. He launched toward All Might, mouth open in a scream, 5 fingers stretched wide. I'll kill you. Mist surged. A ripple in the air. Kurogiri appeared like a shadow snapping shut. The portal caught Shigaraki mid-lunge, warping him out of the attack path a split second before impact. His scream cut off as he vanished into the void. Footsteps thundered in behind them. Cementos. Vlad King. Midnight. Snipe. Teachers in full gear, weapons drawn, quirks active. They spread across the battlefield like a net closing around the threat. But the villains were already gone. The courtyard fell quiet. Dust hung low over the shattered plaza, the air still heavy with smoke and impact shock. The Nomu was gone, hurled through the dome's outer wall, into the forest beyond. Nothing moved where it had stood. Only scorched stone, pulverized debris, and the lingering echo of power. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were gone. The primary threat had passed. But the fight wasn't over. Principal Nizu's voice crackled to life over the emergency comms system. Staff response teams initiate sweep and retrieval protocol. Prioritize medical evac and student regrouping. Small groups, full caution. Some villains may still be active in the outer zones. Cementos stepped forward, hands already forming hardened concrete panels that rose around All Might, blocking him from full view of the upper balconies. Covering you, sir, he said quietly. You're still glowing too bright. All Might gave a faint nod, shoulders heaving slightly, not from exertion now, but from the tight control he had to maintain to keep his frame stable. Izuku, watching from the sidelines, caught it the micro-shrink, just for a second, as All Might exhaled. 13 rejoined the group near the platform edge, chest heaving, glove flickering with residual energy. Everyone still conscious, formed triage rings. Students come first. A glance shared with present Mike, who looked reluctant to follow Nizu's orders and leave Aizawa behind, and Midnight moved fast across the platform, one arm slipping under Aizawa's good shoulder. She guided him gently to the nearest support beam and helped him lower down onto the stone. You're not passing out on me, are you? She said with a dry smile. Aizawa groaned faintly. Don't tempt me. She smirked. Sit still. Pretend you're doing paperwork. He managed a grunt that might have been a laugh. Above them, on the observation balconies, Kirishima slumped against the railing, eyes wide. Katsuki stood stiff as a board, jaw clenched, fists trembling. Todoroki's gaze hadn't left the center of the crater. He didn't even notice when they got there, so intense was the fight, and DMN was he tired. He'd really like a nap right about now. The battlefield had quieted just for the emergency lights to light up. Orange strobes flickered across the broken plaza, painting the concrete in pulses of color that made everything feel like it was still vibrating. Search drones buzzed overhead. Stretchers moved in and out. Teachers barked clipped orders in calm, battle-worn voices. Izuku sat on a cracked stone step near the entrance ramp, back straight, hands loose in his lap, his gloves half off. Across the plaza, students were being sorted into small groups for statement collection, a mix of UA staff and city police officers taking turns gathering information while paramedics checked vitals. They already called his mom. Midoriya Izuku? A calm voice said above him. He looked up. A police officer with a head that resembles that of a cat, upright ears, slightly slitted eyes, dark furred cheekbones. The nameplate read Tamakawa. Officer Tamakawa Sansa, he said with a nod. Mind if I sit with you for your report? Izuku shook his head. No, sir. Sansa took a seat on the broken step beside him. Let's start simple. You're unharmed? Minor bruising, Izuku said. Nothing that requires treatment. Healing quirk application resolved most of it on site. Yours? Of a sort. I can copy quirks if I understand how they work. Sansa blinked, then nodded slowly. Right. And you were in the water zone? Yes, sir. Tsuyu Azui was with me, Izuku said, the correction catching just slightly in his throat. We neutralized the villains using terrain effects, and I applied a restraint field timed. Should dissipate in about 10 minutes. He checked his wrist clock. After regrouping, I extracted her to safety and flew to assist Eraserhead. Another pause as Sansa jotted notes with calm, unhurried strokes. Your support of Aizawa-sensei is already being reviewed. You'll likely be asked for a full tactical report later, he said gently. But for now just this. Did you know the ability you used resembled erasure? Izuku hesitated. Yes. Sansa glanced up. Was that your intention? Yes, sir, Izuku answered. I've been studying the structure of erasure, its targeting parameters and suppression timing. It hasn't been easy, since it's an underground hero's quirk, it's not publicly documented. I studied every piece of footage I could find. I designed a draft rune to replicate that effect temporarily, using my own energy field. It is still not stable, but I didn't have much of a choice. Sansa made another note, face unreadable. No, you didn't. Izuku gave a short, tired nod. I had to stop this Shigaraki guy, Aizawa-sensei couldn't. There was no pride in his voice, just fact. Sansa didn't press, and after a moment, closed his notebook and stood. Thank you. That's enough for now. You did well. Izuku stood too, slower. His legs were starting to feel the crash. Do you need transport? Izuku pulled out his phone, checking his texting history. My mom's coming. Understood. Sansa gave him a respectful nod, then turned away, not to another student, but to the group of heroes and officers nearby, presumably to check on those villains in the water zone. Izuku tapped out the final words, I'm okay. Safe and not hurt. I'll explain everything. The typing bubble on her end didn't even last a second. I'm coming. Almost there. The car ride home was mostly quiet. His mom kept glancing at him, jaw tight, eyes red but dry. She didn't cry until they were inside the apartment. He let her hug him for as long as she needed. Then, at some point, he face-planted into his bed, out cold before he hit the pillow. UA staff debrief. The conference room still smelled like sterilized tile and instant tea. Someone present, Mike, probably had raided Recovery Girl's emergency stash, and the old medic was not letting it slide. I stocked that blend for concussions and burnout, not recreational caffeine abuse, she grumbled, snatching the tin from the edge of the table. You didn't label it. Mike protested weakly from his corner beside Aizawa. I labeled it in medical Latin. A few tired chuckles passed around the room, but the air was still too tight. Too quiet. The mood hadn't shifted yet. The playback on the main screen resumed Shipwreck Zone footage, slowed to half speed. Golden glyphs lit up across twisted steel as Midoriya's ward flared into being, pulsing outward in concentric arcs that bled seamlessly into a healing field. The overlay showed stabilized vitals for Aizawa seconds later. Recovery Girl leaned forward. That's not standard quirk function, she said flatly. It's layered 3 effects, maybe more. She narrowed her eyes, replaying the moment again. The energy shifts, like it's negotiating. Midnight tilted her head, fascinated as the glyph stabilized beneath Aizawa's crumpled form. If that's one quirk, it's the most versatile support build I've ever seen. Snipe, arms folded, squinted at the screen. Looks like 3 different quirks at least. Behind them, Nizu sipped from his chipped ceramic mug, tail twitching faintly. We know how his quirk functions, he said pleasantly. It's channel-based. He can maintain up to 3 simultaneously selected daily and held through active control. Plus 1 additional slot 10 minutes only, for any quirk he's previously analyzed. Midnight leaned back, brow furrowing. So it really is 3 quirks. None I've ever seen in the field, though. I'd be curious to meet their original owners. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, this is a very peculiar copy quirk. Functionally, Nizu agreed, though the mechanism appears more interpretive than direct replication. That's probably what's bothering you. No one answered for a long moment. Only the faint hum of the playback filled the room. The footage shifted again, now the central plaza. Now Midoriya landing beside Aizawa. Solid script, ward a dome of golden script locking into place. Then the healing field, blooming from the ground like a slow-motion breath. Then solid script, sleep. The glyph streaked across the space, struck Nomu clean in the chest. And the brute collapsed. There was a pause where no one spoke. Recovery Girl exhaled slowly. 3 abilities. 3 structures. That's remarkable. Even if it clearly took its toll on him. Cementos leaned forward, studying the readout. That's warding, healing, and a suppressive effect. One after the other. Stacked in a live combat zone. He planned that sequence, Midnight murmured. There was intention behind every choice. Snipe gave a low whistle. Kid didn't even blink. Built a fortress around Eraserhead and leveled the field. Aizawa spoke for the first time, voice rough but steady. I'll have to explain to him how erasure actually works. Might come in handy later. Even Nizu, who rarely looked surprised, paused mid-sip. Adaptive mimicry, he said lightly. Tactical specialization. Built for support. Built for war, Midnight murmured, almost to herself. On the screen, the ward finally collapsed clean, silent, and Midoriya stood just beyond it, visibly shaking but still upright. Then he moved on. Recovery girl frowned. I don't think he was attended by a paramedic afterward. Was he checked for quirk exhaustion? The boy could barely stand after healing 13. A round of glances passed around the table. Heads shook. Really, she said, lips pressing thin. I'll be calling his mother to make sure he's being taken care of. You do that, Chio-san. Nizu replied, his tone bright, almost too bright. It didn't fool anyone. When the topic finally shifted, it moved sideways. Footage cut to Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki, sprinting toward the plaza while the rest of their classmates regrouped. Aizawa exhaled slowly through his nose. 3 problem children, and they all ran straight into the worst part of the fight. Midnight arched a brow. Good instincts. Terrible judgment. They followed the highest threat signature, Cementos added. If it weren't for the timing, they would have walked right into the Nomu. But they didn't, Nizu murmured. He set his cup down with a soft clink. And that's worth remembering. The meeting wound down soon after. Student injuries had been reviewed. Parent notifications logged. Hero Commission inquiries pending. Recommendations for combat review filed. But as the room emptied, Nizu stayed seated. Watching the last still frame, Midoriya, standing just past the wreckage of the ward, one hand still faintly glowing. His tail gave a thoughtful flick. And then he smiled. Izuku woke up like surfacing from deep water. Everything was quiet and still. The room was tinted in soft morning light. His window cracked just enough to let the breeze roll in, cool and slow. He lay there for a few seconds, blinking at the ceiling, sore but intact. The headache came first, a low throb behind his temples, dull and insistent. Then came the pulse, the quiet, grounding hum of his internal reservoir stabilizing. Magic levels back up. Not full yet but balanced at least. He exhaled through his nose. I'm not dead. Cool. He sat up slowly, limbs stiff, muscles sluggish like they'd spent hours locked in tension. Probably because they had. I always wondered how Justine bounced back so quickly after the hard fights. Now I know, he's just a freak of nature. Ow. His phone buzzed somewhere in the pile of clothes dumped near the end of his bed. He dug it out with one hand, blinked the screen into focus. Reps chat 32 unread messages. Mostly timestamped from early morning. A mix of Kendo and Hananuki asking, "Are you okay? Has anyone seen Midoriya? Can someone check with 1A? Momo says he was at the center of the fight?" He scrolled until he saw Momo's reply from a few hours ago. He's fine. Exhausted, but stable. Last I saw, he was with his mother. I'll let you know if that changes. Izuku typed out a short reply, thumbs still slow. I'm okay. Bit drained. Thanks for checking in. We'll loop in next time. He hesitated before hitting send. He set the phone aside and sat there for a moment, hand braced against his knee, eyes unfocused. And then he remembered. The Nomu. The feeling under his skin when it moved. Not the power. The binding. Twisted, wrong. Built like a puzzle made from bones. It wasn't strong, he thought. But it held that mess together. All those quirks. He swallowed once, dry. That hadn't been a mutation. That had been engineered. He reached for his contact tab and pressed Delta's line. She arrived in less than 10 minutes. No hovercar this time. Just soft footfalls in the hallway, a quiet knock on the door, and the quiet hum of her presence as she stepped inside the apartment like she belonged there. She didn't sit. Report, she said. Izuku didn't waste her time. It wasn't powerful magic, he said, rubbing the side of his neck. Just cruel. Twisted. Like someone stitched pain into a shell. She didn't blink. But it worked, he continued. Whatever spell work was used, it's how the body held all those quirks. The vessel was falling apart. The magic kept it functional. Delta was silent for a beat. Then, external structure. He nodded. It behaved like a puppet frame, he said. No soul, no spirit. Just stitched power and rage. But the stabilization, whoever did it knew how to lock quirks into a system that shouldn't survive it. Delta's face remained unreadable. Her fingers twitched once at her side, like she was flipping through 3 folders mentally at once. All right, she said at last. We escalate. To who, he asked, though he already knew. Nizu. All Might. My bosses. She turned toward the door, already pulling up her secure call link. We'll meet tomorrow. With that she was gone, as swiftly as she got there. Izuku sat at his desk, posture straight but tired, sleeves pushed to the elbow. The room was dim, just a small desk lamp casting warm light across old notes, folded diagrams, and a single glowing object in his palm. A rune-lit lacrima, pulsing faintly with memory. The letter beside it was short. His handwriting careful, clipped, to the point. UA was attacked. I'm okay. Minor injuries among students. One engineered creature exceptionally powerful. Attached is a lacrima for context. Let me know what you think. He read it once, then folded it neatly and slid it into the accompanying envelope. With a slow breath, he touched 2 fingers to the sigil etched onto the crystal. The glow flared, then sank inward as the recording sealed. Final. Locked. He watched it flicker dark. No. No. No no. Kurogyri had no concept of feeling. If he did, irritation might have been the closest match. Resignation was a surer fit as he watched his charge dusted another glass across the bar. Shigaraki Tamura, please restore your calm. It did nothing. Shigaraki spun on his stool, face a ragged thing. No. This FING NPC with Sensei's quirk ruined everything. It's his fault All Might got there before we could hit some of those law-level bosses. I want him dead. Kurogyri opened his mouth to attempt a calming intervention again when the screen above the bar flickered on. A silky voice filled the room. Really now, said the master's voice. Do calm down, Tamura, and tell me about this NPC. Against all odds, the boy stilled. He scratched his neck like a child trying to stop a twitch and launched into his report. Sensei. He was a scrawny thing clothed like some D&D wizard. I don't know his name, but his quirk was weird. He could heal and put up wards. He made the Nomo sleep and he had wings, too. Interesting, the voice purred. He never attacked you directly? Only used support power? Shigaraki nodded, jaw tight. Mostly. Except when he put the Nomo to sleep for a few minutes. Just long enough for All Might to show up. For all the good it did. A pause on the screen. Then, very well. You'll watch this year's sports festival, study those heroes, learn how to better crush them. And find me the name of the young man with so many talents. Does Sensei want to recruit him for our party? Shigaraki asked, breathless, as if just that had changed his whole outlook on the boy. Perhaps. The screen went black. Silence stretched through the bar until Shigaraki remembered he was still furious and began hurling glasses. Kurogyri exhaled a long, computerized sigh. He had no memory before the lab, no past to anchor him, but even he thought if he could that even a quirk-driven puppet should have limits. Fiori, Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The room was quiet. Which, for Fairy Tale, meant something serious was happening. Free Justine stood near the receiving alcove, one gloved hand resting on the pedestal where the lacrima had just finished replaying. Projected above it, the final seconds lingered, a golden ward crumbling, the word sleep lashing forward like a sword, and a half-collapsed Nomo crashing to the ground. The projection dimmed. Silence stretched. Freed blinked slowly. Well, he said, he must have been drained dry after that battle. Wendy nodded, hands clasped at her chest. He's safe. But that thing? Her voice dropped, quiet. It didn't feel alive. From deeper in the room, a mutter. Remind me again why we let the nerd go alone? Laxus, arms folded, eyes narrowed. A louder voice joined him. I'm with Laxus. Natsu barked, already halfway out of his seat. Can we go over there? He obviously needs us. There was a shuffle of movement, Natsu fully standing now, Wendy half rising beside him. But the voice that followed was lower, older and firm. No. Master Makarov, seated near the head of the hall, didn't raise his voice. But the room listened. I know what you're feeling, he said, eyes shadowed but steady. And I agree, he's ours. We look after our own. A pause. But rushing in without invitation, without context, that's not help. That's escalation. He looked toward the fading crystal. And this is already serious enough. The lacrima flickered one final time and went dark. Silence stretched thick with frustration, with loyalty and helplessness in equal measure. Natsu's fists curled, but he didn't argue. Wendy's shoulders sank, eyes still locked on the pedestal. Gray rubbed the back of his neck. Happy, perched on the table, stared at the spot where the image had been. He's okay, Carla said softly from Wendy's side, as much for herself as anyone. He said he's okay. Freed nodded once. For now. Laxus didn't move but his jaw flexed. And across the room, the air held just a bit too much tension. Like magic waiting to be called. So, Izuku was going to school on a Sunday, awesome. He didn't say it out loud, but the sarcasm practically radiated off him as he stepped through UA's main security gate and into the unnervingly quiet halls beyond. It was strange being here on a weekend, eerie, even. The silence changed everything. No crowds or shouting, no background chaos. Just long, empty corridors and the distant hum of fluorescent lights. It felt like a different place altogether. And, he supposed, the reason he was here didn't help ease the mood. But he adjusted the strap of his bag, straightened his hoodie, and kept walking. You fought a quirked-out corpse held together by magic yesterday, he reminded himself. This is just a meeting, with a handful of extremely powerful people who might decide you're too dangerous to keep around. Totally chill. He passed the faculty wing, only one room still had its lights on, conference room 2B, all reinforced glass, internal sound dampening, and layered ID locks. Subtle as a sledgehammer, the place practically screamed classified material and high security clearance. Delta stood waiting just outside the door, same navy jacket and razor-straight posture, the faint commission insignia at her collar catching the light. Her sunglasses were still on despite the lack of sunlight standard protocol, apparently, and her expression remained as unreadable as ever. She didn't speak as he approached, only gave a single nod before keying the door open. Izuku exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. He'd handled combat missions, field rescues, and emergency support before. Back in Magnolia, he'd stood beside mages who could split mountains in half. But conference rooms were worse. This was where other people decided what came next. Then again, back home, talks like this would have happened upstairs in the guild's bar behind 7 layers of wards, over half-empty mugs and containment glyphs humming in the floorboards. Same stakes, different atmosphere. Except, he thought, I'm just a high C rank, and I've never had my place there either. The conference room was too quiet. Izuku stepped in behind Delta and immediately clocked the layout. Nizu sat high on his platform, a steaming cup of tea within easy reach. Aizawa stood off to the side, arms crossed, scarf loose, expression unreadable. Near the back wall stood a man who looked like a human skeleton wrapped in steel will. His energy signature echoed All Might's, muted, but unmistakable. He stood ramrod straight, hands folded behind his back like a soldier at parade rest. And then, a man Izuku didn't recognize. Late 50s. Clean cut. Wore the commission suit like armor. Salt gray at the temples. Eyes sharp, tired, and far too focused. The kind of man who heard bad news for a living and made it worse, when necessary. His badge was discreet but clear. Nanashi, HPSC. Internal Strategy Division. So why are we here, Delta? He asked. His voice wasn't cold. It was practiced, precise, and almost surgical. Delta didn't blink. Sir, this is Midoriya Izuku. Repatriated from Fiori last spring. The man's gaze slid to Izuku, calm, unreadable. He said. One of your charges. Grew up with the magicians, then? There was a sharp inhale across the room as All Might's head snapped toward her. He what? Delta nodded once. Yes, sir. He grew up in a magic-heavy world. Returned in time to integrate into UA. That landed like a dropped weight. All Might stared, stunned. Aizawa's brow twitched barely, but Izuku saw it. Nanashir turned slightly, studying Izuku like he was a sealed file that had just been unclassified. Midoriya, he said, voice even. Proceed. After Delta gave him a nod, small and deliberate. Tell them what you told me. Well, Izuku figured he didn't have much choice. Right. No pressure or anything. So he spoke. The Nomu, sir. The only thing holding its quirks and the corpse together, because it definitely wasn't alive, was magic. Not strong, but precise. Twisted and cruel. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I haven't had many opportunities to feel that kind of energy before. Even if Fiori does things differently, the few large battles I've seen were when the guild itself was attacked, and as one of the youngest, I was usually kept in support. But if I had to guess, I'd say whoever did this was a low-level necromancer or something close. He paused, eyes fixed somewhere between the tabletop and Nizu's untouched tea. I could feel it, when it was trying to break through my ward. There was this complete indifference to life in it. It wasn't just dark, it was empty. He stopped, searching for the right word, then gave up and exhaled quietly. It just wasn't pleasant. That got a reaction. All Might frowned, sharp and immediate. So no quirk? Just magic? Izuku looked up. No, sir. The quirks were still natural, or, well, as natural as quirks can be when forced into a corpse. The vessel, however, wasn't. You could say the magic was the glue. A long pause followed. Aizawa didn't move, Nizu's tail twitched once, Nanashir blinked slowly but said nothing. Delta stepped in, her voice, as always, was smooth and surgical. Sir, I know Midoriya is young and unlicensed. But he's the most capable mage we have access to. At least, in this world. The others in our employ are limited, born here, shaped by a low magic environment. Their understanding comes from old books pulled from commission archives. Theoretical and fragmented. I'd like to read him in on what we know. Another beat of silence. Izuku straightened his spine, even as the back of his neck buzzed with heat. This wasn't just a debrief anymore, this was a threshold. Nanashi's voice broke the silence and tension both. Give us a moment, Delta. She nodded without hesitation and turned toward the door. Midoriya, she said, voice unreadable. With me. Izuku followed her out, trying not to stumble over the silence. The reinforced door clicked shut behind them, sealing off the room like a vault. They stood in the hallway just off the conference wing, where cold air stirred faintly from the overhead vents. Delta pulled out her tablet and started reviewing something without a word. Izuku shifted his weight from foot to foot, fidgeting for a moment. It wasn't even a high-stakes decision for him. If they refused, he'd still be a hero student. And if they needed his help with magic later, they knew exactly where to find him. Still, nerves. Don't pace. Pacing looks anxious. Standing still looks weird. You're making it weird. Okay. Just breathe. He leaned a shoulder against the wall casual, like he wasn't very much pretending this was totally normal. Then he remembered his phone. Even after some months back, it just wasn't his first reflex, but it would occupy both his mind and hands. So he got it out on the document he'd been writing out on his analysis of the quirks he'd seen the Nomu using. In the heat of the battle, he really didn't have the bandwidth to think much on it, even as his brain automatically registered them, but maybe he could replicate them. It would be challenging as he'd probably never have any more contact with the monstrosity, but it could be worth the try. Delta didn't look at him or say a word. Just kept scrolling with the kind of precision she probably used even in combat zones. Time stretched. Then the door opened, pulling him abruptly out of his thoughts. Midoriya. Delta, came Nizu's voice from inside. They were being called back in. Izuku stepped back into the room, posture as straight as he could manage, quickly stowing his phone away and clasping his hands behind his back like standing at attention might somehow make the tension easier to bear. Delta returned to her post near the corner, silent as ever. Nizu gave a small nod. His cup of tea was now half empty. Midoriya, he said gently but with unmistakable gravity. Please understand, you cannot speak of this to anyone. Not your classmates. Not even your mother. Consider this part of your training under professional clearance. Izuku nodded, jaw tight. Understood. Nizu turned slightly. Yagi. You're the expert here. All Might Yagi nodded once. His face was strained, his posture a little too upright. A long time ago at the dawn of quirks, even two brothers were born. The eldest possessed a quirk that allowed him to steal others' abilities and transfer them at will. Izuku blinked. That alone was horrifying, but why would All Might suddenly start story time? In those days, he was seen as a savior by some of the early quirk users. He could make them normal, help them blend in. Maybe that warped him, or maybe he was always destined to become a monster. He paused, thoughtful, before continuing. The younger brother appeared quirkless. Frail, but defiant. He opposed his brother's growing power. Ironically, in a time when having a quirk made you an outcast, the quirkless boy was the one who understood its value. He believed taking someone's quirk was like taking part of their soul. All Might's voice softened slightly. But he was powerless to stop him, sickly, weak. In a twisted act of affection or control, all for one forced a quirk onto him. A power stockpiling quirk. Perhaps he thought it would make his brother stronger. He drew a slow breath. Except, unbeknownst to anyone, even himself, the younger brother already had a quirk. One even All for One couldn't sense a quirk that allowed him to pass power on. Because he was powerless, it should have been useless. His gaze lowered. But the two fused and that fusion became what I carry now. One for All. He let the name hang in the air, the weight of it filling the silence. I am its 8th user. All for One has killed every one of my predecessors trying to reclaim it. A beat. Including his brother. Silence followed. Even Delta looked up from her tablet. Because One for All can't be stolen, All Might said quietly. It can only be passed on willingly. That more than anything made Izuku's breath catch. He steals quirks, All Might continued. Accumulates them. But he's never used magic. Not that we knew of. His voice dropped lower, the words heavier now. If that Nomu was his doing, and that was magic, then this is very grave news indeed. Nizu leaned back slightly, tail flicking once, still composed. We've long known a few magic users exist here, he said. Weak, mostly environmentally suppressed. But not non-existent. It's not a stretch to imagine All for One found himself a pet dark mage. Aizawa, silent until now, finally spoke. You never told me any of this. His tone wasn't angry, but it wasn't neutral either. I'd heard rumors. Underground legends. A quirk boogeyman. I thought it was just that myth. This is. All Might exhaled. It was need to know. Aizawa's eyes didn't waver. Midoriya's magic mirrors this villain. He's in my classroom. In my care. A pause. And now he's walking into the crossfire with a target on his back same as yours. Delta's voice cut cleanly into the quiet, still looking at her screen. Midoriya has shown no signs of instability or outside influence. His judgment is clean. His loyalty is proven. I'm not questioning his loyalty, Izuku said evenly. I'm questioning what happens when someone like All for One notices him. That silenced the room. Even Nanashir raised a brow slightly, and that was as expressive as he got. Izuku stood very, very still. Everything in him was listening. Nizu tapped a claw lightly against the rim of his teacup. We'll take precautions. Adjust risk models. Reevaluate security. That much is obvious. Then Nizu looked directly at Izuku, eyes bright behind his polite smile. But I think it's time we stop treating you like a passive variable, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. Sir? If you're willing, Nizu continued, voice calm and certain, I'd like to take you on as my personal student. Not just as Class 1, as representative, but as someone who may very well shape the battlefield ahead. Izuku froze for a moment, brain catching up to the words. That hadn't come out of nowhere, but still. Sir, he echoed, faintly dazed. Nizu's whiskers twitched with amusement. It's not a flashy title, he said lightly, but it comes with access, mentorship and a seat at certain tables. A moment of stunned silence. Even Delta looked up just slightly. Izuku didn't interrupt. All Might said nothing. But for once, he didn't look conflicted. He just looked thoughtful. Nanashir left without ceremony. No final nod or farewell. Just the soft click of the conference room door sealing shut behind him, taking half the pressure in the air with him. The silence left behind was heavier, yet somehow clearer. Izuku took a breath, then stepped forward until he was looking straight in All Might's eyes. Is that why you don't like me? Because my magic reminds you of his quirk? The words hit something between them. Broke it, maybe. All Might exhaled long and tired. It's not that I don't like you, kid. On the contrary, you've proven, again and again, that you're on the side of the angels. He gave a wry, brittle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But yes. I was reserving judgment. Because of your quirk. He exhaled slowly, shoulders shifting as if the words carried weight. I've been number one for a long time, Midoriya. Long enough to know about magic. So when I saw your power, I suspected from the start that it wasn't a quirk at all. His expression darkened slightly. But even knowing that, I couldn't ignore the similarity. The way it manifests, the way it builds, it's too much like All for One's ability. And because of that, I was wary. A pause, his voice dropped lower. It reminded me of things I'd rather not remember. Izuku nodded slowly. There was no anger in his expression. Just understanding and something firmer behind it. Then if you're more comfortable, he said, voice calm, maybe I can help with your injuries. That made All Might blink. Only if you're willing, Izuku added quickly. Is Recovery Girl your attending physician? I'd like to schedule a consultation with her present. To see if my magic responds well to your condition. All Might stared at him. You're offering to fix me? Izuku shrugged, awkward, but sincere. I'm offering to try. If All for One is still alive, we'll probably need you at your peak. Izuku, who had been watching quietly from his perch at the corner of the table, made a soft sound that might have been a laugh. Nizu looked delighted. His ears perked up like someone had just gifted him a new riddle. Delta was already checking her tablet. Thursday at 1400, she said smoothly. I'll coordinate with Recovery Girl's availability. She paused, then added. By then, you should also have a stabilized communication link with your guild, she said, glancing at Izuku. I'll authorize a direct line for Wendy Marvel, Free Justine, and Poorly Yusuka under special and limited circumstances only. Izuku blinked. Then nodded, fast. Yes. Thank you. That's perfect. They might not be physically present, but they know their magic better than I do. All Might still hadn't moved. Delta didn't wait for him to catch up. She tapped twice, confirmed the block, and closed her calendar with a soft snap. I don't think I've ever been scheduled like this before, All Might muttered. Izuku snorted quietly, amused. Nizu sipped his tea. Izuku smiled just a little, then, I'd like to skin you using one of my copies, if you don't mind? Nothing active yet, but I'll send the data to Fairy Tail so they can analyze it and prepare a battle plan for Thursday. All Might, still a little shell-shocked, nodded once. Izuku nodded back and activated a draft rune insight trace. Glyphs shimmered across his fingers as the spell engaged, and copied the results immediately in a notebook that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The data poured in. Seeing this, Nizu tilted his head. Midoriya-kun, please forward a copy to Recovery Girl as well, he said lightly. I'm sure she'll find it fascinating. Aye, sir. As the meeting wound down, Izuku stood a little straighter. Not because he felt taller, but because something had shifted. They'd listened. Trusted him. Invited him in. And for the first time since returning to this world, his magic wasn't something to explain away. It was something he could use, to protect, to heal. Thursday wasn't that far off. 3 days after the USJ attack, their homeroom's door slid open with a mechanical hiss. Class 1A fell silent instantly. Aizawa stood in the doorway bandaged, yes, but surprisingly intact. His left arm hung in a sling, and bruising trailed his jawline, but nothing close to the shredded mess they'd expected. Not after facing down a war beast. He walked in without a limp. His posture had already returned to steel. Midoriya, seated second row center, blinked once. Recovery girl must have taken over after the evac. It made sense her quirk could do what his couldn't, and at scale. Wendy's healing rune had helped in the moment, stabilizing the worst of it. But even powerful Dragon Slayer magic had limits, especially when channeled through his body, under pressure, with time and mana bleeding fast. It hadn't been enough to fix everything, but it had bought time. Aizawa moved to the podium, ignoring the weight in the room, and without preamble. Your fight isn't over. A ripple passed through the class. Tension, ghosts, half-healed bruises, physical and otherwise tightened shoulders and locked jaws. Even Bakugo, normally defiant by default, didn't scoff. Aizawa continued, ignoring, maybe even enjoying the sudden tension. 2 weeks from today is the UA Sports Festival. It's mandatory for hero students. A few students blinked, Uraraka's brows furrowed, Kirishima leaned forward slightly, like he'd misheard. It's our first major public event, Aizawa continued, voice clipped. For recruitment more than anything else. Every pro-hero agency in the country watches. They're looking for potential. You want your first internship? You want your career to matter? It starts there. He tapped a tablet on the podium. A gym sign-up roster projected onto the hollow board behind him. Training slots are already being claimed across departments. Reserve your gym time today. Groups are allowed. Recommended, even. But don't expect leniency if you waste the opportunity. Someone, probably Kaminari, muttered something that sounded like, "We just got back from." But Aizawa cut over him. The world doesn't pause because you're hurting. Silence dropped back into the room, heavier this time. Aizawa's gaze swept the class, lingering just a fraction longer on Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo. He didn't comment on whatever he saw. After a brief pause, he added, "That said, UA is aware of the security concerns following the USJ incident. A beat. But we can't afford to cancel this. And you can't afford to miss it." His eyes passed over every student. The quiet in the room had weight now. "So," he continued, "because you need the exposure and because UA needs to project strength, we'll be doing something earlier than usual." He glanced at his tablet again. "You'll be choosing hero names today." A ripple of surprise moved through the class. "Those names," Aizawa said flatly, "will be the only identifiers used on stage." Several students immediately caught the implication. Aizawa preempted it by nodding toward Yayorozu. "Sensei," Momo said, composed as ever, "may I ask, what about the other courses? If hero students use pseudonyms and they don't, wouldn't that place them at greater risk?" Aizawa nodded. "It would." A murmur started, then stopped as he continued. "Which is why every student participating will be given the option to choose a pseudonym, even if only for this event. Class designations won't be announced either. And for anyone outside the hero course, participation is optional." He paused deliberately. "So if you want those agencies to remember you," he finished, "you'll have to stand out on your own." He let that settle before adding, "As for choosing." That was as far as he got. "All right, kiddies." Midnight's voice cut through the room as she burst in. "Ready to pick those hero names?" Aizawa looked so thoroughly done with existence it was almost impressive. He stepped aside, gesturing toward her. "I'm terrible with names. This is your problem now." Then, already turning toward the door, he added, "Book your gym time. Don't waste the time you have." The door shut softly behind him as he left with no more ceremony. Midnight Sensei didn't let the silence linger, taking over smoothly. She handed each of them a slate as she spoke. "Ideally, you'll walk out of the session with a hero name," she said lightly. "But if you don't, that's fine too. Inspiration can be stubborn." She tapped her own slate against her palm. "I'll be available all week if you want feedback, advice, or a sanity check, but you will need something on file by Friday." Her smile sharpened just a touch. "So choose carefully. As first years, you'll still be allowed to change your hero names later, at least until you're licensed. But fair warning." She glanced around the room. "Names have a habit of sticking. Especially considering you're going on national TV with those." Izuku had actually thought about it before coming back from Fiori. He'd brainstormed with his cousin and with the rest of the Lightning God squad, but he wasn't sure the result would pass scrutiny here. Still, he wrote it down and set the slate aside, waiting for his classmates to reach their own conclusions. That was when he noticed Todoroki frowning down at his slate. Izuku wasn't entirely sure why he spoke up. "Hey, Todoroki? Need some help?" The other boy looked up, the frown still in place on an otherwise blank expression. "I've never thought about a name," he said evenly. "I assumed Endeavor would choose it before it became relevant. Like he does with everything else." Izuku winced internally. "Right. Nothing concerning about that, at all." "Well," he said carefully, "maybe think about why you want to be a hero. Or who you want to make proud. Or," he hesitated, then shrugged, "who you want to honor." "That's what I did." Todoroki tilted his head, thoughtful, almost curious, and Izuku had the distinctly unhelpful thought that he looked a bit like a cute cat considering a puzzle. Then Todoroki nodded, sharp and decisive. "Thank you, Midoriya." And just like that, the conversation was over. Todoroki lowered his gaze again, focus returning fully to the slate. A few minutes later, Midnight clapped her hands together, reclaiming the room's attention. "All right. Time to share. Who wants to go first?" Ashido didn't wait to be called. She was already halfway out of her seat, bouncing toward the front only to be waved back almost immediately. "Back to brainstorming," Midnight said cheerfully. "Alien Queen is copyrighted. Also, not appropriate." Ashido groaned and trudged back to her desk. Izuku, later on, would very much like to know how Aoyama's "I Cannot Stop Twinkling" had somehow cleared review. Finally, he stood after Yaoyorozu's Creati and Tsu's Froppy earned Midnight's enthusiastic stamps of approval and held his slate up for the class to see. "I'll be Midoshi, the fairy tale hero." There was a brief pause. Midnight tilted her head, not nearly as cute as Todoroki's had been earlier, then smiled. "How whimsical," she said. "I like it." Approved. Honestly, he'd have preferred the fairy tale hero, but needs must and all that. After that came Ida's, the engine hero, Turbo, and Uraraka's, Uravity, the gravity hero. Todoroki was next. He stood, slate in hand, and offered. Whiteout, the frost hero. It ignored half his quirk entirely, but he seemed content with it, and while Midnight frowned just a little, she still stamped her approval. Katsuki's turn was less smooth. Several aggressively murderous options were rejected in quick succession, until Izuku, watching the spiral begin, quietly wrote "Dynamite" on his own slate and slid it across. Katsuki shot him a look that could have peeled paint. Then he snatched the slate, stormed to the front of the class, and presented the name like a challenge. Midnight blinked, smiled, and approved it. With that, the session wrapped up. Midnight reminded them pointedly of Aizawa's last instruction about booking training slots, then left them to their own devices. Izuku stood as the bell rang, stretching slightly, eager for lunch. Yamamo was already gathering her notes with quiet precision. They filed toward the door, Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, Kaminari, and Tsuyu trailing just behind. Conversations from the back rows followed like a low murmur. The moment Izuku opened the classroom door, he stopped cold. A wall of students stood just outside. Packed shoulder to shoulder, 3 rows deep at least. Not aggressive yet but unmoving and watching. Dozens of faces. Some vaguely familiar from orientation, others older, taller, sharper. Support course uniforms, business suits, the slouch of general studies. Some wore armbands or held tablets. Others just stood, arms folded. The hallway was filled. Izuku's hand tightened on the doorframe. "Looks like we've got an audience," Momo murmured behind him, voice calm, but clipped. Uraraka leaned to the side, trying to peer through the bodies. "Are those upperclassmen too?" Kaminari gave a low whistle. "Wow. Didn't know we were celebrities." No one laughed at that. Izuku didn't step back, but he didn't move forward, either. His gaze swept the crowd with instinctive precision. First years, mostly. He recognized the uniforms, general studies, and support. 1B stood near the front, gathered like they were waiting for something. No teachers or any administrators. Only students, waiting and watching. His instincts prickled. This isn't curiosity, he thought. It's a test. Or maybe a message. His eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like lunch just got complicated. The hallway crowd didn't part. If anything, it thickened, pressing inward like sheer proximity might shake something loose. Then, from the front of the group, a sharp, almost theatrical voice sliced through the tension. Well, if it isn't Class 1A. The Golden Children of UA. A blond boy, with the hero track pin on his uniform and looking very sure of himself, stepped forward, arms folded behind his back like he was touring a battlefield. His smile was far too pleased. Fresh off a villain attack, and already back in circulation. Special treatment, huh? Must be nice. What's next? Your own press conference? One of his classmates that somehow made Izuku think of a less colorful version of Kirishima stepped up beside him, less smug, more blunt. His arms were crossed, and the glare he threw was real. You're not the only ones training to be heroes. Just 'cause some villains gatecrashed your class doesn't make you special. You think you earned something by surviving? Behind them, mutters of agreement rippled through the crowd, mostly general studies, a few support. But most just watched, silent and present. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Monoma. Tetsu. His voice was level. Almost polite. You're exactly like Kendo described. Which explains a lot. That stopped them, if only for a second. Just enough for Izuku to catch the flicker of confusion behind Monoma's smirk. Kendo? Monoma echoed, off balance. Izuku said, stepping forward, subtle, deliberate. The rest of 1A clustered loosely behind him. She has much better judgment. She didn't lead with ego. Tetsu scowled. You. He didn't finish because Katsuki's voice cut in next, flat and dead serious. F off. His face was set not in a performative snarl, but something tighter. No twitch or spark, just a stare like he'd already decided they weren't even worth the effort of blowing up. The silence that followed cracked something open. From the second row of the crowd, a boy stepped forward. Lean, light on muscle. He moved like smoke, quiet, unfazed, just slightly detached. His eyes were half-lidded, his eyebags had eyebags. Tired, but focused. When he spoke, his voice was soft but it carried. Are all the hero course kids like this? The crowd shifted. Gotta say, I'm a little disillusioned. The rest of us general, business, support, we trained too. Some of us busted our butts trying to get in. And we didn't make it. His tone was bitter, with a quiet anger. Depending on the sports festival, they might reshuffle the hero course. Transfer students. Anyone who proves themselves. He looked directly at Izuku. This'll be the perfect chance to knock you off your pedestals. The words hung in the air, then, quieter. I am Shinso Hitoshi, and consider this a declaration of war. Silence followed, the air itself seemed to be holding its breath. Izuku stood at the front of 1A, arms relaxed at his sides. His expression was even, neither smug nor angry. Why? He said. Shinso blinked, caught off guard. What do you mean, why? Izuku didn't blink. There are only 19 of us in 1A. One got expelled. You don't need us to fail to transfer in. You just need to prove yourselves. He let it settle, then, steady. That being said, do you really think you can make it into the hero course relying only on your quirk? That landed, Shinso's jaw tensed. What do you know? He snapped. You probably have the perfect quirk, flashy, combat-ready, tailor-made for this. Izuku's gaze narrowed slightly. Probably, he said. But if we sparred right now, quirkless? I'd wipe the floor with you. A ripple passed through the crowd as Shinso stiffened. You're built like a noodle, Izuku added, flat. Mental quirk, right? That's why you didn't pass the entrance exam. No offense, but you probably couldn't punch hard enough to knock out a panicked civilian. He honestly was not trying to be insulting, but the other boy needed a wake-up call if he wanted to make it. A hero isn't just their quirk. It's training, judgment, the ability to act. Right now? As you are? You don't have a place among us. No cruelty in his tone, just surgical truth. Then he turned slowly to Monoma and Tetsu. And you think we were lucky to be attacked by over 100 villains? With only 2 pros? No backup? No comms? No idea if we'd last 10 more minutes, let alone long enough to be interviewed? Monoma opened his mouth, but Izuku didn't pause. None of us asked for this. None of us gave press statements. We didn't pose for photos or sell our trauma for sympathy. The media did what it does. You want someone to blame? Blame the system. Not the survivors. His voice stayed level. And if you think it's okay to show up here 3 days after the attack just to throw it in our faces? Stir up our trauma for attention? His eyes locked on them. I'll be filing a formal complaint with Sekijiro-sensei. Because whatever you think this was, it wasn't heroic. Then he looked to the wider crowd. You say you want to be heroes? Start acting like it. And with that, he stepped forward, the crowd parted quiet, unsure, but unwilling to block him now. Izuku walked through the gap and the rest of Class 1A followed him without a word. 5 full seconds passed before anyone spoke. The air still hummed with the echo of Izuku's voice, measured, firm, final. Then, DMN, bro, Kaminari said, breathless and wide-eyed. That was awesome. It cracked the tension like a dropped glass. Kirishima gave a low whistle, then clapped a hand to Izuku's back. Way to go, Midobro. That was manly as hell. Todoroki grunted in approval. Jiro just smirked and muttered, didn't know you had that in you. And he heard Katsuki mutter, not bad, nerd. quiet and almost begrudging. He doubted anyone else caught it, maybe Jiro, maybe Shoji. Possibly Kirishima, by sheer proximity. Uraraka, still pink in the cheeks, leaned slightly toward Izuku. Remind me never to get on your bad side. And from somewhere behind them, a splendid bouquet of confrontation blooms in the twilight corridor of youth, Tokoyami intoned, voice dark and reverent. A beat. Kaminari blinked. The corridor of what now? He means, good job, Jiro translated, dry. Laughter rippled down the group a bit like a dam has been released. The corridor still echoed with the murmurs of onlookers, but the weight pressing down on 1A had cracked. Underneath the teasing and commentary, something quieter pulsed through the group: gratitude. Relief. The sense that someone had said what none of them had found the words for yet. Momo, ever the pragmatist, glanced sideways at Izuku. Will you really file a complaint? Izuku looked thoughtful. I don't think so, but maybe I'll talk to Vlad King directly. No need for paperwork. I don't want to ostracize Class 1B, just remind them where the line is. And from what Kendo said, Vlad-sensei seems fair. I think he'll listen. Momo considered that, then nodded. Spoken like a leader. Izuku blinked. I'm not. President, Kaminari cut in, grinning. Gotta live up to the title, right? The group turned the corner, cafeteria doors in sight now. The tension was gone. Not erased, but eased like a storm had broken and left the air clean behind it. Lunch had never felt so earned. Todoroki POV. Location. UA cafeteria, a quiet corner table. Shoto sat with his lunch tray untouched. Voices blurred around him, half conversations, clattering dishes, someone snorting at Kaminari's joke across the room. He tuned them out. His eyes lingered on the far end of the cafeteria, where Midoriya sat at a table surrounded by classmates. Laughter echoed there. He thought about the hallway, about how Midoriya had stood there unflinching. The crowd hadn't fazed him, not even the implied threat or even Shinso's words. Shoto wasn't sure he could have responded like that, and that bothered him. Shoto hadn't flinched at USJ either. No hesitation, no fear. Just strategy. Execution. But now, he questioned the silence he carried through that chaos. Was it composure? Or something else? He didn't feel fear. He wasn't sure if he felt anything. Was that normal? Was something wrong with him? He pushed those thoughts aside, but they didn't go far. His gaze returned to Midoriya. He didn't even fight, but without him, we wouldn't have gotten out. He didn't freeze once. Shoto's fingers curled around his chopsticks. He'd never said it aloud, but the thought lingered, unspoken. Still, the way Midoriya faced that crowd, he was impressed. And maybe, just maybe, a little curious. Shinso POV. Location, foster home, attic room, later that evening. Hitoshi lay on the old mattress in the corner of the attic, arms folded under his head, staring at the wood-paneled ceiling. The insulation up here was bad, hot in the summer, freezing in winter. The bulb above him flickers every now and then, like even it was unsure about staying on. He was still said. That green-haired kid Midoriya had called him out in front of half the first-year crowd. And worse? He wasn't wrong. Hitoshi had expected a standard hero course brat. Born lucky, backed by power, confident because the world told him he could be. But Midoriya hadn't acted like a golden boy. He didn't bark and didn't flex. He just spoke and the room listened. You probably have a mental quirk. Hence why you didn't pass the standard entrance exam. It had hit harder than any insult. If only because it wasn't meant to insult, it was a diagnosis. And it was true. Hitoshi hadn't trained physically. He couldn't even if he wanted to. His past foster homes didn't allow it. Too paranoid about his quirk. Too quick to assume he'd cheat or manipulate or turn dangerous. He'd been told to sit still. Keep quiet. Stay normal. They never told him how to become a hero, but now he was at UA. He had a student ID, a class schedule, and access to facilities the old Hitoshi would have killed to see, let alone use. And Midoriya, for all the frustration in his voice, he wasn't wrong. If Hitoshi really wanted the hero course, he had to fight for it. He sat up, reached across the creaky floorboards to his UA-issued tablet still in the zip case they gave him at intake. Powered it on. Opened the gym reservation portal. He stared at the screen a moment, thumb hovering over the booking slots. Then he locked in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. Before class. He doubted anyone else would be up that early. The bulb above him flickered once. He didn't look up. Aizawa shuffled into the classroom like a man returning from the front lines and not particularly thrilled to be redeployed. With the grace of someone who had absolutely no intention of pretending today was normal, he kicked aside one of the desk legs, dropped his body into a heap, and vanished into his yellow sleeping bag like a particularly bitter chrysalis. I don't care what you do, he muttered, already horizontal. Just do it quietly. The class moved like a machine waking up. Laptops clicked open, phones lit up, a portable whiteboard was dragged over from the side wall, markers uncapped before it even stopped moving. Shiro and Kaminari started writing out a gym slot rotation while Ishido and Ida argued about ideal training intervals. Izuku sat toward the middle, hands folded under his chin as he scanned the room, silent but watchful. The more time he spent with his class, the more he liked them. They reminded him of the quieter days back at the guild when no one was throwing tables or exploding through a wall. Just a dozen voices tangled over food, training, nonsense. For all his brashness, Katsuki didn't hold a candle to Natsu when it came to sheer volume. It was almost nostalgic, this chaos with structure. It made the space feel lived in. Real. Yamamo was already cross-referencing her personal training notes with the school schedule, muttering softly as she color-coded solo fieldwork exercises. Her calendar had more strategic layers than most battle plans. Across from her, Ida flipped through a virtual obstacle course catalog, pausing every time the preview featured tight cornering. He was calculating improvement margins, Izuku realized. Smart. Meanwhile, Uraraka leaned in toward Tsu, the two of them whispering over a sketchpad of motion drills. Then, "Okay," Kaminari declared, far too loudly for this hour. "Group cardio needs music, and I'm not running to Todoroki's Silent Ice Kingdom vibe again." Todoroki didn't look up from his screen, neither did Jiro. She still managed to express how unimpressed she was by that. "I already made a playlist," she said flatly. "Yours has 7 dubstep remixes of your own voice saying, Shock Zone." Kaminari pointed at her like that proved his point. "Exactly. It's a mood." A beat, then, someone snorted. Then laughter rippled through the class, light and spontaneous. Even Aizawa's sleeping bag shifted slightly, like he might have cracked a smirk, but no one dared to confirm. Izuku was halfway through jotting down possible pair combinations for movement drills when it happened. "Oi. Nerd." The pencil stopped mid-slide. Izuku blinked, glancing up. Katsuki was sitting 2 rows over, half-turned toward the window. He wasn't even looking at him. His posture screamed disinterest. His tone said otherwise. "You want to pair up for quirkless hand-to-hand?" Izuku blinked again. And again. "Yes," he said, a little too fast. "Absolutely. Yes." He didn't even hesitate. He'd take all the chances he could to get his brother back even if Katsuki didn't see it that way. "Not yet." The blonde didn't reply right away, just gave a low grunt, short and sharp, like punctuation at the end of a sentence he didn't feel like explaining. From him, that was practically a vehement agreement. Izuku stared at the space where the words had hung a moment earlier, still slightly stunned. Across the room, Todoroki looked up from his tablet. His eyes tracked the exchange without expression, but a small frown tugged at the corner of his mouth, barely there, quickly buried. He didn't understand why it irritated him, only that it did. Kaminari clapped his hands together, grinning like he'd just thought of something brilliant and potentially dangerous. "So, who wants to do sync drills? Group stuff. Movement coordination. Flashy combos." Jiro didn't even look up from her tablet. "You're just trying to get out of stamina training." Kaminari gasped. "I'm offended." Yamamo, who had already cross-referenced 3 different Hero Foundation assessments by breakfast, didn't look up either. "Group coordination would be useful for rescue missions," she offered calmly. Midoriya, glancing up from his notes, added, "Also, from my research, every sports festival in the last decade has had at least one team phase, so..." Uraraka raised her hand. "I'm in." "Group dynamics," Ida declared, "are a critical element of applied heroics." Tsu nodded once, mildly. "I guess we're doing this." There was a pause and then, "Put my name down." Everyone turned. Todoroki was standing just off to the side, arms folded, voice quiet. Kaminari stared at him like someone had just told him All Might made balloon animals in his spare time. So did half the class. He fumbled for his marker and scribbled it down with the reverence of writing a divine commandment. Cool, no big deal, just Shoto, not here to make friends." Todoroki joining team drills, "That's fine, I'm fine, everything's fine." Jiro kicked him lightly under the desk. After the final bell, a small group of students filtered out of Class 1A, trailing conversation, notebooks, and more than one nervous glance. The tutoring program, launched just before the disaster that was USJ, was now finally live. Class 1A and 1B reps had coordinated the entire thing, paired volunteers, rotating schedules, and even faculty oversight. A good start. Maybe even a great one. The hallway split near the second-floor stairwell. Students began peeling off into 2 groups, heading toward separate classrooms. One was already bustling science-based subjects. Chemistry, calculus, engineering theory. Students filed in, tablet cases in hand, greeted by Ectoplasm, who stood near the whiteboard with 3 clones already arranging desks and adjusting seating maps. Your group and place are on this plan posted here, people, one clone called, tapping the large seating chart taped to the wall. We're just monitoring, not teaching, don't make us get involved. Another clone handed out session sign-in sheets. The third just crossed his arms and watched the room like a silent threat. Across the hall, the second room was quieter. Posters lined the walls, classic art pieces reimagined with subtle heroic flair. David with reinforced gauntlets. The Birth of Venus in armor. A reprint of The Last Stand of Blue Blaze. This room was for non-STEM subjects: ethics, English, literature, and hero art history. Midnight leaned against the corner of the teacher's desk, long coat draped behind her like a cape she hadn't bothered to remove. She wasn't posing yet, but her presence was impossible to ignore. Surprisingly, considering his grades, for this first session Izuku was here to be tutored, not to help others. That would come next time. He checked the plan posted at the front of the class, found where his group was to gather, and took a seat. Art history. He glanced up at one of the posters on the far wall, an old propaganda sketch of a masked vigilante mid-salute, long erased from official textbooks. Hero work isn't just battle, Izuku thought. It's culture. It's knowing how people think and how they remember. And I didn't grow up here. I've got gaps. The weight of that truth settled gently in his chest. It was just a fact, nothing to be ashamed of. But also something he could actually act upon. He flipped the page of his notebook and wrote, title, Heroic Imagery and Symbolism, Session 1. Underneath, in smaller script, Masks and Memory. The desks were arranged in soft clusters, 3 to 4 students per group, spaced enough for discussion but close enough to hear one another breathe. Midnight had done an elegant job balancing chaos and structure. Subtle hero-themed art filled the room's silence with weight, and the air smelled faintly of old books and permanent marker. Izuku scanned the posted seating list again before taking his place. His group, Shoji, Tetsu, and Shiozaki, their assigned tutor. He sat down quietly, nodding a small hello to Shoji, who returned it with calm ease. Tetsu took the seat beside him, slower. Arms crossed and eyebrows drawn. Didn't expect to see you in this one, he muttered. Izuku didn't flinch and met the comment with quiet steadiness. Didn't expect to see you either, he said. I'm glad you came. That threw him. His confusion and shock plain on his face. Shiozaki approached the table like water flowing downhill, graceful and composed, her long green hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders. She gave them all a calm nod, then opened a small binder with the practiced motion of someone who definitely hadn't waited until today to prepare. Today's topic, she said smoothly, is symbolism and myth in classical sculpture. She passed around reference print statues of warriors, gods, half-masked figures gripping swords or staffs. Quiet things, frozen in time. Izuku was laser-focused the moment she began. His pen scratched the page in careful strokes, his notes precise and oddly rhythmic. He marked recurring themes: power, anonymity, divine judgment. Asked one question halfway through that made everyone pause. When ancient heroes wore masks in battle, he said, tapping one of the sketches, was it to conceal themselves, or to become something else? Shoji nodded slowly. Both, maybe. Tetsu blinked at the printout like it had turned into a riddle. This got real deep, real fast. Izuku offered a small, almost apologetic smile. Shiozaki leaned forward slightly, studying him. You study like someone chasing ghosts. Izuku's smile didn't falter. I just have a lot to catch up on. The hallway outside the tutoring rooms was scarcely populated, but it hadn't emptied. The low murmur of conversation still lingered, punctuated by the soft shuffling of papers, the occasional laugh, the rustle of backpacks being slung over shoulders. No one was rushing to leave. Yamamo stood near the lockers, tablet already in hand, stylus tucked behind her ear like she'd forgotten it was there. Izuku joined her. Still clutching his notes from the session, half organized, margins filled with extra commentary and starred questions for later. That went surprisingly well, Yamamo said, tapping the tablet open to a shared doc. Shall we draft a feedback form for everyone? Izuku nodded. Good idea. I'll help compile it tonight. They paused together at the hallway junction, where the 2 classroom wings split off. A soft breeze passed through from the stairwell windows, tugging gently at pages and hair. They both glanced back. Students still milled around in quiet clusters, cross-year, cross-class. Shiozaki speaking with a general studies boy about myth parallels. Kaminari and Tetsu in a mock argument about statue poses. Shoji and Tokoyami comparing notes on abstract themes. No tension or sideways glances. Just students being students. It's a start, Izuku said. Yamamo smiled. And a good one. They turned to go, footsteps light against polished tile until Yamamoto glanced sideways, thoughtful. Did you ever talk to Sekijiro-sensei? Izuku nodded. Yes, actually. I went early before homeroom to the staff room. He said he would talk to them. He paused, remembering Tetsu's confused but calm reaction earlier. I guess he did? Tetsu was pretty chill. Yamamoto hummed softly, a pleased note under her breath. I'm glad. It was Wednesday, and they were changing into their hero costumes. Back to routine. The USJ attack felt like a distant dream, nightmare. Today was the long-promised costume review. It felt like ages since Izuku had gone with his friends to see Majima-sensei about Hagekyu's suit, but in reality, it had barely been a week. And now here they were. Although, not everyone seemed thrilled about it. I still don't see why we have to review our costumes, Shiro muttered, tugging at his sleeve. I like mine just fine. Izuku caught Ida gearing up to respond, already halfway into proper lecture posture, but Katsuki beat him to it. Because some of you are one jump away from snapping your spine, cellophane wannabe. Blunt. Unnecessarily loud. Definitely not how he would have phrased it. But, not wrong. The conversation died off with a collective shuffle of feet and some side-eye exchanges. An awkward silence took over as the class filed out, heading to join the girls, Aizawa-sensei, Majima-sensei, and what looked like 3 third-year support course students in Gym Space Omega, one of the few traditional gym spaces still fully operational at UA. When they arrived, Majima-sensei indicated for them to take seats on the padded floor. They did, forming a loose semicircle. We're not here to roast you, Aizawa began. Only to be cut off by a smirking power loader, not unless you deserve it. One of the support course students added under their breath, you will. Well, that certainly set the tone. Majima-sensei continued, voice steady, if we do offer critique, it won't usually be about aesthetics. That's between you and, probably, Kayama-sensei. What we're focused on is function. Survivability. Efficiency. He let that hang for a moment. Now before we begin, do any of you have thoughts about your costumes as they are? Izuku didn't expect half the class to turn and look directly at him. Higuri wasn't sure what he was expecting. First-year students were usually all showmanship and flash, with very little thought given to practicality. Especially the hero course kids, they tended to treat their first costumes like sacred artifacts. Untouchable and not up for revision. That's certainly how it went with 1B the previous day. So whatever he had expected walking into Gym Omega, it certainly wasn't half the class practically nominating a spokesperson. And not just any student, it was the same green-haired boy who'd led Hagekure into his workshop last week. Midoriya, if he remembered right. Also the one flagged in his file with a side note from the commission. Midoriya stepped forward, pulled a notebook out of who knew where, and began to read. Hesitant at first, but gaining momentum with each line. Kaminari could use insulated grounding gear. Maybe some circuit breaker bracers, which would be cheaper than post-mission repairs. Or a support item that allows for conductivity at a distance, so he doesn't short out his own brain. Higuri blinked. Not wrong. Aoyama should lose the cape. Maybe once he's got a few years of experience under his belt, but right now it's basically screaming, grab me here, this is my weak point. Also, his focus belt is civilian grade. That's not up to hero standards. Kirishima's quirk is solid, but it's not infinite. He doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. If he's attacked from behind, he's toast. Some upper chest and spinal protection would help. And on he went, classmate by classmate. As clear and concise as any of his third-year support students. Offering both logical criticism and potential solution. He didn't skip anyone except Bakugo. Higuri felt the hesitation spike. Midoriya faltered, paused, then squared his shoulders. And Katsuki, yours is pretty good. But I'd recommend replacing the bracers or at least splitting the load into 3 smaller units instead of the large ones you're using now. It would reduce wrist strain and give you more options if you're ever cut off from direct access to your quirk. There was a long pause. The Bakugo boy didn't explode or snarl. Higuri knew from Aizawa that this was an accomplishment for the boy. He just stood there, jaw tight, eyes locked on Midoriya like he was weighing blueprints in his head. 3 smaller bracers. Higuri could practically hear the gears turning. If it worked, Bakugo would use it. The look in his eyes said enough, I'm not losing him again. From the back, Sosuke leaned toward Haruka. Did this kid apply to the wrong course or what? He muttered. Haruka didn't answer, just kept staring at Midoriya's notebook like it might hold actual gold. Yayorozu, for her part, looked thoughtful. She glanced down at the heavy reference tome in her lap, then at Midoriya's sleek tabbed notebook. Higuri could almost see the calculation happening. He had a feeling she wouldn't be difficult to convince to follow her friend's advice. Todoroki was frowning. He, however, didn't seem annoyed, just distracted. He hadn't reacted to critique the way Higuri expected. If anything, the boy looked like he was trying to understand Midoriya. And was that the beginning of a crush? No, Higuri, focus. Tsuyu gave a single blink. That's smart, she said softly. Ribbit. Then added, then again, he's smart. Midoriya sagged a little, relief obvious, even if he tried to hide it. That, Higuri thought, is a student worth investing in. As the boy rejoined his classmates, Higuri leaned toward Aizawa and murmured, there are maybe 10 heroes licensed in both heroics and support. He's thinking like one. From the corner of his eye, he caught his third-year support course upperclassmen watching with the same look of quiet, professional respect. As for the rest of Class 1A, the reactions were mixed. Some took the critique calmly. A few even looked relieved to have something actionable. Todoroki, however, was frowning, gaze fixed on Midoriya with something like confusion. Higuri couldn't quite pin down why. Aoyama was clutching his cape like someone had insulted his entire lineage. And Kirishima looked like he'd just been hit by a clue by 4. All in all, a strong start. Higuri stepped forward and took back the proverbial podium. All of that was accurate, he said, nodding toward Midoriya. You've given us a solid foundation to work from. Midoriya gave a small nod in return. I'll add a few of my own observations, Higuri continued. Then we'll split into 3 groups. He gestured for each of the third years to step forward as he introduced them. My students Kenzaki Sosuke. Sosuke stepped forward with a polite nod. Motegi Haruka, the only girl in the trio, gave a sharp, confident wave. And Shikata Rinji. Rinji stepped forward last, eyes already scanning the class like he was building specs in real time. Each of them will head a group and talk through any changes or upgrades you want to make after your initial review. I'll rotate between you for a more experienced perspective. He paused, eyes skimming the group, watching for alarm, pushback, or blank stares. He got none. Also, don't hesitate to ask questions. Even to your teachers. Aizawa might not be a support expert, but he's been a working hero for over a decade. He'd certainly have better ideas than you lot on what works and what doesn't. The session continued in the same vein. With the foundation laid by Midoriya, the students were far less defensive than Higuri had expected. They listened, took notes, and asked smart questions. By the end of their time, he'd collected more feedback than he could have hoped for, and a schedule full enough to require a complete overhaul if he intended to apply all these modifications before internship week. First-year internship prep, right after the sports festival. Fantastic timing. It was a pity Class 1B didn't have a Midoriya. Their session yesterday had been bumpier. Ah well. As they were wrapping up, he overheard one of the students ask Rinji if all of this wasn't too much work. Rinji scoffed. You're kidding? This is extra credit and hands-on. If all goes well, we'll be pros by next year. This is just smart practice. Higuri smirked faintly. At least he'd have competent help keeping the schedule intact. These 3 for 1A, and the second crew, Kenzaki Mizora, Okabe Rintaro, and Hankawa Itsuki. Still, he'd have to check in with Nizu about reshuffling next year's schedule. These sessions were proving themselves both educational and useful. He just wouldn't mind more than 10 days lead time before the next student's work week hit him like a freight train. Izuku wasn't sure what was up with Katsuki lately. It wasn't that he'd changed entirely, just that he was calmer. At times, it almost felt like he'd slipped back to the boy he was before getting his quirk. Before the teachers started treating him like the second coming. More like Kaken. Yesterday, during the costume review, he'd snapped at Zero not for himself, but for the classmates who genuinely needed it. And this morning, during their quirkless sparring drills, he almost looked like he was having fun. Even his insults had lost their usual edge. When Izuku managed to win 2 out of their 3 rounds, he'd braced for impact. He thought, just for a second, that everything they'd rebuilt might shatter. But Katsuki had just looked away, scowling lightly. Next time, nerd. I'm winning. Izuku hadn't answered as he wanted to. Not then at any rate, but part of him had wanted to. Badly. You're on, Kaken. He still called him Katsuki aloud, yet he couldn't help hoping. Izuku was starting to feel like a monkey awaiting orders. They'd been talking him, Poryusuka, and Frieden Aisan for about 90 minutes. The magical relay had finally been activated with special authorization from Delta, allowing Poryusuka-sensei to send her physical contribution to the project across dimensional boundaries. Poryusuka, from her cluttered lab half-drowned in steam and glowing jars, was starting to look more irritated than usual. So he wasn't surprised when she spoke. All right, brat. You have the biogel I created? She didn't wait for an answer before she continued, good. Think of it like magical stem cell gel packed with coded recipes for tissue. It's already prepped with everything your All Might needs, based on the scan data you sent. She waved a hand toward something off-screen. The batch is stable for a week. After that, it's your problem. Then, flat and final, I've done what I can. If there's some idiotic unexpected reaction, I suppose I'll stay available. Otherwise? Don't bother me. Before anyone could respond, her window blinked out. Just like that she was gone. Izuku exhaled. The room felt noticeably quieter without her presence pressing through the call. Fried remained, composed as always, hands folded, expression unreadable, seated calmly at a reinforced desk in a quieter corner of the Fairy Tale Guild. Behind him, the faint sounds of the guild's evening bustle leaked in through a half-open door. Quietly, scratching the back of his neck, Izuku broke the silence. Well, that went about how I expected. Fried was mildly amused when he responded, that was her being cooperative. A pause settled between them, then his cousin continued, tone more familiar now. You want to go over the runic equation again? I think you've got it down, but I know you. Izuku was sorely tempted, part of him always was, but he knew it wouldn't be necessary. Still, the question slipped out, low and uncertain. You're sure I will be enough? To allow both Sky Dragon Breath and Recovery Girl's Quirk to work through the ward. To his credit, Fried didn't answer immediately but considered it seriously. As sure as we can be. You understand quirks better than I ever will. But between the two of us? I think we've got it covered. A beat. Go to sleep, Izuku. You'll need all your wits about you for that first session. And call me if you need to. Don't be too proud to reach out. Izuku hesitated for half a second, then nodded. Okay, Nissan. Good night. Good night, kid. The room was massive, clearly repurposed from some disused hall beside the infirmary, now retrofitted with both magical reinforcement wards and top-tier medical tech. The lingering scent of sterilized floors mixed oddly with something faintly herbal and electric. Izuku stood beside a conjured projection of anatomical scans, flanked by Chiyo-sensei as she had insisted he call her All Might, and Nizu-sensei, who sat perched on a modified desk, tail twitching with silent interest. They were going over the final steps of the preparatory phase. Izuku tried to convey seriousness when he asked, Yagi-sensei, I understand you can imbue your DNA with One for All? He held up a sealed glass flask, inside of which swirled a dense, bluish gel like liquid crystal with a predatory shimmer. If so, could you do so with a single hair, and place it into this? All Might eyed the substance warily, shoulders tightening. That is not something to be done lightly. Izuku nodded. He had expected resistance. It'll be heat-treated to unfuse both your DNA and the quirk essence bound to it. The goal is to imprint the gel permanently to your unique quirk signature. A pause, then you'll need to drink it. To the last drop. The silence that followed was brief, but palpable. All Might's reply was quiet, and if it reacts poorly? Recovery Girl's tone was rather flat. She certainly didn't like to be questioned in her domain, even if through a third party. Then your stomach won't be the only thing we're trying to rebuild. Nizu chuckled softly, not unkindly, but with the air of someone watching history spin a new wheel. The number one hero looked visibly reluctant, shoulders squared but eyes flickering with hesitation. Recovery Girl heaved a deep sigh. Yagi, she started sharply, I understand your reluctance, this is entirely experimental. I wouldn't normally endorse such an endeavor without more testing. Your situation is, however, completely unique and impossible to reproduce. Also desperate, so give us the DMN hair, if only for your and Japan's future. Finally All Might reached up, tugged a single glowing strand of hair from his scalp, and dropped it into the flask, saying as he did, for the future. The gel reacted instantly. A faint swirl of green spread from the point of contact, blooming outward in slow spirals. The hair itself floated momentarily at the surface, then began to sink almost like it was being pulled down, absorbed strand by strand into the viscous blue core. Izuku passed the flask carefully to Chiyo-sensei, who took it with practiced steadiness and placed it into a weighting device responsible, among other things, for providing the heat needed to infuse the gel, a sleek magical mechanical hybrid resembling both a cryochamber and a steampunk kettle. The compartment sealed with a hiss of sterilizing steam. Chiyo-sensei briskly confirmed. There. It should be ready in about 15 minutes. She turned her sharp eyes toward Izuku. Midoriya-kun, is your ward ready? Izuku straightened, nodding once as his fingers moved over the edge of his conjured focus tablet. Faint green runes slid into view, hovering symbols layering themselves into a semi-transparent diagram in the air behind him. Yes, ma'am. Once he drinks the gel, I'll activate the sealing matrix and direct my healing magic through it. The structure should guide the energy into the regenerative zones. Same with your quirk. He hesitated, just for a second, glancing at All Might. When he spoke again, his voice softened. It'll work. But the first hour's going to be rough. And it was. The first 10 minutes were agonizing. All Might's screams could have woken the dead. If this weren't a reinforced infirmary, anyone hearing from outside might have thought they were torturing him. As it was, Yamada-sensei poked his head through the door once, clearly concerned. After a short exchange with Nizu-sensei, he apparently chose to stay standing just outside to quietly redirect traffic and keep the hallway clear. Given the kind of soundproofing UA was known for, the fact that he heard anything at all told Izuku just how loud it truly was. By the 15-minute mark, All Might was still visibly in pain, but the screaming had stopped. Izuku wasn't sure if it was because it hurt less, or because All Might's vocal cords had given out. Still, the relative silence made it easier to concentrate. Wendy's healing breath and Fried's rune matrix might have been manageable alone, but together, they demanded tight, almost meditative focus. Izuku moved his hands steadily, his mind racing to maintain rhythm, alignment, and spell output. He made a silent note to himself, next time, All Might goes under. If this worked even halfway as well as they were hoping, the second session would be scheduled in 6 weeks. And sedation would not be optional. Izuku and Chiyo-sensei only had to use their healing abilities during the first phase, the first 20 minutes or so. For Recovery Girl, that meant leaning in for her signature healing kisses every 3 or 4 minutes, applying her quirk in short bursts. Izuku, on the other hand, had to channel Sky Dragon magic with absolute precision. In both cases, the ward briefly flared brightly in reaction. After that, the rune matrix and biogel took over. The scaffold they'd prepared, powered by Fried's runes and primed by Yusuka's alchemical concoction, handled the long-term regeneration. Izuku's role shifted from active healer to anchor. He maintained the matrix for 70 minutes, eyes tracking each sigil as it pulsed with light, modulated power flow, and harmonized with the cellular imprint. He didn't move much or speak for that matter. He adjusted, recalibrated, and waited. He finally received the internal ping, a small pulse of confirmation through his version of Fried magic that the gel had finished its work. The loop was closed. Integration complete. He was sure Nizu-sensei would have a full procedural breakdown afterward, complete with timestamps, energy curves, and physiological data logs. But Izuku didn't have the capacity to think about that right now. To be honest, he hadn't accounted for the personal toll. Healing All Might, his teacher and idol, Japan's symbol of peace, was already a heavy emotional weight. But it wasn't just that. The last time he'd used both Sky Dragon healing and a full rune synchronized circuit had been at the USJ, when he'd stabilized Aizawa-sensei's nearly crushed face and spine. That had been brutal. He managed, of course he did, but the mental fatigue was real. It crawled behind his eyes and settled in his chest like a quiet pressure, the likes of which he only experienced after focusing too long, too hard, on something fragile and demanding. All Might had passed out sometime during the procedure. Good for him. All right, child, Chiyo-sensei said, her voice cutting cleanly through his mental fog. Normally I'd have him pass an MRI or a radiograph to check, but I understand you have something just as effective. Izuku startled, blinking as her question yanked him out of his internal musing. Oh, of course. Let me check. He called up Scan, a medical-grade analysis spell he'd copied more than 4 years ago back during one of his very first missions for Fairy Tail. It worked similarly to Insight Trace, but tuned for the body, not quirks. A soft grid of light passed over All Might's prone form, humming faintly as it processed. It looks like his stomach has been reconstructed as much as possible. You'll have a better idea than me, but I'd estimate it's about 80 to 85% whole. Certainly more than we anticipated. Chiyo nodded, already scribbling notes on her digital tablet. Good. I'll run the standard scans later to keep his medical file up to date. For now and for the next month we'll monitor his status to ensure One for All integrates the biogel properly. She looked toward the door. Yamada. Mike-sensei poked his head in again, one brow raised. You rang? If you insist on wasting your time lurking there, make yourself useful and help us move him into the standard ward until he wakes up naturally. With a theatrical salute and a grin, I ma'am. He stepped fully into the room, heading toward the bed with a lightness that contrasted starkly with the still figure on it. While Mike-sensei busied himself with All Might, Izuku finally pushed himself up from the low crouch he'd maintained through the entire procedure. He barely made it to standing before he stumbled, his knees buckling just slightly, but enough. Mike was there in an instant, catching him by the arm with a steady hand. Hey there, listener, careful. Here, kid, sit down. I'll be fine, sensei, Izuku muttered, brushing at his sleeve. I'm sure I just stayed in the same position too long. Blood needs flowing, that's all. I'll be the judge of that. Don't move. Chiyo-sensei had already moved to check the hallway outside their room. As expected, Aizawa was there, leaning silently against the opposite wall, likely summoned earlier by Mike. Good. Come and help the kid to a bed in the infirmary, would you? He could use a bit of rest after this fit. With a sigh that sounded both reluctant and inevitable, Aizawa pushed off from the wall and stepped forward. He didn't speak to Izuku. He simply moved past the excuses, took Izuku's other side, and guided him toward the door, ignoring the posturing entirely. POV, Nizu. Both Midoriya and Yagi were sleeping off the morning's healing session. In their absence, Aizawa, Chio, and Nizu gathered in the nurse's office to review and discuss the results. He did good, Chio said, arms folded as she leaned against the cabinet. I'll need full scans and blood work to confirm everything, but it's already better than anything we've ever managed for Yagi. Nizu nodded, seated comfortably in his chair with his tail swaying lightly over the edge. Yes, it was certainly fascinating to observe. I doubt your eyes could see much, but I could track the movement under Yagi's skin as the tissue reformed itself. A slow but constant cellular weave, magical energy looping with one for all's output. Aizawa made a face. Rather you than me. He paused, then asked the question they were all circling. Do you think it's something that could be replicated for anyone? Chio hummed softly, tapping her fingers against her elbow. Maybe. It relies heavily on Yagi's quirk for the heavy lifting, but with some adjustment, possibly. If Midoriya ever manages to refine the scaffold properly, we might see broader applications. The age of the wound certainly factors in, but healing stays on the table either way. She looked thoughtful for a moment. Yagi's injury was over 6 years old, and yet. She didn't need to finish the sentence. The implications hung in the air. Aizawa, ever the curious one like the cat he liked so much, tilted his head slightly. How many more sessions would Yagi need for complete recovery? Chio shook her head. Oh, complete recovery isn't on the table. Realistically, we'll get him as close as possible, but he'll never be 100% the man he was before this. Nizu nodded, eyes half-lidded in thought. Yes, that's what I expected. According to my calculations, you'd need at least 4 to 5 more sessions of this intensity before we can consider it functionally complete. Chio hummed in agreement, then added. Yes, although once he's closer to healthy, I'll probably be able to introduce more conventional healing procedures into his regimen. Physical therapy, perhaps even surgical corrections, things that simply wouldn't have worked before. Aizawa remained quiet for a beat, then glanced toward the hallway where the patients rested. Then let's hope he agrees to keep going. Which, if Nizu was hearing correctly, might already be the case. One of their sleeping heroes had just woken up. One of your patients is awake, Chio-san. She was on her feet almost before he finished speaking. For someone her age, she moved with unsettling efficiency, another benefit of her quirk, no doubt. Passive vitality was a remarkable trait. By the time Nizu joined the others in the main infirmary, Yagi was sitting up and rubbing his shin. From the look of it, Chio had just jabbed him there, presumably as a warning for trying to stand before being cleared. There are still tests to be performed, she told him briskly, hands on hips. And we'll need to monitor your condition closely for at least the next 2 weeks. I'll be drafting a nutritional plan that you will follow. To the letter. You hear me? Then she narrowed her eyes and added, without missing a beat. This is an entirely untested procedure. You will not ruin all our hard work to eat that burger I know you've been craving. Yagi sat straighter, wide-eyed. Yes, ma'am. Nizu's whiskers twitched in satisfaction. Yes, they were absolutely going to have to monitor that man within an inch of his life. Midoriya awoke then. Nizu wasn't surprised the healing had taken its toll physically and mentally. But if his instincts were correct, the child had been battling something else during the first 20 minutes of the session. Trauma-flavored flashbacks, most likely. He doubted anyone else noticed. But Nizu did, and it was no wonder the boy was exhausted. He made a mental note to speak with him privately. No need to make it a spectacle. The child had done something remarkable, not only this morning but back during the USJ attack as well. Probably the root of it all. He deserved his privacy. How are you feeling, Midoriya-kun? Izuku blinked a few times, then turned his head. I feel fine, sensei. A bit tired, that's all. Good. Aizawa, will you see him home? Yeah, Aizawa said with a nod. Come on, kid. We'll have Yamada drive us. Okay, sensei. As they stepped out into the hallway, Nizu heard the boy's voice trail behind them, a little too casual and extremely curious. So, how long have you and Yamada-sensei been married? Nizu chuckled quietly to himself. Yes, he thought. He'd chosen well for his next personal student. Nizu-sensei? They had just finished their first extra lesson, mostly a discussion about Japan's current political climate surrounding vigilantes, and Izuku was gathering his things to go home when he turned back toward the principal's desk. What is it, Midoriya-kun? Could I give you a set of recording lacrima for the sports festival? To place at the same locations as the regular broadcast equipment? He hesitated. The thing is, you want your family in Fiori to see it? Yes. I want the guild to see it. I mean, I could just share my memory of it, but it would be a biased perspective, of only what I could see so. Well, I don't see why not. We're just placing them, correct? They don't have to be manually activated or tuned. Izuku pulled a small bundle of lacrima out of his bag and placed them carefully on Nizu's desk. I programmed them to run for about 5 hours from the time the festival begins. That should cover everything, right? Yes, it should. And here, he added, passing over a neatly folded sheet of paper, I wrote down how to install them properly. Nizu took the instructions with care. All right, Midoriya-kun, I'll make sure they're installed optimally. A beat of silence passed, then Nizu smiled faintly. I believe the colloquialism here is, good luck out there, Midoriya-kun. I'm sure it will be entertaining, if nothing else. Hello listeners. Aizawa ignored the deafening cheers from the crowd to address his husband, voice dry. Must you be so loud? Cheer up, Eraser. We're here to have fun. Are you having fun yet? The crowd apparently was never mind the fact that the festival hadn't technically started. Thank you all for your presence here to cheer for our first years. Speaking of this year, we're doing things a bit differently. All our first years are getting out there together? Aizawa watched from the platform as Midoriya and Yaoyorozu guided their classmates into formation at the center of the stadium. Will you be able to spot our heroes, to be listeners? At least Hisashi was enjoying himself. And from the looks of it, so was the crowd. Once all first years were gathered in the stadium, Hisashi continued. Just a reminder to you all, not that we usually need to say this. His voice boomed across the stadium. Any student whose quirk allows them to fly must choose either the first or second phase to use that ability. He leaned over the mic with extra flair. And I can see from here that some of you understood the assignment. Yes, this year, some of our competitors are here to win with flying colors. He struck a dramatic pause, then. One of which would be our top scorer for the athlete's oath, with a hero name to match such a feat, Dynamite. The crowd roared. Once his mic was closed down to hand off the opening remarks to Namuri, Hisashi leaned toward Aizawa again. What do you say to the usual stakes? Midoriya ignores all the obstacles in the first phase and just flies over everything. Aizawa barely paused. I'll take that bet. Hisashi grinned. That was fast. I thought I'd have to convince you. Aizawa just shrugged. Who am I to pass up an easy victory? He knew his student, all right. If anything, Midoriya would keep the flying as an ace up his sleeve for as long as possible. Unlike most of the others, the kid had real options. He was genuinely curious to see how Midoriya would tackle the obstacle course. It should be interesting and he could hardly wait. All right, listeners. Hisashi's voice rang out once again. Our competitors are getting ready. For kilometers of fun obstacles thrown their way, they can do pretty much anything they want. And if it happens to hinder their competition? Good for them, just so long as they don't do it intentionally. No attacking other students directly. He struck a dramatic pause. So, Eraserhead, what do you think will be our first obstacle? Aizawa leaned into the mic with a tone as flat as asphalt. The door. Izuku's day had been pretty fun so far. His mom had been pumped to attend the festival in-person VIP ticket courtesy of Delta. For the first time since he'd started at UA, he actually went to school with his mother beside him. He'd enjoyed it, honestly. The walk there was filled with him pointing out random details she might otherwise miss, hidden campus spots, amusing staff stories, which windows he'd accidentally flown past during training. When they arrived, he left her in the VIP tribune while he went to prep with his class. He'd just finished changing into his altered gym uniform, no support gear included, just in case he needed to deploy his wings so as not to shred anything when Todoroki approached him. The other boy's expression was composed, but there was a tension under his voice that didn't quite match his usual tone. Midoriya. You're unequivocally one of our strongest contenders. Izuku blinked. I didn't come to UA to make friends, Todoroki continued, but I feel like I've made some anyway. That said, I intend to win this festival. I have something to prove and I cannot do so if I let myself be sentimental. Izuku blinked. Okay. I mean, that's pretty much everyone's goal, isn't it? Perhaps. And with that, Todoroki turned on his heel and went to wait by the door of the locker room. Just like 1A to show such arrogance. Of course, 1B and more specifically, Monoma had heard every word from their side of the shared space. Todoroki barely glanced in his direction before completely ignoring him. Izuku decided to follow his lead. So, evidently, did Kaminari. Oh, rivalry inbound among our strongest, he whispered gleefully. This is gonna be awesome. So manly. 3 guesses who said that the first 2 don't count. Half and half psees me off, Katsuki growled, louder. Acting like the nerd's his only competition. Then, even louder. I'm gonna crush you, Candy Cane. Don't you ignore me, 1A. Monoma's voice echoed faintly through the lockers, ignored by nearly everyone. Todoroki finally looked at Bakugo and asked, calm as anything, you believe that? Why you? Kirishima was already moving, catching Katsuki's shoulder before he could lunge. Alright, Katsuki, save it for the festival, yeah? Yeah, bro. Kirishima grinned. It's gonna be so manly. Besides, it's time for us to go. Izuku clapped his hands once, drawing attention. Alright, 1A, do like Ida and get in order. Japan will be watching us. He waited until his classmates had more or less assembled into something resembling formation. Then, with as much authority as he could manage. And, march. When they stepped out to the sound of Mike Sensei's enthusiastic narration and Aizawa's less enthusiastic one, it was a bit overwhelming. So many people in the crowd. The noise. The movement. The sheer scale of it. It reminded him, oddly enough, of the wizarding games back home. Once all the first years from support to business to general ed had gathered in the stadium center, Midnight Sensei stepped forward to call the student representative. Which was Katsuki actually, so Izuku braced himself for something loud, probably aggressive. Something that would inevitably offend at least the other courses, if not everyone on the field. I plan to win. So you better give your all, extras, if you want to stop me. Well, it could have been worse. Izuku couldn't help but think if Katsuki had been made to give that speech a month ago, he probably would have stopped at, I'm gonna win, and let the booze roll in. Then Midnight Sensei took back the mic to announce the first trial, an obstacle course. She waved the students toward the designated waiting area just behind the starting line. Izuku didn't follow the crowd's energy. Even before the event began, he could see the real challenge. The first obstacle wouldn't be whatever was beyond that door, it was the door itself. A bottleneck. Most of the students were trying to inch as close to it as possible, jostling for position. But Izuku? He drifted toward the wall, hugging the edge of the group instead of wasting energy fighting the crowd. About 30 seconds before the starting signal, he quietly activated a draft rune jet speed magic. He felt the magic sink into his legs and chest, coiling tight like compressed lightning. He was as ready as he could be. And if the course really was only 4 kilometers? He might just be able to do the entire thing on this one charge so long as there weren't too many tight curves to kill his momentum. And the race is on. Whiteout just froze up the entire floor, but a large portion of the field seems to have been ready for it. And what's this? Did Midoshi just run vertically along the wall to take the lead on the outside? Aizawa's voice was pretty cool in contrast to Hisashi. He was prepared. He didn't crowd the door, he positioned himself by the wall. Yeah. Look at him go through those robots. Listeners. Our first actual obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Those of you who went through our standard entrance exam might recognize the 0-pointers, but they don't seem to bother our whiteout. And look at that! While most of the students are still dealing with the robots, Midoshi has already reached the second obstacle, the fall. Competitors must traverse large stone pillars connected by tight ropes without falling into the pit below in order to move on to the next challenge. Midoshi's paused at the edge analyzing the gap, it seems. While he's calculating his route, Whiteout has just frozen 2 0-pointers to pass through them, leaving them in all their unstable glory. Fortunately, Real Steel and Red Riot were the only ones caught below, and their quirks protected them. And what's this? Dynamite is practically flying over the entire field using his explosions. Looks like our top scorer has made his choice on when to fly. What did we feed that student eraser? Don't look at me, they came like this. Back to Midoshi, what is he doing? Is that a pulley system? He's using the steel cables and his own ice to cross the chasm without touching a single pillar. He's already on the other side. Whiteout is gaining now, with Dynamite hot on his heels, but the rest of the pack is still stuck back at the robot zone. And now Midoshi has reached the final obstacle, the minefield. He's not even slowing down. What? Listeners, Midoshi is outrunning the blasts. And back to Whiteout. He's surfing the cable using an ice path. How clever is that? Right behind him, Dynamite just keeps blasting his way through the sky like a missile with anger issues. Now, both Dynamite and Whiteout have gained on the lead and are slowing slightly at the minefield, but Midoshi is well on his way to win this trial. Let's focus on the rest of the students for a bit. Here we see Froppy jumping from pillar to pillar with no issue. And yes, Engine's mama is crossing the chasm with equipment she clearly crafted herself, as permitted by the rules. And now Whiteout and Dynamite are neck and neck through the minefield, nearly halfway through, while more students begin to enter the field. And our winner is Midoshi. With a massive lead, folks. Back to the minefield. Clearly we have 2 classes worth of students standing out as they are now navigating it, except wait, yes. That's Engine's mama from the support course, and wait, is that student hitching a ride on Creati? Aizawa sighed, voice flat over the mic. Yes. That's Grape Juice, showing exactly how one gets expelled. UA doesn't tolerate SXL harassment. He might want to remember that. He was exhausted. Now he understood why Jet and I only ever used that speed magic in short bursts. Trying to maintain it across 4 kilometers? Not the brightest idea. But he'd made it. He'd finished the first trial. Originally, he hadn't intended to finish first. He'd studied past sports festivals, after all. The winner of the first round always got hit with a handicap in the second. Strategically, it was smarter to come in second or third. But with the lead he'd built, it would have felt petty to just stop and wait around for someone to pass him. So he'd crossed the line. Now, from his vantage point past the finish, he could see Katsuki and Todoroki closing in. Todoroki would take second barely with Katsuki just behind. Ida wasn't far off either. In fact, it looked like the next wave would be made up almost entirely of hero course students. He hoped Momo and Kaminari were still planning to team up with him in the next phase, whatever it ended up being. Because considering he'd taken first place. Yeah. He was definitely getting handicapped. Still catching his breath, Izuku stepped to the side to let the finish line staff reset for the incoming flood of competitors. His speed magic draft rune had long since expired. He rested his hands on his thighs, mentally walking through his cooldown checklist while watching the approaching chaos unfold. After Ida crossed the line in 4th position, more from 1A came. A solid handful from 1B too. Hatsum from support came bounding in with her usual flair, and then Mineta apparently still attached to Momo, and that Shinso kid from General Ed trickled through behind them. Midnight Sensei's voice echoed across the arena, the speaker enchantments giving her every word the force of a spell. Congratulations to our first 42 qualifiers. We'll now begin preparations for the next trial. But first, Izuku straightened. He knew what was coming. This next event is a fan favorite, the cavalry battle. Yup. There it was. You may form teams of up to 4 people. Points will be assigned based on your placement in the obstacle course, and our top scorer will, of course. The pause was for drama. He could practically feel her smile. Be worth 10 million points. The crowd exploded. Izuku didn't flinch. He'd expected this. Still, 10 million, huh? As good a bait as any, he supposed. He could already feel eyes on him. Some calculating, some competitive. A few pitying. That last one certainly annoyed him more than the others. Well, he muttered to himself, turning to scan the crowd for familiar faces, guess I better find Momo and Kaminari fast. I wonder if I can use that event to punt my Netta to the sun. He paused. And maybe rope and Hatsum if I can. Because if people were going to come after him like he had a target painted on his back, then the only option was to build a team that could handle it. 10 million. Or maybe Hatsum would come to him. Hello, Hatsum-san. Interested in teaming up, I take it? Yes. Every eye will be on you, I want in. With my babies, you'll definitely win. Such enthusiasm. At least someone was having fun with this. Now he just had to figure out whether Momo and Kaminari were still willing to team up. He'd barely finished the thought when an arm slung itself casually over his shoulders. Ready for the next bit, bro? Kaminari. Izuku blinked. I wasn't sure if you were still okay with teaming up? I'm not gonna let a little thing like being the top target slow me down. Kaminari grinned. Besides, we're friends, right? I trust your brain to get us through this. I agree with Kaminari-san. That voice Yamamo. She stepped up beside them, calm and focused as always. Have you already come up with a strategy? Yes, Izuku nodded. First, we'll need the long-distance support gear we talked about for Denki. You still up for building it, Yamamo? But of course. Support items? Hatsum's eyes gleamed. She leaned in, predatory. You know I need to see those. I still can't believe the kid didn't fly once. Don't be a sore loser, Zashi. It's only 24 hours. And you know how CC you are in those panties. Mao, show. I really wanted to win that one. I had plans. Well, you never know. You might still get to see them through. For now though, you've got a job to do. Right. With a resigned sigh, the blonde hero flicked the mic back on. Rock on, listeners. Ready for the second trial to begin? I know I am. Let's see how our contenders fare this time. Meanwhile, elsewhere. So tell me, Tamura-kun, his savior's voice drawled pleasantly, have you learned anything yet from the UA Sports Festival? Isn't it ever so generous of them to broadcast their abilities and weaknesses for all the world to see? The sudden sound still made Shigaraki twitch, irritation spiking before he reined it in. Sensei, he answered anyway. They don't list which class each wannabe hero is in. We'll need to ask our mole. But the wizard, the one who ruined our final battle, he's there. He's even calling himself a mage. All for one murmured. Do go on. What does this wizard, whose quirk you claim resembles my own, look like? And how does he fare? Shigaraki scoffed. The NPCs are weak, sensei. Not even worth mentioning. Compared to them, he's annoyingly competent. Plain looking, freckles, green hair, green eyes. Boring. For just a fraction of a second, Shigaraki might have sworn his mentor had gone still. But that was impossible. Sensei was never surprised, a man that informed did not allow for it. Well then, my young heir, All for One said smoothly, you will continue observing. There is no need to act until his opposition becomes worthy of true engagement. Do inform me if anything of interest occurs. It was not a request. The monitor flickered, the shadowed projection vanishing and leaving Shigaraki alone once more save for Kurojire's silent presence. The Nomu might have been more articulate than his brethren, but companionship was a generous word for it at best. Bonus scene. Alright, miscreants. I've got news from Izuku. And just like that, the normally rowdy halls of the fairy tale guild fell into sudden, attentive silence. He sent me a lacrima, edited it himself from several recording lacrimas. His school had some kind of tournament. You want to see it? What do you think, Freed? Stop making us wait. For once, I'm with Firebrain. What are you waiting for? Alright, no need to get testy. Here it is. Recording begins. With no surprise to anyone, Natsu burst out laughing at the kid giving the initial speech. I could get behind that kind of attitude. But Izuku better win this thing. Laxus frowned, arms crossed. Yeah, that kid's going down. The brat's gonna show him. Couldn't he just fly the whole thing? Happy asked, tail flicking. He likes my wings. Mira Jane was smiling. He calls himself mage, how cute. Did anybody know he would do that? Laxus only grunted. Is that Jet's magic? Levi leaned forward. It looks like speed magic. Jet seemed thrown, as flattered as I am. Does he intend to run the whole course? He's going to feel that in the morning. The bragging brat is flying with explosions? Gajeel snorted. You think that's the Kaken Izuku used to go on about? Ice make. Gray hooped. Yeah baby, take that, Natsu, he prefers my magic. Shut up, pervert. And he's back to running. Hey look, another kid with ice powers. It's not magic, remember, Makarov reminded them, but yes, interesting. Gray then asked, did Izuku say anything about this wide-out kid? Just that he was very calm, Carla replied, and reminded him a bit of me. Meh. I don't see it. He won. Natsu pumped a fist. That's how fairy tale does it. Good going, brat. Freed paused the projection. Alright people, how about a break before I run the second part? Yeah, okay, Gray muttered. But make it quick, I want to see what's next. Alright kiddies, get ready, the cavalry battle starts in 3, 2, 1. Start. At midnight Sensei's final word, a surge of movement swept across the arena as nearly every student immediately zeroed in on his team. Ice make, wall. A giant wall rose up all around them, 8 feet high, just enough to disrupt line of sight and slow the charge. While the rest of the students hurled themselves toward it, Izuku swiftly activated Era from his rune slot. Then, with a sharp breath, he triggered a draft rune calling on Master Makarov's giant magic. And just like that, all across campus, every screen lit up with the same image. A giant, flying Midoshi, with his team perched on his shoulders, hovering 20 feet above the stadium floor. Denki was technically the rider, though anyone watching might have their doubts, considering their configuration. They were well out of reach for most of the other students. From above, Izuku could see Katsuki's frustration. The other boy had already used his one chance to fly back during the obstacle course. That didn't mean they were untouchable. Class 1, BS Tsunotori and Tokage could both fly after a fashion. And Monoma could copy either of them. Plus, a few quirks had surprising range or utility. But Izuku trusted his teammates. Between Hatsume's support gear, Denki's quirk reinforced by the extender Yayamomo made for him, and Yayamomo herself, he had full confidence they'd hold position. At least until the end of his 10-minute limit with Makarov's magic. That would still leave them 5 minutes left in the game, and plenty of action to come. Rock on, listeners. Ready for the second trial to begin? I know I am. Let's see how our contenders fare this time. Midnight is about to give the go, and what? Listeners, our 10 million holder just grew a whole wall around his team. Team Chargebolt starts with a bang, and did Midoshi just grow 20 feet tall with wings? What have we been feeding these kids? With a heavy sigh, Aizawa replied, Midoshi has a permanent copy-type quirk. From what I know, the giant form is his pseudo-grandfather's ability, and the wings are one of his favorites. The combination of the two is pretty smart, actually, considering he already was a target. I'd say. Let's see how the other teams respond to that. Look at that, Tsuburaba is creating air platforms for his team to get some vertical momentum, but oh my. Whatever that support item was, Engine's mama can be very proud of it. Team Tsuburaba is out there. Rider just got launched by some kind of weird pink capture gel. Good work, mama. On the other side, Raquetti is riding her own horns to close the distance to our flying team, only to barely dodge a long-range electrical strike from Charge Bolt. She's forced back to her team. Excellent try, though. And what do we have here? Whiteout is forming ice spears and launching them skyward to hit Midoshi, but the winged boy just grabs him midair with that giant hand and throws him back down. Wait, Tsukuyami. His teammate catches him just in time to avoid disqualification. Incredible save. With so many aerial attempts, we definitely have a fascinating batch of students this year. With talent like this, I can't wait to see them in the real hero world. Oh my. Dynamite, limited to the ground this round, seems to have locked in on Whiteout, whose team was forced to abandon their push toward Team Chargebolt just to defend against a truly spectacular blast. And whoa! Team Phantom Thief just took advantage of Dynamite's distraction to steal his headband. What chaos! But Dynamite's redirected focus doesn't leave Whiteout in the clear. Other teams are now targeting our dual quirk user. Logical, Aizawa replied. With the problem child out of reach, Whiteout is the next safe bet. As you say, Eraserhead. And Dynamite just took his headband back and then some. What a spectacle. With 6 minutes left on the timer, will anyone get to the 10 million? What suspense, listeners. Yeah, Aizawa said flatly. Things are about to change, though. What do you mean? Look at Midoshi. What are they doing? Creati just created some kind of tether between Midoshi and her teammates? And Midoshi just shrunk 20 feet in the air. They're falling. Wait, no, they've stopped. Charge Bolt, Engine's mama, and Creati seem to be floating? That would be Midoshi's copy of Uravity's quirk, Aizawa explained. Speaking of, it looks like she just used it on Whiteout. Between her and Tsukuyami, he's getting very close to Midoshi. But even without his giant form, Midoshi's wings grant him and his team superior mobility. Engine's mama just fired some kind of flare and it forced Dark Shadow to shrink back to Tsukuyami, leaving Whiteout stranded in the air. Midoshi's using ice again, this time to push Whiteout toward the ground. Wait, was that fire from Whiteout? What a U-turn. No more flames now, but his team got to him just in time to prevent disqualification. So many things happening, listeners. This match is wild. With barely 2 minutes left on the timer, Charge Bolt's team is still in first with the 10 million, followed by Whiteout's, Dynamite's, and Phantom Thief's teams. Will these be our final contenders? Looks like Phantom Thief's making another push at Dynamite and gets blown back again. Ouch. And listeners, this match will end in 3, 2, 1 and it's over. The top 3 haven't changed, but our 4th place slot? That now belongs to Siren's team. Didn't see that one coming. What a dark horse. Todoroki Shoto was very confused. When he was accepted into UA's hero course, he had a very clear idea of how things would go. He wouldn't make friends. He would dominate his classmates, graduate top of his class, then rise quickly through the ranks all the way to number 1. And he would do it without ever using his fire. Just to prove to Endeavor that half the battle was refusing to become what he wanted. But reality didn't seem interested in Shoto's plan. For one thing, while the idea of not integrating with his classmates sounded fine in theory, in practice, every time a choice presented itself, he'd ask, what would Endeavor do? Then he'd do the exact opposite. That's how he ended up volunteering for the tutoring project. That's how he got roped into team coordination drills with classmates he was supposed to ignore. Although that last one might have had something to do with his strange fascination with their green-haired class president. For some reason, Shoto found Midoriya fascinating. He couldn't help it. Whenever the boy was in the room, his focus drifted. Not out of distraction. Not exactly. More like curiosity. Nonetheless, he was still determined to win the sports festival. But once again, Midoriya's very existence had thrown a wrench in his carefully constructed plan. First, he'd been outpaced in the race literally. Then, he'd been outplanned. And to top it all off, in a moment of pure instinct, his fire, the power he'd vowed to suppress, had activated. To defend himself against Midoriya's ice. He thought maybe he needed to talk to the other boy. Maybe if he explained why he couldn't use his fire. Why somehow Midoriya had managed to break through every layer of defense he'd built and made him break that oath, even if just for a second. Maybe it would help him regain control. Midoriya. The green-haired boy turned from where he was chatting with Kaminari in the cafeteria queue. Do you have a moment? I'd like to talk to you. When Midoriya just stared at him half surprised, half curious, Todoroki added, in private. Huh? Sure, Todoroki. Lead the way. With that, Midoriya grabbed a sandwich one Yaoyorozu had just assured him she'd cover and followed Shoto without another word. Once they were alone, Shoto did his best to explain. Have you heard of quirk marriages? And by Midoriya's expression, he had invisibly did not want to connect the dots, even as he did. Still, it wasn't easy. Even now, with some distance from it, speaking about his past his father was like trying to talk through water. But more than endeavor, it was his mother. In all my memories, he said quietly, she's crying. And then, his oath never to use the fire. I want nothing to do with his fire. He thought he had explained it well. He thought he had conveyed the weight of it. So he didn't expect Midoriya's reply. Todoroki, the other boy said, I can only imagine what your life has been like. I didn't particularly like Endeavor before this, but I just lost all respect for the man. There was a pause. Shoto was surprised by how much those words simple, stated without drama made him feel joyful. Then Midoriya continued. But, Todoroki, see my hair? It's green like my mother's, and curly like my father's. Not that I know the man. He left my mom while she was pregnant with me, and I've never met him. But even if he were the most despicable man in this realm, I wouldn't shave my head. Because it's mine. Even if genetically it textured like his. It's still mine. He looked Shoto in the eye. This is your quirk. Not your mother's. Not your father's. Yours. Shoto shook his head. You don't understand. I can't. No, I don't, Midoriya said, cutting in gently. And I don't expect to convince you to use both sides today. He took a step back, his tone still calm. But I'd like you to think about something. Quirks are something I have to understand on a fundamental level, if I want to use mine. He tapped his chest, not as a gesture but like he was making a point to himself. And I can tell you, you don't have two quirks. You have one. One that allows you to regulate temperature. Your right side cools. Your left side heats. Together, they stabilize you. That's not two halves, it's one quirk. And it is yours. With that, Midoriya turned and walked away. Shoto stood frozen, mouth half open, unable to move. He thought he heard Midoriya speaking to someone around the corner, but the words didn't register. Mechanically, he started walking. Up toward the tribune, where the rest of the class had gathered to watch the one-on-one tournament. But his thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Still hovering in the air between I can't and it's mine. Of course, any further reflection was shoved to the back burner the moment he turned the corner and came face to face with none other than Endeavor. Ah, Shoto. I've been looking for you. Where have you been? Never mind that. His father didn't even pause for breath. I saw your performance. It was pitiful. When are you going to stop this childishness and use your fire? You're my masterpiece, Shoto. It's time you start acting like it. And I haven't even started on that name you chose. He didn't answer. There was no point. He'd long since realized that his father wasn't interested in conversation, only compliance. No sense wasting his breath. Are you listening to me, Shoto? Not really. Shoto. I'm going to be late. Bye. And with that, he walked away, leaving Endeavor spluttering behind him. No point in waiting. All right, listeners. Time for the third and final trial. Our contestants will be facing each other in one-on-one, all-out spars. On the screen now, you'll see our first round matchups. Match. Pairing. 1. Midoshi vs Siren. 2. Charge Bolt vs Pinky. 3. Engine's Mama vs Turbo. 4. Whiteout vs Cellophane. 5. Uravity vs Phantom Thief. 6. Tsukuyami vs Red Riot. 7. Creati vs Vine. 8. Dynamite vs Real Steel. That, listeners, is guaranteed to be epic. And we'll be starting after the lunch break with our uncontested frontrunner, the fairy tale hero Midoshi, against our dark horse Siren. Have a good break, listeners, and come back ready to rumble. Mic off. Aizawa crossed his arms, eyes narrowing slightly. I think Midoriya and Shinso had some kind of confrontation a few weeks ago. You mean after the USJ thing? When all those other students were trying to rile up your class? Yeah. Suppose. We'll have to wait and see. Hisashi elbowed him gently. Come on, kitten. I know you're not going to eat anything. Let's go take a 20-minute nap while we can. Aizawa sighed. Yeah. Okay. Bonus scene, reactions part 2. Come on, Freed. Let's run the rest of it. Alright, here it is. 10 million? The roar that followed nearly shook the rafters. Chairs scraped, drinks sloshed. Natsu shouted something unintelligible with way too much enthusiasm. He's the target of the whole DMN field? Laxus muttered, narrowing his eyes at the lacrima feed. Guess the kid's not holding back. With a sideways glance at Fried, he added under his breath, you knew, didn't you? Fried smiled just a little smug. Let's say there was something about it in the accompanying letter. Urza crossed her arms, calm as ever. Then anyone going after him better be ready. He won't go quietly. DMN right. Natsu slammed his fist into his palm. They try anything and he'll fly right over their heads. Oh, Wendy gasped, hands clasped tight, but doesn't that make him more vulnerable too? Everyone's looking at him. It means he's strong enough to carry that pressure, Urza replied. And he will. All right, it's starting. Happy's eyes went wide. That's my wings. Oh ho. Makarov leaned forward in his chair. That's my giant form too. Huh. I never thought I'd see both used together like that. That boy's got guts. Did he combine the two? Wendy gasped. That's crazy. Smart, you mean, Gray said, pointing smugly at the ice wall on screen. And look at that ice make. Don't think I didn't catch it earlier. Kid's got taste. Yeah, we get it, Natsu grumbled. Then Happy turned toward Makarov, eyes sparkling. Master, could you teach me? Makarov laughed. Sure, why not? Laxus crossed his arms and tilted his head. The electric one-charge bolt? His output's a little rough, but not bad. He'll be terrifying if he learns to focus. Wait, Carla said sharply. Did he just shrink midair? He did. Levi cried. He's floating them. Look at the gear line. Whoa, Jet whistled. Talk about a switch up. That's not even magic, is it? Droy asked, squinting at the screen. No, Fried replied quietly, eyes sharp. That's something else. That Eraserhead guy said it was a quirk from the Uravity girl. And he stacked it onto the transition like it was a choreographed move. He's showing off, Gajeel muttered, though he didn't sound annoyed. He's winning, Laxus corrected, a little grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? Gray stood again, completely ignoring his drink. He took out wide out midair. Ice versus ice, and ours came out on top. You say it like you win that yourself, Kana teased. He uses ice make. It counts. A pause, then Gray added, is it me or did Iceboy just produce fire? What the hell doesn't he know it's one or the other? At least he mostly uses ice. And what's up with that? If you've got the choice, fire is far superior, Icebrain. What did you just say, Spark for brains? You heard me, perv. Quiet, you two. Now is not the time for your weird flirting. Urza. We're not. What the? The rest of the guild burst out laughing at the faces their two most volatile members were making, before gradually refocusing on the lacrima projection. He did it. Wendy beamed, bouncing in place. That's how you do it, Izuku. Natsu cheered, pumping a fist. That's my brat, Makarov said, raising his mug with a proud little huff. Fairy tale always makes a scene. Best 15 minutes of flying I've ever seen, Happy purred. Fried waited a moment as they celebrated, as Natsu and Gray inevitably butted heads, as Happy retrieved a celebratory grilled salmon while talking about Izuku's bit of flying. Then with barely a call-out, he pressed a rune on the lacrima to display the matchups. Oh, look. Wendy leaned in. He's going first? Against the weak-looking one, Levi noted. Siren, right? Do we know anything about him? Kid'll be fine, Gajeel said. He's got the DSPLN. Won't fall for some punk's tricks. Gray, Urza said, your students against Cellophane. Pfft, no problem. Engine's mama against Turbo. Jet winced. That's gonna be weird. And look at this, Laxus said, pointing. Dynamite versus that iron clone. Guess this whole thing's about to get loud, Natsu grinned. Loud, Makarov echoed, and brilliant. Izuku didn't know what to think. About Todoroki's story, that is not Shinso. He already had a pretty solid plan for dealing with Shinso. It would be a pretty big reveal if he really did have a quirk, but not that big of a power drain for him. The opposite in fact. Perhaps he'd play it up in the end. Worth considering. Anyway, Todoroki, that was harder. His own upbringing might have been unorthodox, sure, but he was pretty sure the number 2 hero was guilty of some form of child abuse or, at the very least, reckless endangerment. Maybe he should bring it up with Delta. Or Nizu-sensei. One of them, anyway. He was 15, and for all his experience, he was not qualified to bring down the second-ranked pro hero for being a terrible parent. Later. He'd deal with it later. Right now? Time to make an impression. Well, another one. Before the start of their fight, Izuku raised a hand. Say, Midnight Sensei, can we redefine the rules of engagement? Add some, I mean. Depends, she replied, tilting her head. What did you have in mind, kiddo? He turned to Shinso, who looked, well, not hostile, but definitely distrustful. The day we met, Izuku said, I told you that if we fought quirkless, I'd hand your butt to you. Care to prove me wrong? Shinso narrowed his eyes. What guarantee do I have that you won't just use your OP quirk anyway? Izuku smiled and turned back to Midnight. I've got a ward same type I used at USJ to support Sensei's healing when we were under assault. This one would block all power use in the arena. Quirks, power-reliant support gear, everything. The moment either of us steps off the field, it breaks. Midnight raised an eyebrow. I don't see why not if both contestants agree. Siren. Shinso still didn't look thrilled, but with the teacher involved, he finally nodded. All right. Cool, Izuku said. Give me 5 minutes to put it in place. And he did just that. He walked to the edge of the arena and knelt, palm pressed flat to the concrete, dry and perfectly level, shaped with the precision of Samantha Sensei's handiwork. He focused his breathing. His fingers were already moving. The first symbol hissed into being sharp-edged, concentric, laced with Fried's branching geometry. Trigger condition, any body part crosses arena boundary. His pace picked up. Arcs, folds, containment glyphs etched themselves in sequence. Effect a quirk lock. No discharge, no enhancement, no external mutation. Blue light flared quick and clean, racing along the perimeter in a spiderweb spiral. It crawled across the stadium floor like branded circuitry. Effect B magic inhibition. Nullify external mana channeling. Disrupt spell execution. All circuits. Izuku exhaled long, controlled and traced the final node. Duration, until first exit. Passive collapse after 30 minutes. The arena glowed like a sealed shrine. Runes circled the combat zone in layered pulses. Any power source quirk or spell cut off. Only raw skill remained. He stood, brushing his fingers off, and exhaling as if he just went through a huge effort. Can't make it look too easy now, can I? There. Until one of us leaves the ring or 30 minutes pass, no quirks, no power. Just us. Ready when you are. Shinso gave a curt nod. All right. Let's start then. Well, that was a sloppy butt stance for someone about to fight. Wide base, elbows too far out. But hey, not Izuku's problem. Quite the opposite. So when Midnight raised her hand and called, okay, kids ready, set, go. He moved. A full body burst forward, feet low, shoulders tight. Natsuenai's favorite right hook minus the fire swung for Shinso's temple. To his credit, Shinso dodged. Barely. What he didn't dodge was the returning elbow that smashed clean into his jaw. Shinso went down hard. He had pain tolerance, though Izuku would give him that. The guy pushed up again almost immediately, no count needed, but his stance was tighter now. Warier. It didn't matter, Izuku didn't give him a chance to reset. He surged forward again, closed the gap and at the last second, dropped into a spinning leg sweep. Shinso's feet went out from under him and before he even hit the ground, Izuku was already on him. A sharp punch to the gut, short and clean, drove the air from his lungs in a choked wheeze. And before he could recover, Izuku grabbed him by the legs, braced his stance, and with a burst of practiced strength, hurled him across the arena floor. Shinso hit the ground just outside the ring. A beat passed, then Izuku felt the sudden, subtle shift in his core. The ward lifted, his magic was back. He'd won. Siren is out of bounds. Midnight called, her voice cutting clean through the stadium noise. Winner, Midoshi. The moment his victory was confirmed, Izuku got down from the arena and offered Shinso a hand up. And would wonders never cease, the guy actually took it. You've clearly been training since we last talked, Izuku said once Shinso was upright. I think if you had a little more time, this wouldn't have been so one-sided. He paused, then added, the hero course has a tutoring group going, mostly academic, but we do some combat drills too. It's open to all departments if you're interested. Shinso eyed him, skeptical. I guess. A beat, then. Do you even know what my quirk is? Not really, Izuku admitted. From your voice cadence, I'd guess something vocal mental based, like we established. Beyond that, he shrugged. And you don't care? Why would I? That made Shinso hesitate, like he couldn't quite decide how to take it. Something in his posture relaxed, if not by much. Shinso then fished in his pocket, pulled out a slip of paper, and handed it over. Here's my email. Send me the info. And we're back, listeners. Are you ready for a fight, yeah? The crowd went wild. Aizawa would never understand the average civilian psyche. Don't get him wrong, he loved Hisashi. But where did he find this much enthusiasm? And why did people react to it like flipping a switch? And our first match of the round, the undisputed star of today's events, the first year's copycat leader, Midoshi. Cue a wave of deafening cheers. And facing him, the dark horse from this festival who has chosen a mighty fine name in my humble opinion, Siren. The roar of the crowd built like a wave cresting. Even Aizawa could admit this part of the job was kind of fun to watch. What will our contestants show us today? Something's happening in the arena, folks, let me check it out. Mike flicked his mic off and leaned toward Aizawa. What do you think's going on? Only one way to find out. Aizawa tapped his comm. Hey, Nem. What's up? A pause, then, I see. Well, I like it. Whatever. He clicked off the line. The kids requested a rule mod. Midoriya laid a suppression field on the perimeter they're fighting quirkless. Wah, okay then. Hisashi turned the mic back on. Well, listeners, looks like our students have decided to make things more interesting. They'll be fighting without their quirks. Just skill, strategy, and determination. Let's see how they fare. Oh. What a right hook, that was a thing of beauty. Siren lacks technique, but it's clear he's been conditioning for this. Solid dodging. And some real pain tolerance too, that's gotta hurt. But look at him go. Midoshi, however, definitely has the better technique. That's obvious. And Siren is down, will he get back up? Siren is out. Midoshi takes the bout. And what sportsmanship from both contestants. Let's hear it for Midoshi and Siren, listeners. For our next confrontation, who do we have? In one corner, Charge Bolt. Electric in both quirk and personality. And in the other, Pinky. She's got the grace of a dancer and the acid to back it up. Let's hear those cheers, listeners. And they're off. Kaminari started light on his feet, grinning wide, practically buzzing with anticipation. Izuku, watching from the sidelines, just hoped he remembered their training sessions. Because if Kaminari discharged full power on national television and fried his brain, they were going to have words. Ashido didn't hold back either. With practiced ease, she spun low and laid down a slick, fast-spreading trail of acid, forcing Kaminari to adjust his footing. He didn't dodge, he capitalized. A well-timed burst of electricity jumped straight through the conductive trail, catching Ashido mid-pivot. Her limbs twitched, stunned, and Kaminari was on her in a flash. He grabbed her arm, let the current spike just enough to scramble her balance, and then cleanly tossed her out of bounds. There you have it, folks. Pinky is out. Charge Bolt advances to the next round. And let's not overlook the strategy here, using her own acid as a conduit. Smart. Clean. Effective. Yeah. Using her quirk's conductivity against her? That's fast thinking and real battlefield awareness. Love to see it. Give it up for both of them, listeners. That was a crackling match with a sharp finish. Alright, listeners, our next bout is gonna be a fun one. In one corner, the Speed King himself, Turbo. And what's this? He's sporting some shiny new gear courtesy of the support department. Can he even do that? Probably, if his opponent is okay with it. And she seems to be. And speaking of, in the other corner, the one-woman invention Storm herself. Engine's Mama. Cue crowd confusion as Ida adjusted his gauntlets and foot braces mid-stance, while Mei simply waved cheerfully at the cameras. Ready, set, go. And they're off. Turbo's charging forward, but wait, Engine's Mama's already, what is she? She's rolling out some kind of smoke launcher pellet. Nope, that's confetti. Pink confetti. Everywhere. What's her strategy here? Static. And then. Hello, UA Sports Festival. Are you a young hero in need of support? Hisashi's mic squealed as Hatsum yanked her own from her belt and hijacked the stadium audio system with manic glee. Do you want to go from 0 to 100 in under 3 seconds? Introducing the Hatsumi Booster Pack MK4 as modeled right now by the very handsome hero in training, Turbo. Ida, already red-faced, tried to keep chasing her as she darted from platform to platform like a saleswoman on a caffeine rush. Engine's Mama. Hisashi's voice cut through unassisted. You can't just, hey, stop using my frequency. With improved recoil control and a polished steering chassis, these babies let even the stiffest student dodge a brick wall or at least crash into it stylishly. And remember, every great hero needs a support team, so if you want customized, battle-tested, hands-on developed tech. She twirled, tossed a smoke pellet for effect, and casually walked backward toward the arena edge, waving all the while. Call me Hatsumi me. She's walking out of bounds. She's okay, folks, that's it. She's officially out. Winner by ring out, Turbo. Ida came to a stiff halt, visibly vibrating with what could only be described as polite outrage. And our victor? Is not happy. Would you be? There was a beat of stunned silence before Hisashi slumped in his seat and sighed deeply into the mic. Aizawa patted his back with all the enthusiasm of a man who had seen this coming. Listeners, that may have been the most exhausting 10 minutes of my life. The crowd was enthusiastic, but also very, very confused. Let's announce the next one, present Mike. Yeah, okay. He trailed off, but rallied. Alright listeners, next up, it's Duct Tape vs Ice Castle. In one corner, the tape and swing specialist with unrivaled reach, the tapping hero, Cellophane. And in the other, our stone-faced strategist with the coolest moves? Whiteout. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as the match began. Zero was already bouncing on his heels, spinning one arm to loosen up. Ready, set, go! Izuku had high hopes for this one. Todoroki wasn't a team player, and from what he'd seen so far, the dual-haired boy liked to go all out with the cold side of his quirk. But Izuku had noticed, especially after the first battle trial, that Todoroki had started regulating his output more carefully. He was curious how this match would go. Not so much the outcome. He'd be pleasantly surprised if Zero managed to win, but he was betting on Todoroki. Zero started strong, launching tape toward the arena pillars likely to boost his mobility, and began circling Todoroki at speed. Todoroki didn't react. He just stood still, statuesque in the center. Izuku caught the glint of it first, a thin sheen of frost shimmering to life around Todoroki's feet, spreading outward like a pulse. Then, in the blink of an eye, ice spikes launched from the ground. Zero dodged barely, his training evident. He swung wide left, firing another tape arc in a low attempt to trip his opponent from behind. Todoroki tilted his head and raised one hand. A dome of curling frost surged up from the ground, layered and precise. The tape smacked into solid ice. Todoroki wasn't attacking, not really. If Izuku had to describe it, it felt like polite redirection. He wasn't dominating the field with force, he was just calmly, systematically stripping away all of Zero's options. Until, finally, Zero overcommit. Launching into a wide swing, he overshot the mark and bounced off a rising ice spear midair, lost his trajectory and skidded across the floor toward the arena's edge. Todoroki still hadn't moved from center. He lifted his hand one last time, a breeze of frost curled along the ground and nudged the floor just enough to tip Zero the last few inches. And he's out. Clean, controlled, no drama. Cellophane is out of bounds. Winner, whiteout. The audience clapped, not with roaring cheers, but with a low murmur of respectful awe. Now that, Hisashi said, lowering his mic slightly, was cold in every senses of the word. Aizawa just grunted. Efficient. Hold that thought, Hisashi said, flipping his mic back on. And now, folks, for our next match, please welcome UA's goddess of gravity, Uravity. And facing her, the Jack of all quirks, Phantom Thief. Get ready for a clash of the heavens, listeners. This one's gonna be wild. Now tell me, Eraserhead, Mike added, voice lowering just a little, who do you think's got the edge here? It could go either way, Aizawa replied flatly. Uravity's got strong quirk control and smart instincts. But Phantom Thief's unpredictable. It depends on who adapts faster. Well said, my analytical partner in crime. Mike sang. Let's see how this one plays out. Contestants ready, set, go. Izuku leaned forward in his seat, eyes locked on the ring. Monoma was already grinning. A smug, calculating grin that meant he'd prepared something. And Uraraka was right in his sights. The moment the match started, Monoma clapped his hands and a wall of air shimmered into solidity between them. Solid air, Izuku murmured. Beside him, Momo nodded sharply. Tsuburaba's quirk. The barrier split the arena into sections, floating platforms forming like stepping stones midair. Not high enough to count as flight, not low enough for a clean jump. A mid-range battlefield that was absolutely not Uraraka's style. He's trying to control vertical space. Izuku muttered. Uraraka's strength is her burst close-range offense, take that away, and she's stuck reacting. Smart, Momo agreed, folding her arms. But I don't think it'll be enough to stop Uraraka-san in her tracks. Uraraka didn't charge. She danced sideways, keeping her footing light, but she kept glancing up. Calculating. Monoma didn't press. He hopped nimbly between his floating constructs like a smug frog king on lily pads, launching a running commentary Izuku couldn't quite make out from this far. He didn't need to hear it. The body language was clear: stall, frustrate, provoke. Uraraka clenched her fists, clearly trying not to rise to the bait. She floated a loose tile from the edge of the arena and lobbed it high, but Monoma just raised a slanted air shield, and the projectile skidded harmlessly aside. A second later, he crouched low. Swap, Izuku muttered. New quirk. His hunch was confirmed when Monoma's entire arm detached at the elbow and zipped toward Uraraka like a cursed marionette. Tokage's split body. The floating limb swept toward her back, fingers reaching for her ankle. Uraraka dodged it by a hair and didn't miss the smug wink Monoma tossed her way as his second hand dislodged and came at her flank. It wasn't a real offense. It was harassment. Just enough pressure to keep her off balance. She spun, trying to grab one of the limbs, maybe to use zero gravity and launch it back at him, but another piece flew in and clipped her shoulder. She grunted and reeled, catching her footing just before the edge of the arena. He's keeping her at the perimeter, Izuku thought grimly. Making her fight in every direction. She can't build momentum. Still, she didn't give in. Uraraka dropped flat to dodge another limb, rolled forward and made a daring dash beneath one of the floating constructs. Her hand slapped the base of it as she passed. The structure wobbled, lifted half an inch and then shot upward. She made it float? Izuku blurted, impressed. Indeed, Yaoyorozu added, leaning forward. I didn't think she could use her quirk on solid air. Neither did I, Izuku admitted. Monoma seems rattled, though. So he probably didn't either. Whether he hadn't considered it, or just hadn't expected her to act that quickly, it shook him. The sudden hole in his formation made him hesitate, and that was her chance. Uraraka surged in, close enough to see the surprise register on his face. She ducked under a rebounding limb, aiming for a full-body tackle, and Monoma dropped to the floor and kicked something forward. A floating torso. Oh my. I wonder if UA's going to get in trouble for having a 15-year-old bare torso on national TV. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at that idea. I think there was an entire bear but 2 years ago, so probably not. Her foot clipped it, not hard but enough. Her balance faltered and Monoma's remaining limbs surged together, a shove from behind, a misstep forward, and she tumbled past the edge. She didn't fall far, but caught herself, flipped upright midair like a gymnast. Yet it didn't matter. The buzzer rang. Out of bounds winner, Phantom Thief. The crowd roared. Some confused, some impressed, a few just booing him on principle. Izuku exhaled slowly. That was smart. Annoying. But smart. Indeed. Monoma may be arrogant and quite frankly vexing, but one cannot deny his cleverness, Momo agreed. He caught a glimpse of Uraraka as she walked off. Frustrated, clearly. But not angry. She offered Monoma a tight nod, maybe not respect, but something close. And Monoma? Monoma bowed like he'd just accepted an Oscar. Well, folks, that one was certainly one for the ages. Let's hear some cheers for our heroes TOB. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Garaki. Even after all this time, he had never quite grown accustomed to the grit his voice had gained since his confrontation with All Might. It sat wrong in his throat, too rough, too small for what he was. Master? Is something the matter? If it weren't for how useful the doctor had proven himself over the years, Hisashi would have killed him a long time ago. He had very little tolerance for thoughtless sycophants, and Garaki was nothing if not that. There is a contestant in the first-year sports festival. Goes by Madoshi. His match is next. Watch it, and tell me what you think. Yes, Master. He waited as the man watched. The commentary filled the silence, loud, relentless, aggressively cheerful, and he found his attention drifting to the announcer's quirk, as it did every year. Voice-based. Powerful in its way. And every year, he reached the same conclusion. He already had a perfectly serviceable collection of sound-based quirks. Adding another would be redundant. Sentiment, not strategy, and he had no patience for sentiment. Master, I think. The doctor trailed off. Hisashi's patience, never particularly abundant where Garaki was concerned, ran out entirely. Out with it. Yes, Master. I believe it's magic. True magic, not the traces we've encountered before. The way it behaves, the structure of it's unlike anything I've documented. It far outstrips the necromancy I've managed to HRNSS. A pause, reverent and hungry in equal measure. What we could do with a specimen like that. That, Hisashi said, remains to be seen. Find me his name. He already had his suspicions. And if he was right, if the pieces fit the way he thought they did, then his dear wife had lied to him, and the foreign school she claimed to have sent their son to was considerably farther afield than she had ever confessed. Then again, perhaps he was being uncharitable. He had disappeared when the boy was 8, simply ceased to be present in any way that mattered. Inko may have had very few options when the time came, and reaching out to him may have been genuinely beyond her. He could afford to grant her that much. It changed nothing about what mattered now. If he was right, his son was attempting to become a hero. What a staggering waste of potential. And yet perhaps not an irreversible one. If Madoshi and Izuku Midoriya were indeed the same person, then blood was still blood. Family was a leverage point like any other, and considerably more elegant than most. It was worth thinking through carefully. Are you still here, Garaki? The doctor startled. Master. I told you to find me the boy's name. Go. Yes, Master. At once. The door closed. Silence, finally. He turned the thought over again, slow and deliberate, the way he preferred to handle anything that might actually matter. His son.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.